Chapter 522, White Lotus. As you should know by now, the Eternal Lotuses is a female-only cultivation faction created by White Lotus, who belongs to a legacy family ranked in the top 10. She's also a top player inside who has recently managed to reach peak Spirit Warrior. As for her real-life cultivation, she has achieved first-level Spirit Warrior just 3 days ago. Wow, first-level Spirit Warrior. Yuan and Xia Jingyi expressed, all upon hearing White Lotus' impressive cultivation speed. Compared to her, they were still in the mid-levels as a spirit apprentice, and they were considered geniuses by many people. Of course, compared to Yuan, she was still lacking a little, but if Yuan compared everyone with Yuan, the world would look less interesting and more lackluster. Although the Eternal Lotuses has only recently been made public, it was actually created shortly after it became a thing. Oh, I didn't know that, Yuan said. Me neither, Xia Jingyi said afterward. Now let me tell you about what will happen once we arrive at the headquarters. Although we have already accepted both of you into Eternal Lotuses, you're actually still required to partake in a simple test. If you've gone to the Cultivators Association to receive your cultivation card, then you should already know what to expect. It's mostly to gauge your talents and to see how we should train you, Grandma Yin said, and she continued, there are a few physical tests, but those are mostly just to see your strength and test your limits. Can we fail these tests? What happens if we do? Xia Jingyi suddenly asked. It's fine if you fail these tests. It just means that we will need to train you more than others, so you can catch up. Grandma Yin responded with a calm smile on her face. Once you're officially accepted into the Eternal Lotuses, you will live within the headquarters and be assigned a leader that is usually in charge of about 100 people. If you wish to leave the headquarters to go outside for whatever reasons, you must speak to an elder or your leader. This is mostly for your safety, as our headquarters are situated a little far from society. What about visitors? Can we have visitors? I have a brother, and he told me that he'd visit me from time to time. Yuan asked. Visitors are only allowed inside the headquarters if they're female, but they must be screened. If they're a man, like your brother, or they failed the screening, you can only meet them outside the headquarters. I thought so. Yuan sighed. There will also be rules that must be followed as a fellow member of the faction, but we'll get into more of that once we actually arrive. About 3 hours later, the limousine stopped right outside an unknown wilderness. We're here, Grandma Yin said to them. Once they got out of the car and retrieved their luggage, Grandma Yin led the two girls inside the wilderness, where they continued to walk for another half an hour before they arrived before a large gate that was guarded by a group of female guards. Welcome back, Elder Yin. The guards greeted Grandma Yin with respect. I have returned with the newcomers, she said to them. Elder Yin, you know the leader doesn't like it when you go outside for these minor tasks that could be done by the others. One of the guards said to her. Grandma Yin laughed and said, I was bored. Anyways, let's take our newcomers to the welcoming area. Once the gates were opened, Grandma Yin led Yuan and Xia Jingyi inside the place, and then to a spacious area that had around 40 other people gathered, all of them newcomers just like them. After waiting for another hour for a couple more people to show up, a beautiful young woman with white hair appeared before the newcomers. When the newcomers saw this beautiful young woman, they all greeted her with respect. Good morning, Senior White Lotus. That's White Lotus? Xia Jingyi looked at her unique white hair with interest, as this was her first time seeing her in person. It was the same for Yuan, but she knew how White Lotus looked beforehand due to the internet. My name is Bai Lianhua, or White Lotus. I'd prefer it if you address me with the former while we're in the real world and the latter whenever we're inside cultivation online. Bai Lianhua said to them in a gentle voice that didn't fit her seemingly cold expression. I will speak with you all again later, but for now, let's get your living quarters situated. And since many of you have just experienced a long journey, we will be starting the examinations tomorrow. With that being said, you're not allowed to wander the place without supervision since you're still not part of the Eternal Lotuses. If you're caught sneaking around, we'll immediately send you home. After saying a couple of sentences, Bai Lianhua turned around and disappeared. Senior Bai is really cool, right? I think I am in love. The newcomers were definitely in awe by Lianhua's overwhelming presence. Sometime later, the ladies that came from all over the world were led to the living quarters and were assigned their room. Everybody had to share a room with another individual. And since Yu came with Xia Jingyi, they were automatically assigned to be in the same room, which was exactly what they wanted. We will call you tomorrow when it's time to do the examinations. Until then, you're free to do whatever you want with the exception of roaming. If you wish to go somewhere, you can speak with a member wearing this white uniform, and there will always be someone guarding outside. The members instructed the newcomers. Once that was done, the newcomers retired inside the room for the rest of the day. Chapter 523, Gift. Wow, this place is bigger than ID expected, Xia Jingyi said as she looked around the room that had 2 bedrooms, a living room, a bathroom, a kitchen, and even a small backyard. It feels like we're studying abroad as exchange students. Yu smiled. Right? I was thinking the same thing. What should we do now? Xia Jingyi asked. Yu pondered for a moment before speaking. Since we have the whole day to ourselves, I will use this time to meet with Brother Tian, and just like ID promised him. Yu then unpacked her luggage, retrieving the console. Can I join you? Xia Jingyi asked. Of course. I don't see why you can't. Yu nodded. Once everything was set up, Yu called Meishio to tell them that they'd arrived safely and will be entering shortly. Although it's morning here, it should be nighttime where you are right now, right? Yes. We were just getting ready to sleep, but I will let Yuan know. Meishio then knocked on Yuan's door and told him about Yu. Hello, Yu. Are you going to enter in a bit? I will meet you there. Yuan said to her. Sorry for the inconvenience. I know it's late over there. Yu said. Don't worry, this isn't my first time staying up late. Yuan chuckled. Then I will see you in a bit alongside Jingyi. All right. After hanging up the phone, Yu and Xia Jingyi logged into and waited for Yuan and Meishio to appear. Meishio appeared a few minutes later, but Yuan was nowhere to be seen. Where's my brother? Yu asked Meishio. He's coming here. He left the city for a moment recently to do something. Meishio explained to her. Okay. Sometime later, Yuan returned to the city and met up with the others. Where's Feng and the others? Yu asked him. Oh, I told them to explore the lower heavens without me since I won't be active for God knows how long, he said. I see. Then let's go somewhere more private so we can talk. Yu suggested. They proceeded to rent a room in a random hotel for some privacy. Once they were all seated, Yu began speaking. Let me tell you about our journey first. Sure. Yuan nodded. Yu talked about their flight, the food they had during the flight, their landing, and their meeting with Grandma Yin and White Lotus. She also talked about their new living quarters and some information about the eternal Lotuses. What do you think, brother? Are you still worried? Yu asked him afterward. Yuan smiled and said, Judging by what you've told me, the eternal Lotuses does sound like a safe place. What about the Yu family? Have they tried to contact you since you left the family? Yu shook her head. No, they haven't contacted me just yet. Maybe they still don't know about my departure. Or they know but don't care enough to contact me. I think it's better if they don't contact you. Yuan then said. I think so too. Yu chuckled. What about you, brother? How have things been since the contest? Well, we've been receiving a lot of emails since then. In fact, we even got one from the Yu family. We haven't read any of them, but we can imagine what they want from us. Yuan said, That's only to be expected with your level of performance. It will only become worse, you know? Yu said, Yes, I know. After talking to each other for some time, Yu asked, Brother, what surprises do you have for me? I think I have been patient enough. Yuan smiled and said, Honestly, I wanted to save this surprise until you're ready to use it, or at least during a more proper setting. He then retrieved a beautiful fan from his storage ring and offered it to her. Here, it's an upgrade to your current weapon. It's called the Dragon Fan, and it's an Earth-grade treasure. Yuan finally handed Yu the treasure he'd gotten from the Dragon Essence Temple. Yu accepted the beautiful fan with a speechless expression on her face. Thank you, Yu muttered after a long moment of silence. It's nothing much, but I hope you like it. Yu then jumped off her seat and into Yuan's embrace. Thank you, brother. I will definitely treasure this fan, as well as the old one, forever, Yu said in an excited voice. Yuan then turned to look at Xia Jingyi with an apologetic smile on his face. I'm sorry, but I don't have a gift for you now. However, I will definitely find one for you in the future. Xia Jingyi shook her hand and her head at the same time and said, It's okay. You don't need to worry about me. I don't deserve any gift, anyways. That's not true. I will be relying on you to make sure that Yu doesn't get herself into any trouble, so it's only natural I pay you back. I won't get into any trouble. Yu refuted. Sure. Yuan laughed. They proceeded to spend a couple of hours just talking to each other, since it might be some time before they can see each other again. All right, brother. I have taken up enough of your time. Go get some sleep. You too, Meishio. Yu suddenly said to them. Yuan nodded and said, Remember, if you get into any trouble, let us know. And you'll come to rescue me like a prince on a white horse, right? I know, brother. Yu chuckled. I'm serious, Yu. You're very important to me. I do not wish anything bad to happen to you or Jingyi. Yuan said with a solemn expression on his face. I promise. Yu nodded. After saying their goodbyes and giving each other a hug, Yu gave Yuan a kiss on the cheeks before they eventually logged off to do their own things. Chapter 524, Eternal Lotuses. After logging off, Yuan and Meishio went to sleep. Meanwhile, Yu and Xia Jingyi tried to get used to their new living quarters. Once the sky darkened, someone knocked on their doors. Hey, race your dinner for tonight. A member of the Eternal Lotuses handed them 2 trays of food. Don't worry, this is only for today and tomorrow. You'll get to eat in an actual cafeteria once you become a member. The member then said to them. After accepting the food, Yu and Xia Jingyi cleared it with haste, as they were getting a little hungry since they haven't eaten since leaving the plane. The member returned an hour later to collect their empty plates. That night, Yu and Xia Jingyi fell asleep with ease. The following morning, some members of the Eternal Lotuses gathered the newcomers and led them to the testing site, where they tested the newcomers their cultivation talents and their body limits. Although there were almost no requirements to join the Eternal Lotuses besides being a certain cultivation level, the newcomers were required to partake in this exam. Fortunately for the newcomers, failing the exams didn't mean they'll be barred from joining the faction, but it meant that they'll have to put in more effort than the others, as they'll be training separately from the others. The examination took nearly the entire day, and at the end of the day, Bai Lianhua reappeared before them with the results in the form of a piece of paper. There are many ranks within the Eternal Lotuses, from the lowest to the highest: Green Lotus, Blue Lotus, Yellow Lotus, Red Lotus, and lastly, Violet Lotus. If you'd acquired above 80 points in the examination, you'll start out as a Blue Lotus. If you score below 80 points, you will start at the lowest, Green Lotus. There really isn't much of a difference between each rank between the Green Lotus and the Yellow Lotus, so you don't have to worry about being treated differently. The only thing different about each rank will be your training schedule. Everyone will receive fair treatment, meaning that regardless of your rank, you'll receive the same support as your fellow sisters who may have a lower or higher rank. However, that doesn't mean you can ignore seniority within the ranks. And in order to incentivize you to increase your position within the faction, I will be allowing those who reach the rank of Red Lotus to train a Heaven Rank cultivation technique, and those who reach Violet Lotus to learn a Divine Rank cultivation technique, the same one that I am currently cultivating. The newcomers were shocked to learn this information, as they weren't aware that someone else besides player Yuan had acquired a Divine Rank cultivation technique. After all, the world announcement only lets the players know of the first person to obtain a certain rank and not the others, so unless one announced it, nobody would know about it. As for everyone else, you will be allowed to cultivate using an Earth Rank cultivation technique. Of course, this isn't mandatory. If you're satisfied with your current cultivation technique, you may continue cultivating with it. Bai Lianhua said to them, and she continued, Now allow me to talk about the rules. There are very few rules within the Eternal Lotuses compared to the other factions, but we take these rules very seriously. 1. You're not allowed to harm another member in any way unless you are both sparring against each other, during an official match, or during practice. Depending on the severity, you will be demoted or receive fewer resources for a certain amount of time. If severe enough, we might even kick you out of the faction. 2. You're not to leak any information you learn from this place outside. What happens inside this place stays inside. Once again, depending on the severity and information you leaked, you will be punished accordingly. 3. You will not do anything that will harm or tarnish the faction's reputation. Depending on the situation, we'll punish you accordingly. 4. You will listen to your senior's orders as long as it's a lawful order. Last but not least, you will not betray the faction or any of its members in any fashion. If you're caught doing so, getting kicked out of the faction will be the least of your worries. That's all I have for you. You will learn more about the faction and its members as you live with us. Training begins tomorrow morning after breakfast, which starts at sunrise and ends 2 hours later. Good night, Senior Bot, the new members said to her. After Bai Lianhua left the scene, one of the members wearing a uniform with red lotuses on it said to them, "Before you all retire for the night, you need to receive your uniforms. If you've scored above 80 points today, stand on the right, and if you've scored below, stand on the left." Yuro then made her way to the right side, while Xia Jingyi, who missed 80 points by only 3 points, stood on the left. Once everyone was in line, they followed the Red Lotus member to receive their uniforms. Every member received 3 pairs of uniforms. You only really need 2 pairs of uniforms, since you'll have your uniforms washed every day, but just in case you destroy one, you're given a third. If you're ever down to just 2 uniforms, ask for another one. Also, Senior Sister Bai didn't mention this, but if you intend on leaving the faction for whatever reason, you must speak with her before you're allowed to do so. Though I don't understand why anyone would want to leave this paradise. If you cannot tell already, compared to the other factions, we're quite lenient and very fair towards our members as long as they don't do anything stupid. However, don't take advantage of Senior Sister Bai's kindness, because if you anger her, let's just say you don't want to see her angry. Sometime later, Yuro and the others returned to their rooms with their new uniforms. After a quick shower and dinner, they went to sleep and prepared themselves for training tomorrow. Chapter 525, Once a Week. Early in the morning before sunrise, Yuro and Xia Jingyi left their rooms after washing their face. Yuro was already used to waking up this early in the morning as a Yuan's caretaker, so she wasn't bothered by it. Xia Jingyi, however, had struggled to wake up. If it wasn't for Yuro, who pulled her blanket from her bed, she wouldn't have woken up. "Thank you for waking me up, Sister Ro. It's only the first day of training, and I'm already troubling you." Xia Jingyi sighed as they made their way to the cafeteria. "Don't mention it." A few minutes later, they arrived before a 4-story tall building that was the size of a mini-mall. "This is the cafeteria?" Xia Jingyi looked up at the building with a dazed look on her face. Yuro looked at the map given to them last night and nodded. "This should be the right place. Look, there are plenty others coming to this place. We are definitely in the right place." Yuro added, "This place is just a small city in the middle of the wilderness. I wonder how long did it take them to build this place?" Xia Jingyi wondered out loud. "Probably not long based on what Grandma Yin told us about this place. Anyways, let's go inside and see what they have." The two of them entered the building a few moments later, and to their surprise, there were food stores on every single floor with at least 6 unique stores and restaurants on each floor. "I was just thinking to myself how life will be for us when the nearest city is 3 hours away. I guess this answers it," Yuro mumbled in a low voice. With this many restaurants and variety of foods, they definitely won't get bored of the food here anytime soon. "If the other places are anything like this, I wouldn't mind living here forever," Xia Jingyi said. The two of them proceeded to spend a couple of minutes looking for a restaurant to eat at. They finished eating in half an hour and used their remaining time to look around the place. Once it was almost time for training, Yuro and Xia Jingyi went separate ways since they were of different ranks, meaning they trained differently. Meanwhile, 8,000 miles away inside Yuan's apartment, Yuan just finished his daily routine and prepared to wash himself. "Yuan, are you sure you don't need any help? How are you washing your back?" Meisho asked him before he entered the bathroom. It's a little difficult, but I can manage," he said. You know you don't have to do everything yourself. I know you want to rely on yourself now that you can finally move, but you should rely on others as well. At this rate, I will have nothing else to do besides cooking and cleaning the apartment, but who knows when you'll take that away from me too. Meishio said in a sighing voice. Yuan stopped upon her for a moment. I'm still technically your caretaker, Yuan. Let me assist you like I was trained. You could do everything else yourself. After all, I don't want to feel like I trained for nothing. Hearing her words, Yuan said to her, Sorry, I haven't taken your feelings into consideration. Can you please help me wash my back? Of course. Meishio quickly responded. They entered the bathroom together a few moments later. Take a seat, Meishio said to him. Yuan nodded and sat on a small bathroom chair. Meishio then rinsed his body with water before rubbing his back with her soapy hands. Once his back was covered in soap, Meishio asked him, Shall I wash the front too? If you don't mind, he said. I don't, she responded and walked to the front before squatting down. A moment later, she started rubbing her soft hands on his refined body. Starting from the top, then moving straight to his legs, Meishio washed every inch of his body. Once there was only a single area left, Meishio cleared her throat and asked, Do you want me to wash that part too? Meishio expected Yuan to refuse, but to her surprise, Yuan repeated, If you don't mind. Meishio took a deep breath and started washing his cute snake. However, that cute snake quickly woke up and turned into a ferocious dragon. Seeing this, Meishio asked him, Have you relieved this part recently? To tell you the truth, I have tried to do it by myself, even mimicking your movements, but I can't get it to work. It just doesn't feel the same, he said in a sighing voice. Understand? Then allow me to do it for you. And don't you dare use divine sense while I'm doing this, Meishio said in a bashful voice, and she began relieving him. Yuan's body quickly started trembling with delight from Meixia's skillful techniques, feeling a certain sensation that he couldn't replicate by himself for some reason. A few minutes later, Yuan released his stress all over the floor. According to my research, a man should relieve himself at least daily, which comes with certain health benefits. If you want, I can help you every day, Meishio said to him as she washed the sticky white stuff away with the shower head. Every day? Yuan hesitated this time. If that's too much, we could do it once every other day, or even once a week, she said. Once a week sounds good enough. I understand. Then in addition to washing your body, I will help you relieve your stress once a week, Meishio said. Okay, but you don't have to help wash my body every time I want to rinse my body after sweating for my exercise. Then I will help you whenever you take your last shower for the day. Okay, he nodded in agreement. And thus, their life continued in this manner for the next 2 weeks, with Yuan spending most of his day training his body while Meishio cultivated normally and did the housework. Before they were aware, it has been almost a month since Yuan visited the Cultivators Association, meaning that it was about time for him to visit the Spirit Masters head met at that time to learn more about cultivation and their history. Chapter 526, Taking the Airplane. You want to go like this? Meishio spoke as she watched Yuan retrieve his wheelchair before sitting on it. Yes, I will disguise myself once I arrive at that place, he nodded. I guess that makes sense. Will you be able to carry the luggage as well? Yuan then asked. Yes, I will be fine. Meishio responded in a calm voice as she carried a massive backpack on her back that looked incredibly heavy. Despite its frightening appearance, the backpack mostly had clothes and some other light objects, so it wasn't actually that heavy. Not that it would matter to Meishio, who could lift a car with her bare hands and without breaking a sweat. Since they don't know when they'll return, Meishio packed a little more clothes than usual. Of course, if they needed anything, they had plenty of money to buy them. Once they were prepared, Meishio left the apartment with Yuan and took a taxi to the airport. Meishio showed their tickets that had been purchased beforehand to the worker at the airport. First class. The worker was surprised to see 2 youngsters riding first class that would normally cost tens of thousands of dollars. Meishio then handed her large backpack to the worker so that they could put it on the plane for them. After checking in, Meishio took Yuan to the terminal with their flight. The flight should be here in an hour, she said to Yuan after sitting down. Okay. time passed slower than usual while they waited for the plane, but it eventually arrived, and they were the first on board due to their first-class ticket. Normally, if one were to ride commercial or even business class, they would only get seats, but for Yuan and Meisho flying first class, they got a whole room to themselves. The room didn't have much space, but it had a bed and a bathroom. Of course, the most important thing was their privacy, as they didn't have to deal with the other passengers. Once they entered their room, Yuan stood up from his wheelchair and stretched his body. It's been a while since I last sat in that position for so long. My body is feeling stiff from it. He sighed. How long is the flight again? Yuan asked Meisho after taking a seat on the bed. 26 hours. It's even longer than your Rouse flight. Heavens, we can go back home now if you want, Meisho said in a slightly joking voice. After coming all the way here, I'd rather not. The plane started moving about half an hour after they boarded it. During their flight, Yuan would lay on the bed and read the magazines provided by the plane. Since they were in the air and the plane was quite shaky, it made cultivation very difficult, so they didn't even bother with it. The flight attendants would knock on their door every few hours to provide them with luxurious food that was expected from first class. If they needed anything to drink, they only needed to call the flight attendants back with the press of a button. Obviously, this wasn't Yuan or Mike C's first time flying in an airplane, especially Yuan, who was used to flying all around the world to play the instrument for the Yu family. Eventually, it was time to sleep, but they encountered a problem. There was only one bed in their room. Although the bed was more than enough to fit the both of them, this would be their first time actually sharing a bed. Are you not going to sleep? Yuan asked her as he laid on one side of the bed in a casual manner. You don't mind sharing the bed? Meisho asked. Why would I? Or did you expect me to tell you to sleep on the floor? No. Meisho quickly gave up and got onto the bed with him. Yuan quickly fell asleep, but Meisho was struggling to do so with Yuan being so close to her. Why am I so nervous? Nothing will happen even if we sleep on the same bed, and we have already done things much worse than sharing a bed. Meisho eventually managed to convince herself that it wasn't that much of a deal sharing a bed with Yuan. However, when she woke up the next day, she would find one of Yuan's hands groping her breast. Of course, Yuan was still asleep, being completely unaware of his actions. After her initial shock, Meisho merely shook her head and gently removed his hand from her chest without making a big deal out of it. Yuan woke up shortly afterward. Good morning, Meisho, he said to her. Good morning. She pretended the accident never happened. How long has it been since we left? Yuan asked. Meisho looked at the time and said, We have another 10 hours. I see. And for the remainder of the last 10 hours, Yuan would practice his divine sense by using it to look around the airplane until he was exhausted and needed to recover. Once he recovered, Yuan would use his divine sense and repeat the next steps. What are they doing inside the bathroom? Yuan accidentally peeked inside the bathroom and found two passengers, one male and one female, doing some weird stuff in the bathroom that had barely any space. What are you talking about? Meisho asked him since he spoke out loud just now. Yuan proceeded to explain what he was witnessing with his divine sense. Mike C's face immediately flushed with redness after hearing the details and realizing what Yuan was watching. Stop watching them. It's rude to intrude on their privacy. Meisho quickly said to him, Sorry, but I've never seen anything like that before, so I was kind of distracted by it. Yuan retracted his divine sense the next moment. Yet the scene had just witnessed was still clear inside his head. Meisho released a profound sigh afterward, silently hoping to herself that Yuan doesn't ask her for more details about what had just witnessed. Chapter 527, Helicopter Service. Ding! We will be arriving at Yang City in 2 hours. An announcer spoke on the speaker shortly after Yuan stopped using his divine sense. Only 2 hours left, huh? I cannot wait. Yuan laid on the bed, feeling like it's been forever since he last breathed fresh air. And for the last 2 hours, Yuan decided to order the entire menu available on the airplane and indulge himself in their food. 2 hours later, the plane began descending back to the ground. Once they landed, Yuan took a seat in the wheelchair and waited until Meisho pushed him outside. "Thank you for flying with Royal Airlines." The flight attendants bowed to them as they left the airplane and into Yang City's airport. Meisho then led Yuan outside the airport and into the unknown streets before taking a taxi to the Jaded Garden. "Would like to go to the Jaded Garden," Meisho said to the driver after entering the taxi with Yuan, who immediately turned to look at them with a baffled look on his face. "You want to go to the Jaded Garden?" The man asked her again for confirmation, almost as though he couldn't believe it. "Yes. Is there anything wrong with that?" The man nodded and said, "You won't be able to enter the Jaded Garden in any vehicle that doesn't fly. Despite its name, it's actually in the middle of a mountain valley 8 hours away from Yang City. I can get you close to that place, but I cannot enter the mountain range." "Is that so? What should we do?" Meisho asked Yuan. Yuan pondered for a moment before speaking. "You said any vehicle that doesn't fly, which means we can take a plane or helicopter there, right? Are there any services that allow us to travel on helicopters?" "There's one 3 hours away from this place, but it won't be cheap. Can you take us there instead?" Yuan said. "Sure thing. The fee will be..." After paying the driver the fee for the trip, the taxi driver immediately stepped on the pedal and began driving them. About 3 hours later, they arrived at this tall building with multiple agencies working inside. "Thanks a bunch." Once they left the taxi, Meisho entered the building with Yuan still in the wheelchair. "Hello, how may I help you?" The receptionist waved at them the moment she noticed them. Meisho approached the receptionist and said, "Good morning. I heard there's a helicopter service here." "Yes, that's correct. Where are you trying to go?" "Jaded Garden." "Jaded Garden, huh? It's not that far away, but due to the high terrains and foggy environment in that place that makes it difficult to traverse even in the air, the price will increase exponentially. If you're okay with that, please fill out this piece of paper and we'll get to you." Meisho took the paper and looked at its contents that asked for their basic information. "What should I do? Should I use an alias?" Meisho asked Yuan for advice. "I think you can use my real identity since I am basically a nobody here," Yuan said. "Okay." Meisho then filled out the paper using Yu Tian's identity that has long been forgotten. Furthermore, even if they somehow link Yuan to Yu Tian, they won't be able to find him unless they speak with the Yu family or those that know his identity. "Here you go." Meisho handed the paper back to the receptionist after filling it out. "Thank you. Please give me a minute to calculate the price of the trip. Also, will this be a one-way or a round trip? If you choose a round trip, we will land and stay at a certain location until you return. However, you'll have to pay a certain fee for every single day we wait." "We'll do a round trip. If we no longer need the service, can we cancel the round trip?" Meisho asked. "Of course, but you'll still have to pay the fee depending on how many days you made the pilot wait regardless if you return or not." "That sound good?" Meisho nodded. The receptionist then took a couple of minutes to calculate the cost. The total amount will cost $50,000 for a round trip, not including the waiting time. The waiting fee will be $1,000 for every 24 hours we wait at that location. Here, Meisho placed their debit card on the desk without any hesitation despite the ride costing a whopping $50,000. Clearly, that amount of money wasn't enough to make her even raise an eyebrow. The receptionist gladly accepted their card and charged them $50,000. "I have notified the pilot of your ride. It should be ready within 2 hours. Please wait in the guest room until then. It's that room over there." The receptionist pointed to the room at the end of the hall. Meisho and Yuan proceeded to wait inside the guest room until their ride was ready. A little over 2 hours later, the receptionist knocked on the door before entering their room with a blond middle-aged man wearing a uniform. "Hello, esteemed guests. Your ride is ready, and he will be your pilot." The middle-aged man greeted them with a smile on his face. "My name is Gene. I have over 20 years of experience, and I have traveled to the Jaded Garden over 100 times in my career without a single accident, so you can rely on me." Meisho and Yuan then followed the pilot to the back of the building, where there was a large empty field alongside a couple of helicopters idling inside a hangar. The helicopter they were going to ride was already prepared and was waiting for them to board in the middle of the track. After boarding the helicopter, the pilot took a few minutes to explain some rules to them. Do you guys have experience with helicopters? Jean asked them after explaining the rules. Yes, we do. Meisha nodded. I figured. Then let's go. We should arrive at the Jaded Garden in an hour, Jean said as he operated the helicopter, taking them into the air. Chapter 528, Jaded Garden. Mister, you mentioned that you traveled to the Jaded Garden multiple times, right? Do you know the families that live there, such as the Wang family? Can you tell us a little about that place as well? Yuan asked the pilot as they traveled in the air. Of course. The Jaded Garden is a unique place that's home to the 6 spiritual families, and the Wang family is one of these families. The 6 spirit families is an alliance of sorts between 6 separate powerful families, but not much is known about them, as they have only revealed themselves recently, quickly becoming powerhouses within the cultivation world. In fact, the Jaded Garden used to be a secluded area, but ever since cultivation became known to the world, they began opening their doors to outsiders, even taking some people in as disciples. Is this why you're traveling to that place? Jean asked them. Something like that. Yuan nodded. Well, good luck. It won't be easy joining their faction. From what I've heard, they have many cultivation geniuses that have already reached Spirit Warrior within their background, but I don't know whether that information is true or fake, and it's quite hard to believe that there are already people that have reached Spirit Warrior. Many Spirit Warriors, Yuan mumbled. If they'd known about cultivation for hundreds of years now, it wouldn't be weird if they had Spirit Warriors, and even Spirit Master was possible as they had already proved to him. In fact, it would be weird if they didn't. About half an hour later, they arrived before a mountain valley that was enveloped in thick fog. Can you even navigate inside such a thick fog? Meisha asked when she saw the fog in the distance. Yes, ITLL be fine. It's only foggy at the entrance and high altitudes, which we must travel because of the tall mountains. Once we pass the mountain, we can start to descend into the valley where there isn't as much fog. As for the navigating through the fog, we have an autopilot system prepared just for this, allowing the helicopter to autopilot itself through the fog at a predetermined path, Jean explained to them. I see. Meisha nodded. And just like Head said, Jean made the helicopter go into autopiloting mode once they reached the fog. After another half an hour, they could feel the helicopter descending towards the ground. A few moments later, their helicopter emerged from the fog and entered a vast but clear plain in the middle of a mountain valley. We have safely entered the Jaded Garden. We will arrive at the landing site in 10 minutes, Jean said to them as he regained control over the helicopter. Although he could have continued to let the helicopter fly on autopilot, he enjoyed controlling the helicopter personally. 10 minutes later, the helicopter landed in a spacious land that had a couple of helicopters that belonged to others parked. Here is my phone number. Call me if you need anything. Jean handed Meisha a business card that had his name and phone number. Also, I can only stay here for 30 days maximum before I have to return to the agency. If you stay longer than that but still wish to return with me, you'll have to purchase another ride with the agency, including the waiting fee. Jean warned them. As for where I will stay, Jean pointed to a building a few hundred meters in the distance and said, I will be there if you cannot call me for any reason. I understand. Meisha nodded. Before they left, Yuan asked Jean, Mister, can I leave my wheelchair here in the helicopter? I don't mind. Jean nodded his head, but he was definitely taken by surprise by Yuan's question. After all, why would someone who had to travel in a wheelchair leave it behind? Does he intend on letting the young lady carry him the whole time? Thanks. Yuan then stood up from the wheelchair without any effort before folding it and putting it inside the helicopter, leaving Jean dumbfounded. By the way, which direction do we go? Meisha then asked, as she couldn't see any cities or buildings beside the one Jean pointed to in the area. It's 3 miles that way. Jean pointed in a certain direction, and he continued, Unfortunately, there are no taxi services in this area, so you'll have to walk there. That's fine. Let's go, Yuan said. Meisha and Yuan then quickly left the scene, and since they weren't in a hurry, they walked very slowly, quietly enjoying the environment and fresh air. I have never smelt such fresh air before, Yuan said after he took a few deep breaths. Yes, this place has very clean and high-quality air. Every single breath I take makes me feel cleaner inside. Meishio agreed with him. After walking for an hour, Meishio could finally see some tall buildings in the distance. We're almost there, she said to Yuan, since he couldn't see that far with his divine sense. Here you go. She then handed Yuan his black mask before wearing one herself. A couple more minutes later, they arrived before a large gate where a few guards stood. The guards quickly noticed their presence, and one of them said, "That person is wearing a black mask. Do you think he's the person Senior Wang warned us about? What was his name again?" "His name is Yuan," said another. They were clearly instructed to be on the lookout for a person wearing a mask. Sometime later, Yuan and Meishio finally arrived before these guards. "Hello, is there a Yuan amongst you two?" One of the guards asked them. "That's right, I am Yuan." Yuan responded in a calm voice. "I understand. Please wait for a minute. We have already sent someone to notify Senior Wang. She should be here shortly." "Okay." Yuan nodded, and they proceeded to wait some more until the guard that left to find Senior Wang returned to the site with her beside him. Chapter 529, Spiritual Elites. "Thank you for taking your time to come to our Jaded Garden, Yuan." Senior Wang bowed to him in a respectful manner despite their difference in age. In a world of cultivation, one's strength and ability were more valued than one's age, so one must respect the other if they were stronger regardless of their ages. If it weren't for the fact that they were at the same cultivation level, she would have addressed Yuan as Senior Yuan. The guards didn't know that Yuan was also a spirit master like Senior Wang, so her actions left them dumbfounded for a good moment, as they have never seen her act so respectful towards a junior. "I am here because I want to know more about cultivation and your background," Yuan spoke in a calm voice. "Of course. That's why we requested for your presence." Senior Wang nodded. "Please follow me." They then followed Senior Wang inside the gates. "The others aren't aware of your presence yet, so allow us some time to prepare," Senior Wang said to them as they walked. "What is this place?" Yuan asked her. Although he learned a little about the Jaded Garden from the pilot, he wanted to hear about it from someone who lives here. The Jaded Garden is a special place created by the 6 spiritual families, where our branches live in harmony as proof of our alliance. However, that isn't the main reason we created this place. The Jaded Garden is actually a training spot for the 6 spiritual families where we send our juniors to learn about cultivation and become cultivators. It used to be a secluded area for many centuries, but now that cultivation is known to the entire world, we decided to open up this place and use it as the headquarters for our new cultivation faction known as the Spiritual Elites. Spiritual Elites, Yuan repeated in a muttering voice, and he asked, "What are the requirements to join the faction?" Senior Wang smiled and said, "Are you interested? If you want to join, we'll accept you right away." "That wasn't my intention," Yuan quickly responded. "Too bad. Maybe we can change your mind later. Anyways, we only have 2 requirements for those who want to join our faction. 1, you must be under the age of 21. And lastly, you must be at the very least at the 8th level of Spirit Apprentice. 8th level Spirit Apprentice below the age of 21? So everyone above the age of 21 will be automatically disqualified regardless of their cultivation levels? That isn't very fair, since the majority of people in this world have only started cultivating a couple of months ago. Meishio said, "That is correct, as we only want young people with potential. Even if you're extremely talented, if you start cultivating at the age of 21, you will not achieve as much as someone who has inferior talents but started cultivating at a much younger age." Senior Wang responded. And she continued, for example, between 2 individuals, one who started cultivating at the age of 10 and one who started at the age of 21. The person who started at the age of 10 will have 11 years of experience by the time he's 21 and will generally achieve more in his life than the person who started at 21 years old. One might argue that the gap doesn't really matter if the person who started cultivating at the age of 21 had immense talents that allowed him to ignore his setback, but these people are too few and far in between. However, if someone like that does exist, we could simply make an exception for them. Senior Wang's gaze glanced at Yuan for a brief moment when she said that sentence. By the way, this place has existed for over 500 years. 500 years? Just how long have you guys known about cultivation? Yuan couldn't help but ask. I can't tell you the exact date, since we also don't know, but let's just say we've known about cultivation since we can remember. Senior Wang said. I see. What's the highest cultivation someone has achieved? Yuan then asked. Spirit Master. She quickly responded. Even the most talented genius within the 6 spiritual families has only achieved the 3rd level Spirit Master before he perished. I don't think it's possible to reach any higher due to the lack of qi in this world and a lack of good techniques. The existence of cultivation online might change that since we'll be able to acquire better cultivation techniques, but that won't fix the issue with the lack of qi. Anyways, we are here. Please wait a bit for me to gather the others. Senior Wang said as they arrived before a large pond that had a couple of buildings built on top of the water. This reminded Yuan of the Dragon Pavilion inside the Dragon Essence Temple. Senior Wang then led Yuan and Meishio to the largest pavilion there. Once Yuan and Meishio sat down around a large round table made of marble, Senior Wang said, I will now gather the others. Senior Wang left the scene shortly after, leaving the 2 of them alone in this place. What do you think? Yuan suddenly asked. What do you mean? What do you think of this place and Senior Wang? Can we trust them? Meishio pondered for a moment before speaking. I don't know. That Senior Wang seemed pretty respectful and friendly, but we can never be too careful. Yuan nodded and said, I think so too. Anyways, while I am Yuan, I'll be acting a little different than usual to not give away my identity and to make sure they take me seriously, and I kind of gave myself a serious and unfriendly image at the Cultivators Association. I kind of figured since you felt a little different than normal since we have arrived at this place, Meishio said, and she added, I will also try to act differently. About 15 minutes later, Senior Wang returned to the lake with 5 other individuals, all of them with an elderly appearance. Chapter 536 Spiritual Families. That's player Yuan? What an unfathomable aura. I can feel it even this far away. One of the seniors there spoke in a low voice as they approached the lake. I didn't believe when you told me that he was a spirit master, but now that I'm seeing him personally, heavens, do you think he's from a secluded family? I don't want to believe that Head managed to achieve that level after it was introduced. Another one said, we'll find out in just a moment. A few moments later, Senior Wang and the 5 seniors stood in front of Yuan and Meishio on the other side of the table, and they started introducing themselves. Once again, I am surnamed Wang from the Wang family, from one of the 6 spiritual families, and I am a Grand Elder. I am surnamed Wu from the Wu family. I believe we have met at the Cultivators Association as well. Surnamed Shi, and we have also met at the Cultivators Association. My surname is Li, surnamed Shi, and my surname is Hong. Yuan stood up and said in a calm voice, My name is Yuan, and this is my caretaker. Meishio stood up and said, surnamed Feng. Since Yuan gave himself an alias, Meishio decided to do the same, especially since a recent incident that made her name public, and she picked Chu Liuxiang's surname as her alias. Allow us to welcome you to the Jaded Garden once again, Yuan. Whether you believe it or not, your presence here means a great deal to us. Senior Wang said to him with a respectful bow by clasping her hands together. The other elders did the same. A moment later, they all sat around a marble table. There's a lot to talk about, but let us start with our background. Senior Wang said, and she continued, the 6 spiritual families have existed for thousands of years, but we were not always this peaceful with each other. In fact, we used to be at war with each other until 300 years ago. Senior Wu then continued. However, there was one thing we all agreed upon even during our times of war, and that was to keep the existence of cultivation a secret. Thus, we have managed to keep cultivation a secret from the public while silently cultivating ourselves. Senior Ji then said, that's the purpose of this place, to train our juniors together. It's like a sect, the same ones you see in, but we're much smaller. If you'd like, we can even show you around the place afterward. Idea like that, Yuan said, as he was curious what a modern-day sect would look like and how it compared to the sect within. The elders continued to spend a couple more minutes talking about their family's history before one of them asked, Yuan, can you tell us a little more about yourself? If you want to keep your identity hidden, that's perfectly fine. What about your cultivation level? When did you start cultivating? He nodded and said, as you already know, I'm a spirit master, but I only recently achieved this level. As for how long I have been cultivating, shortly after I began playing cultivation online, I guess. The elders there suddenly released stressful sighs, and all of them held a defeated expression on their faces for some reason. I was hoping you'd started cultivating many years ago, so we don't look as bad before your talents. But alas, you have managed to achieve Spirit Master in less than a year while it took all of us over 100 years to reach Spirit Master. The difference is like heaven and hell. No, it's incomparable. One of the elders there expressed his distress. Why is there such injustice under this heavens? Another sighed. After a few moments of contemplating their lives, the elders eventually gave up and said, do you want to take a look around the place? Sure, he nodded. Although the elders wanted to ask more questions about him, they didn't dare to ask them, as they were afraid of offending him. After all, it was clear to them that Yuan wanted to keep his identity a secret. And, as people who have kept cultivation from the world for centuries, they knew very well what Yuan was feeling and his thoughts, so they purposefully avoided asking him questions that could reveal his identity. Furthermore, they believed that if they earned his trust, there was a good chance that he would reveal his identity willingly. Until then, they will have to approach him with caution. Yuan's talent that allowed him to reach Spirit Master in less than a year was something incomprehensible for these elders that used to be the top genius within their generation. What do you think of the cultivation world this far? Senior Wang asked him as they walked around him like a group of grandparents and their grandchildren. Although it has its flaws, I genuinely enjoy the cultivation world within cultivation online. But whether cultivation is a good thing or a bad thing for this world, I still don't know yet, he calmly responded. I agree. Everything was fine before since there were only very few of us that knew about cultivation if you consider the world population. But now that everyone is aware of cultivation, I fear what might happen in the future. This is also why we opened up the Jaded Garden to the public to attract talents, because we fear the future and want to prepare ourselves before it's too late. What do you mean? Yuan asked her, his interest piqued. You see, inside an ancient scroll left behind by our ancestors, there is a prophecy that when the world starts cultivation, there will be a calamity. A calamity? Yuan raised his eyebrows behind the mask, as did Meishio. Yes, a calamity will befall upon this world, propelling this world into chaos. Senior Wang said in a sighing voice. This is another reason why we decided to keep cultivation a secret from the world. If you want, I can show you the scroll after the tour. Okay, he quickly said. Chapter 5:31 Underrated. Hey look, it's the Grand Elders. Who are those two masked individuals with them? The people there quickly took notice of their presence, as the Grand Elders were incredibly influential and powerful people there. I have never seen them before. Me neither. They must be very important if they're being guided by the Grand Elders. While the disciples there tried to guess the identity of these two masked individuals, the Grand Elders led Yuan and Meishio around the Jaded Garden. This right here is the training hall. They first stopped before a large building and explained, this is where the disciples are lectured and taught how to wield their weapons and cultivate. In other words, it's where they are taught how to fight. Although we don't really use our combat experience in the outside world, we often spar with each other so that we won't be powerless when we need to fight. It is also one of the most populated places in the entire Jaded Garden due to its purposes. The Grand Elders then led Yuan and Meishio inside this building that had many floors. The first and second floor is dedicated to disciples who wish to learn the sword. Senior Wang said as she opened the door to a spacious gymnasium where hundreds of disciples could be seen practicing their sword techniques. The sword is the most popular weapon for cultivators due to its ease of use and its destructive prowess. That's why we have 2 entire floors dedicated to the sword. Yuan used his divine sense to watch a few of these disciples practicing their sword techniques. Then he noticed something, that their swords were enveloped by a thin layer of spiritual energy. They're using sword techniques. Are these techniques from or something from your families? Yuan decided to ask them. These sword techniques came from Wu family since it's their specialty, said Senior Yuan. I see. If you'd like to learn the technique, you can join our faction and we'll let you learn as many techniques as you want, and we have over 20 different techniques combined, she said with a smile on her face. I will consider it, he said. Sometime later, they skipped the second floor since it was the same as the first floor and went straight to the third floor. This floor is dedicated to disciples who wish to learn the spear and polearm, basically long-ranged melee weapons. The Shi family and Shi family are in charge of this floor since they're both experts with long-range weapons. Yuan silently watched the disciples practice this unfamiliar weapon for the next few minutes, as he has only fought very few opponents who use spears and polearms. The most notable fight he had with a long-range weapon was within the ancient Dragon City, when he had to fight many experts. 10 minutes later, they went to the fourth floor. This floor is dedicated to archery. It's a unique and underrated weapon in the cultivation world, and in our modern world, they are usually used as a sport. A bow, huh? Now that you mention it, I don't think I have ever seen a bow wielder inside cultivation online. Why do you think they are so underrated? Yuan asked her. Well, for one, you have to aim using the bow, and people would rather use something more convenient, such as sword since you only need to swing it. Secondly, it requires much more skills and training to fully master the bow. Third, in the cultivation world where most people fight close quarters, you won't be able to use the bow efficiently unless you gain distance from your opponent, which is easier said than done. There are more reasons why people don't use the bow, but these are the main reasons. However, even if the weapon is underrated, it is by no means weak. Once you put the time to master the bow and how to fight with it, it could become an unstoppable weapon, and it would only become even more powerful if you have a partner that can protect you while you fight in the back. The bow can quickly become a nuisance and untouchable in the right situation and the right hands. Meishio silently listened to Senior Wang talk about the bow. Although she had intended on using her bare hands in cultivation online, she was starting to have thought about using the bow, as this will allow her to support Yuan from the rear without getting in his way. And with Yuan in front of her, she was confident that nobody will be able to get to her while she abuses their opponents from a distance. However, there was one issue, and that was she didn't have any experience with the bow. Although she has plenty of experience with a gun, she had zero when it comes to the bow. Twang! The sound of strings trembling would constantly resound in the room as a little under 100 disciples practiced their aiming skills on their targets. A couple of minutes later, they made their way to the fifth floor. The fifth and sixth floor is the last 2 floors to this tower, and they are both dedicated to cultivation since the bottom floors are usually the loudest. We also have private cultivation rooms that are completely soundproof, just in case. There isn't anything fancy like formations in this place, but this place is mostly for ordinary disciples. Elite disciples and us elders usually cultivate at the immortal caves, where the spiritual energy is much denser. There are immortal caves in this world? Yuan was truly surprised to hear this. Do you want to see them later? Senior Wang asked him with a profound glint in her gaze. She knew that this could potentially convince him to join their faction. Of course, he quickly nodded. Then let's make our way to the sparring area. It's on the way to the immortal caves. Senior Wang said, and they left the building shortly after. Chapter 532, A Friendly Exchange. After leaving the training area, the Grand Elders led Yuan and Meishio to the sparring area that was an open field with multiple stages available, and there was even a spectators area. When they arrived at the sparring area, they could see a couple of disciples sparring with each other on the stages, but all of them were fighting without any weapons. Most disciples come here for training and experience, but it's also very common for disciples with grievances to come here to release their stress or simply to settle things. Although they get out of hand sometimes, killing, or serious injuries that could cripple another are not allowed, or they will be crippled and be forced to work as a servant in one of the 6 spiritual families. Senior Shi explained to them. Of course, since we risk them revealing the existence of cultivation to the world, we cannot allow them to simply leave the family, so they can either choose to work as a servant or be killed. To be a servant or to be killed, Yuan mumbled in a low voice. Then he asked, others can also leak this information, so does this mean that disciples are not allowed to communicate with the outside world? You are correct. Most of us live a secluded lifestyle, and when we go outside, we are only allowed to communicate with the other cultivation families. Though trusted individuals and high-ranking elders, such as ourselves, are allowed to communicate with the mortal world. Yuan sighed inwardly after learning about their secluded lifestyle. He couldn't imagine living such a boring life, where you can only communicate with those around you. But fortunately for them, they had other families to keep each other accompanied. However, compared to the majority of his life, where he was secluded within his own room for many years with barely any interaction with others, it was still much better. After watching the disciples spar for a couple of minutes, one of the grand elders suddenly said, "Fellow Taoist Yuan, if it isn't too much to ask, can I request for a friendly exchange with you?" Yuan turned to look at the old man who just asked this question and said in a calm voice, "You want to spar with me?" "Yes," the old man confirmed. "You can't be serious right now, Elder Shi," Senior Wang said with a slight frown on her face. "I don't mind," Yuan suddenly said. He then continued, "However, I will only be dodging your attacks, if you don't mind." "Only dodging?" Elder Shi raised his eyebrows in a puzzled manner. "Yes, you can attack me as you like, and if you manage to hit me even once, I will consider it my loss." Yuan nodded. There were a few reasons as to why Yuan made the suggestion, but the biggest reason as to why he would only be dodging is simply because he has 0 experience in fighting in his current body. Although he has plenty of experience in cultivation online, things are different in this world, and he didn't have his sword with him. Furthermore, he wanted to test out the movement technique that had been practicing for the past month and see how effective it was against the top cultivators of this world. "Good luck, Yuan," Meishio said to him before they entered the stage. Elder Zai's presence quickly attracted everyone's attention within the sparring area. "Look, Elder, she is going onto the stage. Is he going to spar with that masked person? Who is that individual? Does anyone know?" The people there quickly surrounded the stage with Elder Shi and Yuan. "Whenever you're ready." "Elder," she said to Yuan as they stood a couple of meters away from each other. "Attack me whenever you're ready," Yuan then said. "Then here I come." Elder Shi immediately rushed forward with incredible speed, arriving before Yuan a second later. However, Yuan remained standing there without moving a single muscle. The spectators thought that was because he couldn't react to Elder Zai's speed, but they quickly realized how wrong they were when Yuan barely dodged Elder Zai's attack right before the strike landed. Elder Shi wasn't too surprised that his attack had been avoided since he was just testing Yuan, so he continued to throw his hands at Yuan using basic martial arts. This guy, what a fearsome movement technique. Elder Shi soon realized that Yuan would always barely avoid his attacks, meaning that Yuan was purposefully minimizing his movements to dodge flawless while saving himself energy at the same time. Wow, look at that masked person's movements. They are so profound. I have never seen anything like that before. Heavens, where did he learn such a technique? This continued for over half an hour with Elder Shi being unable to touch even Yuan's clothes, much less the person himself. Elder Shi eventually stopped moving and said, "I give up. You win this one, fellow Taoist Yuan." What? Did Elder Shi just call him Yuan? Could he be that famous player Yuan? What's he doing here? When the spectators heard Elder Shi addressing Yuan by his name, they all expressed great shock. However, if they thought about it, it made sense since only player Yuan could possibly be powerful enough to defeat their Grand Elder. "You have me completely beaten without attacking me. I cannot imagine winning if you're allowed to attack." Elder Shi bowed to him afterward, not feeling bitter despite losing since he was well aware of their disparity. "Thank you for the spar as well. It was a good experience." Yuan copied his movements and returned the bow. The other Grand Elders were speechless. Although Elder Shi and Yuan were both spirit masters, one had decades more experience than the other. Yet Elder Shi couldn't even touch Yuan's shadow after 30 minutes of trying. Just what kind of movement technique was he using? Let's head to the Immortal Caves now, shall we? Yuan said to the Grand Elders a moment later, snapping them out of their daze. All right, let's go. Senior Wang nodded her head, and they proceeded to leave the area shortly after. After they left, the spectators immediately began spreading news of player Yuan's presence within the Jaded Garden that spread like wildfire. Chapter 533, Trial Disciple. What? Player Yuan is currently in the Jaded Garden? How is that possible? I am serious. I witnessed him spar with Elder Shi and win. He was even wearing his signature black mask. But why would player Yuan come here? Maybe he wants to join this faction? That would be incredible if that was true. Imagine being in the same faction as player Yuan. Well, become an unstoppable force. The disciples of spiritual elites were both baffled and excited by the news, and all of them wanted to meet player Yuan for themselves. But that was much easier said than done, as he was currently being escorted by all 6 Grand Elders. If they bother them, they would risk getting kicked out of the faction. Welcome to our Immortal Caves, Taoist Yuan. Senior, she said to him as they approached this small mountain that had a couple of cave entrances around it. Yuan took a deep breath, sucking in the fresh qi from the place. You're right. This place has an incredible amount of spiritual energy. Yuan said to them, let me show you inside the Immortal Caves. Senior Wang said as she approached one of the cave entrances. Yuan followed her, and the closer they got to the cave, the stronger the spiritual energy became. Wow, this is an immortal cave? Yuan was speechless upon seeing the decoration inside that was the opposite of his expectations. Had expected the place to be a gloomy cave with nothing but rocks, but to his surprise, there was an entire room filled with furniture inside the immortal cave. And there was even a door. This is a modern-day immortal cave. Senior Wang said with a smile on her face. You probably expected something more boring, but cultivators in our day and age cultivate better in this kind of environment. Senior Wang said with a smile on her face. Look, there's even a bathroom in here. After showing Yuan around the place, Senior Wang said, if you join us, we can give you one of these immortal caves. Normally, only Grand Elders and the family heads are allowed to stay inside an immortal cave permanently. But we will make this an exception for you. I will consider it, Yuan said. Senior Wang began pondering when she heard his voice that carried a hint of disinterest. How about this Taoist Yuan? You can stay here for a month or even a week as a disciple. You will gain access to the immortal caves and some of our techniques as if you were an official disciple, but you have no obligations to join us. And once your time as a trial disciple is over, you can decide whether you want to join us or not. A trial disciple? Yuan raised his eyebrows. He didn't think they'd go this far just to invite him into their faction. What if I learn all of your techniques and decide not to join? Yuan then asked. Of course, we have already considered this possibility, and we're willing to take the risks. Senior Wang said, as the Grand Elders have spoken about this matter way before Yuan even arrived. Furthermore, while she didn't say it, she didn't believe that Yuan would be able to learn their techniques so quickly. While Yuan's cultivation speed is without a doubt heaven-defying, that didn't mean he was also as talented when it comes to comprehension. Most of their disciples needed many months to learn a single technique, and even their top geniuses required at least a week to learn a new technique. What do you think? Yuan turned to ask Mei Xiao. I don't really care. Do as you wish, she calmly responded. Yuan pondered for a moment before nodding his head. All right, well, stay here for a week. After all, it would be a shame if I left so quickly after traveling so much. Great. Then, starting today, you will be part of our spiritual elites. We'll get your uniforms later, but if you don't want them, just let me know. It's okay, we have our own clothes, Yuan said. Although he agreed to join their faction temporarily, he didn't want to accept their uniform since that would make him look too much like an official disciple and could even potentially create some misunderstandings. Sometime later, they left the Immortal Caves, and Senior Wang spoke with the other Grand Elders regarding Yuan's decision to join the faction as a trial disciple. Of course, the Grand Elders were very ecstatic to hear this. Even if Yuan was only a trial disciple, and he decides to leave in a week, they will still have a connection with him, at the very least. Taoist Yuan, which immortal cave would you like to use for your time here? Elder Shi asked him. I don't really care. Whichever one is available, I guess. The immortal cave I just showed you isn't occupied by anyone at the moment. You can use that one if you like. Senior Wang said. Okay. Yuan nodded. Senior Wang then retrieved a jade medallion from her clothes before offering it to Yuan. Take this. If you run into any trouble within the Jade Garden, you can use this medallion. Only those approved by the Grand Elders are allowed to carry this. And anyone that dares to challenge the medallion means they're challenging us, the Grand Elders. Yuan accepted the medallion without any hesitation. Then we will leave you alone now. If you need anything from us, you can find us at our family living quarters. Only family members are allowed to approach these living quarters, but you will be fine as long as you have a medallion on you. Senior Wang said. Once again, you may be a trial disciple, but you will have access to things that even normal disciples cannot reach. I hope you will enjoy your stay here. Thank you. Yuan nodded. The Grand Elders left the scene shortly after, leaving Yuan and Meisho alone. Why did you agree to stay here? Meisho suddenly asked him. During my spar with Elder Shi, I realized that I don't have any combat experience in this body, so I want to acquire some of that experience in this place. After all, I cannot dodge forever. There are a lot of interesting things I want to try out in this place, he said. Chapter 534, Training. Experience, huh? I agree. Meisho nodded. HM, are you also interested in something from this place? Yuan asked her. Yes, I want to try out archery, she responded. Archery? That's unexpected. I know, but I think it will be useful one day, she said. And she continued, what about you? It has to be the sword, right? Yes, but that's not all I want to do. I also want to try out the other weapons, such as the spear and the rod. After all, the more I understand these weapons, the easier it will be for me when I have to fight opponents using these weapons. That makes sense. Meisho nodded. Sometime later, they entered the Immortal Cave and unpacked their luggage. Once that was all done, they made their way back to the training area. I'll look at that person wearing the black mask. Isn't that player Yuan? The disciples around them quickly took notice of their presence due to their unique appearance. Is that really player Yuan? What if he's an imposter? There are plenty of people like him out there. In fact, anyone can claim to be player Yuan by wearing a mask. Although some people stared at Yuan in awe, there were also those that doubted his identity. After all, player Yuan was an incredibly mysterious individual whose identity isn't known by seemingly anyone. Furthermore, there have been far too many people faking to be player Yuan. Too many to count, and most of them do it to gain fame or simply to obtain gift from others, as everyone was seemingly trying to curry favors with player Yuan, hoping to learn his identity. Of course, due to how common fake player Yuans were, it was only logical for people to suspect the current player Yuan. But didn't he fight against Elder Shi and win? Who could possibly defeat a Grand Elder besides player Yuan? Another disciple asked. As if you can call that spar a fight. Elder Shi wasn't even using his full strength, and that person had been dodging the entire time. You cannot call that a fight. It was more of a performance than anything. Sometime later, Yuan and Meisho arrived at the training building. Yuan went straight into one of the sword training rooms and asked the instructor there, "Can I borrow a sword? I'd like to train with it." "You want to practice with the sword?" The instructor was baffled by his request. After snapping out of his daze, the instructor pointed to the side of the room where a couple of weapon shelves holding swords were located and said, "Go ahead." Most of them are wooden swords with metal as its interior, so it feels like a real sword. If you want a real sword, you'll need permission from the Grand Elders. I understand. Yuan nodded and proceeded to walk over to the shelves before picking a sword randomly. Wow, this thing does feel pretty heavy. I'm not used to feeling this much weight, he said after picking it up and swinging it around a couple of times. But you wield an even larger sword in Cultivation Online, Meishio said with her eyebrows raised. The sword may be big, and it may seem heavy, but it actually weighs almost to nothing for me, since I am its master, he said. After picking up the sword and getting comfortable with it, Yuan said to Meishio, "Can you bring me to a spacious area that doesn't have many people?" Since he couldn't see the entire gymnasium, even with his divine sense, he asked for her help. Meishio looked around the place before saying, "Follow me." Yuan then followed her. The gymnasium was incredibly big enough for them to walk a couple of minutes without stopping. Once they stopped, Yuan used his divine sense to make sure there wasn't anyone around them. "Stand back a little. I don't want to hurt you by accident," Yuan said to Meishio. Meishio nodded and took a couple of steps back until she was many meters away from him. Once he was alone, Yuan took a deep breath and recalled his experience in Cultivation Online. Although his body wasn't the same, his memories and experience within Cultivation Online were real. After standing there for a few minutes without doing anything, Yuan began moving his body, calmly swinging his sword around. Each of his swings was incredibly precise and powerful. The other disciples in the gymnasium could see a small arc of wind appearing in front of Yuan every time he swung the sword, causing them to suck in a breath of cold air, as none of them could replicate such a phenomenon. Impressive. The instructor also watched Yuan practice his sword swings with awe. Although there were no sword techniques behind Yuan's sword swings, his sword still emitted a profound aura, and every swing left a deep impression on the disciples there. Yuan proceeded to practice with his sword for the next hour without any disruptions. Sometime later, Yuan stopped swinging the sword and turned to look at Meishio, who looked a little bored. "Meishio, you can go practice archery if you're bored of watching me." "Are you sure?" Meishio asked him. "Yes, I will probably be here for a while working up a sweat. I will find you when I am done if you're not finished by then," he confirmed. "Okay, I will see you later." Meishio nodded and made her way to the 4th floor, where the disciples were practicing archery. Once she entered the room, Meishio looked around until she found someone who looked like the instructor and walked up to her. "Hello, I'd like to try archery," Meishio said to her. The middle-aged woman turned to look at Meishio, who was wearing a black mask. "Are you with—" Meishio nodded. "Yes, I am. Have you used a bow before?" The bow instructor then asked. "No, I have not." "That's perfectly fine. Follow me to an open aisle. I will teach you the basics," the instructor said with a friendly smile on her face. "Thank you." Meishio then followed her. Chapter 535, Archery. "Here, watch my hands. This is how you properly hold a bow." The instructor showed Meishio how to hold a bow. Meishio then followed her hand motions and gripped onto the bow. "Good. Now you bring it up like this and hold it here." Meishio followed her again. "Good. Now grab an arrow with your other hand and hold it like this. Then you put it in this position on the bow." A few minutes later, the instructor said, "Good. Now that you know the basics, you need to familiarize yourself with them. Spend a few more minutes repeating the motion of lifting your bow and putting the arrow into the bow. Once you're ready to head into the next step, we can learn how to draw the bow and then shoot the bow." Meishio proceeded to spend about 15 minutes repeating what she had learned thus far. Once she was comfortable with holding the bow, the instructor taught her how to pull the strings back in her body position while doing so. Now all you have to do is release the string, but make sure you don't make any random movements. Simply release your fingers and let the bow do the rest of the work. Meishio followed her instructions and released the arrow, sending it flying towards the target that was 50 meters away from them. Whoosh! The arrow flew straight over the target and went straight into the wall that was reinforced with special material to catch arrows without damaging them. Nice try, but your movements were great. Now you just need to aim and hit the target. Give a couple more tries. Meishio continued to shoot the bow afterward, and by her 3rd try, she was able to hit the target in the outer areas. On her 4th and 5th shots, she got closer and closer to the red circle in the middle of the target. On her 6th shot, Her arrow barely missed the red. Finally, only her seventh shot, Meisho managed to hit the red circle dead in its center. Not bad, the instructor said, thinking that it was merely luck. However, Meisho continued to shoot, and on her 8th, 9th, and 10th shot, she struck nothing but red, dumbfounding the instructor. Are you sure this is your first time using the bow? You're very precise, the instructor eventually said, doubting that this was her first time using the bow. Meisho then said, yes, this is definitely my first time. Though this isn't my first time shooting at targets with a weapon since I have experience with guns. Guns? The instructor was left speechless by her words. She knew that Meisho was a young lady by her voice, but what kind of young lady would have experience shooting guns? However, if she thought about it a little more, Meisho was player Yuan's caretaker. It must require extreme skill and talents to take care of someone like player Yuan, so it sort of made sense. Meisho proceeded to shoot a couple more arrows at the target, and after a dozen shots, Shed managed to hit 11 of them in the red with one barely missing it. It was clear to the instructor that Meisho was very talented when it came to using the bow. Meisho also felt that using the bow was much easier than Shed anticipated. However, she felt that hitting a still target was too boring. Excuse me, do you have any moving targets that I can practice on? Meisho suddenly asked the instructor. Yes, we do. Follow me. The instructor then led Meisho into another room that was on the same floor. Inside this room that looked a little similar to a firing range, there were a couple of puppets made of straw moving in a set path at the end of the room. How's this? The instructor asked her. This is perfect. Meisho then looked for an available aisle before practicing on the moving targets. She missed her first shot, but she immediately fixed it on her second shot. And on her third shot, Shed managed to hit the human-shaped puppet in the head. Who's that masked figure? The instructor inside this room asked the instructor that came with Meisho. That's player Yuan's caretaker. I'm sure you've heard of them by now. Player Yuan's caretaker? No wonder why she's in that getup. But heavens, she's very good at the bow. You probably won't believe me when I say this, but today is her first time using the bow, and she started only an hour ago. What? How is that possible? The instructor smiled and said, I asked her the same thing, and she told me that she was used to hitting targets with guns and that archery was similar. And you believe her? There's no reason why Shed lie about such a thing. And the way she handled the bow at first convinced me that she's definitely new to the bow. So not only player Yuan is an amazing individual, but even his caretakers are geniuses? Just what kind of household does he come from? Who knows? A few minutes later, the instructors approached Meisho and said to her, if you're already accustomed to the moving targets, you could try adjusting it using these buttons. You can not only increase the speed they're moving, but also the distance. Once you're bored of this place, I can show you the outdoor training area. There's an outdoor training area? Meisho was interested in this place. Yes, you'll have more room to move around there, so you can practice moving and shooting at the same time, said the instructor. Just let this instructor know when you want to go. I will return to the other room for now. Okay. The first instructor returned to her training room shortly after, leaving Meisho and her new instructor behind. Meisho continued practicing her archery skills that were improving at a tremendous rate, and she would remain in that room for another hour and a half before making her way to the outdoor training area with the instructor. Chapter 536. Avoiding and Attacking Simultaneously. This is the outdoor training area, the instructor said to Meisho. Meisho looked around, and she could see disciples practicing things other than archery there, but they were very far in the distance, so they don't disturb each other. She then looked at the disciples practicing archery, and they were running around doing complicated maneuvers while shooting their bow at the same time. If you thought archery was as simple as standing still and shooting your targets, you are gravely mistaken, the instructor suddenly said, and she continued, as an archer, you must not only be precise but also nimble so that you don't get caught in the enemy's attacks. Watch this. The instructor then called out to one of the disciples practicing and said, Disciple Jing, we're going to do a quick practice. Yes, instructor. The instructor then approached the disciple and stood a few meters away from her, who still had a bow in her hands. "Whenever you're ready," the instructor said to her. The disciple then took on an offensive pose and stared at the instructor with an intensive gaze. The next second, the instructor leaped forward and attacked the disciple, but the disciple quickly reacted. The instructor continued to attack the disciple relentlessly, but the disciple kept on dodging the attacks, and she would even sometimes use her bow to shoot an arrow at the target in the distance. The disciple was dodging and attacking at the same time. Their display left a deep impression on Meishio, who was immediately in awe. A few minutes later, the instructor stopped attacking the disciple and said to her, "Good job." "Thank you, instructor." The disciple bowed to her. The instructor then returned to Mike Xia's side and said to her, "Did you see that? That's what archery looks like once you're proficient enough." Those who say archers are useless once their opponent's close in on them are all worth less than shit. As that disciple had just demonstrated, one can defend themselves and attack simultaneously if they're skilled enough. However, to do that kind of thing requires intensive training and good movement. Your body must react instantaneously, and your body must keep up with your body's reaction, or you will only stumble and fall. If you intend on learning archery seriously, come here every day and I will drill everything I know into you. I don't care if you're player Yuan's caretaker. Even if you're player Yuan himself, I will not go easy on you," the instructor said to her. Meishio nodded. Although the instructor couldn't see it due to the mask, there was a serious and passionate expression on her face. Fortunately for her, she had already learned a movement technique inside. If she could learn this technique in the real world, just like Yuan did with his movement technique, perhaps she could integrate it with her archery skills. Meanwhile, inside the building on the first floor, Yuan was covered in sweat from head to toe as he swung the wooden sword in his arms thousands of times without stopping. A couple of hours have passed since Meishio left him, but he was too focused to realize this. Suddenly, Yuan stopped swinging his sword when he felt a presence approach him. He quickly used divine sense to see if it was Meishio who had returned, but he quickly realized that it was someone else, someone he didn't recognize, yet he had this feeling that he has met this individual before. It was a handsome young man with a somewhat heroic aura around him. "Hello, player Yuan. I apologize if I interrupted your training, but I cannot resist my urges, so I came here to see if you wanted to have a friendly exchange." "Oh, where are my manners? My surname is Wang Ming." The handsome young man, who looked to be around the same age as Yuan, introduced himself. "Don't call me player Yuan. It feels weird, especially since we are not in cultivation online," Yuan said to him, and he continued, "You can just call me Yuan." "I understand, Yuan. Then what about my proposal?" Wang Ming asked again. "You want to fight?" Yuan said in a calm voice. "No, not a fight. Just a friendly exchange between two sword users. I have been watching you for a while now, silently admire your sharp sword strikes, and I began wondering what ITLL feel like to be in front of it, receiving such a powerful strike." Wang Ming explained his motives. After a moment of silence, Yuan said, "Sure, let's do it." Now that he was used to feeling the sword in his grasp again, he wanted to do something more intensive, and this exchange will satisfy such desires perfectly. We can find an empty area and do our exchange there. Since this is just a friendly exchange, we don't need to use the arena. Of course, if you want to do that, we can go there," Wang Ming said to him. "It's fine, we can do it here." Wang Ming nodded, and then he asked, "Do you need some time to rest? After all, you have been practicing quite intensively for a long time now." "I'm perfectly fine," Yuan said, taking Wang Ming by surprise. How could someone feel perfectly fine after swinging such a heavy sword for many hours with barely any rest? Aren't his arms sore? Or was his body made of metal, so he cannot experience such feelings? A few moments later, Yuan and Wang Ming found an empty spot in the gymnasium and decided to use that spot for their spar. The disciples inside the gymnasium quickly noticed what they were doing, and their blood immediately pumped with excitement. "Everybody look over there. Wang Ming, our #1 sword genius, is going to fight player Yuan." "What? The disciples quickly gathered and surrounded Yuan and Wang Ming, but they made sure to not get so close that it would disturb their fight. Not only did they not want to disturb such an exciting fight, but they also didn't want to get hit by either Yuan or Wang Ming. Chapter 537, Sword of Dominance. Whenever you're ready, Yuan, Wang Ming said as he held his wooden sword in front of him. Yuan also held his sword in front of him and tightly grasped the handle and nodded, "I am ready." "Then here I come." Wang Ming immediately kicked his feet and lunged at Yuan before swinging his sword. Clang! Yuan blocked the strike with ease. Wang Ming didn't think too much of it and continued to attack Yuan relentlessly, displaying precise and powerful sword techniques. While he blocked every attack, Yuan examined Wang Ming's cultivation base, and to his surprise, Wang Ming emitted an aura belonging to the 7th-level spirit warrior. Besides the Grand Elders, Wang Ming has the highest cultivation base out of everyone he has met before. Of course, this was only possible since Wang Ming belonged to the Wang family that has known about cultivation way before the rest of the world, allowing him to start cultivating at a very young age. However, even then, he was only at the 7th-level spirit warrior, still 3 entire levels below Yuan. Clang! 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 As the fight got longer, it also grew more intensive. The spectators could hardly blink, as they feared that they might miss the decisive moment the second they decide to blink. Furthermore, every time their swords clashed, it would make the spectators' hearts throb with excitement, almost like there was a drum playing. I can't break through his defenses, and his strikes are incredibly heavy. Wang Ming was at a loss for words. Although he had expected Yuan to be a challenge for him, he didn't think it would feel so powerless, almost like he was before an immovable mountain. Since it has come to this, let's see if you can handle my sword technique. Wang Ming suddenly stopped his attacks for a moment to cover his wooden sword in his spiritual energy. Yuan immediately noticed the change in Wang Ming's sword, but he didn't panic. Let's see how powerful his sword technique is. Yuan eagerly anticipated Wang Ming's sword technique, silently wondering to himself if he would be able to defend against it. "Yuan, if you can defend against this sword technique, it's your win," Wang Ming announced to him. This surprised the spectators. Wang Ming is using his sword technique. Isn't that too much in a friendly exchange? I think he's doing it because he's left with no other choice, meaning that he doesn't believe that he can defeat player Yuan without this sword technique. Just how powerful is player Yuan to push Wang Ming to such a state? Not only does player Yuan have his mysterious movement technique that makes it impossible to hit him, but even his sword mastery appears to be very good. If you ask me, I think he belongs to a secluded cultivation family that's outside the 6 spiritual families. Do these secluded families really exist? I mean, there are always rumors about their existence, but we haven't seen any of them even to this day. Meanwhile, after taking a moment to prepare his sword technique, Wang Ming was finally ready. "Here it comes, Yuan," Wang Ming warned him before releasing the sword technique. Yuan tightened his grasp on the sword and prepared for it. Sword of Dominance. Wang Ming's eyes flickered with a golden glow for a moment before he released his sword, sending a semi-transparent golden arc of light at Yuan. Yuan immediately used his sword to block the incoming arc of light, but he had a bad feeling about it. However, he wasn't going to dodge it, and he intended on taking it head-on. Whoosh! The arc of light flew at Yuan at incredible speed and arrived before him almost instantly after it was released, and the moment it touched the wooden sword in Yuan's grasp, it sliced the wood easily. If it were not for the metal core inside the wooden sword, the arc of light would have gone straight through. However, the metal wasn't enough to defend against the arc of light and was also being cut. Dodge it! Wang Ming realized that he had gone too far with this technique and might actually harm Yuan, perhaps even kill him. Of course, Yuan also had a feeling that this arc of light would go through his body once it cuts through the sword. And right as before the metal core was cut in half, Yuan sensed the danger and subconsciously reacted. Whoosh! A profound aura emitted from Yuan's body, sending chills down everyone's spine, and the half-broken sword in Yuan's grasp suddenly gushed with a sharp aura that sliced the arc of light in half, and seemingly with ease. What kind of sword technique is that? Wang Ming exclaimed a shocked voice when he witnessed his arc of light destroyed. Huh? Yuan also didn't know what happened and looked at the sword, and to his complete surprise, there was a familiar yet otherworldly aura covering the sword. It was sword chi. He had somehow managed to use sword chi. However, the moment Yuan lost his focus, the sword chi also disappeared. The instant the sword chi disappeared, the half-broken sword completely broke in half, leaving everyone there speechless. After a long moment of silence, a defeated smile appeared on Wang Ming's face, and he clasped his hands before Yuan. Thank you for the exchange, Yuan. It was an incredible experience for me, especially since I don't usually have anybody that can fight me equally, much less defeat me. We should spar with each other more often, without using any sword techniques, of course. Likewise, it was also a good experience for me. Yuan clasped his hands together while still holding the broken sword. Now, that is out of the way. If you don't mind, can you tell me what kind of sword technique you just used? I have never seen anything like that before, not even in cultivation online. Wang Ming then asked him, his gaze filled with interest. Chapter 538, A Worthy Opponent. Of course, if you don't want to tell me, that's fine as well. Wang Ming added. After a moment of silence, Yuan said, It's sword chi. Sword chi? I have never heard of this technique before. Where did you learn such a powerful technique? He responded calmly. Wang Ming's eyes widened with surprise. As far as he was aware, there hasn't been a single person that has successfully learned a technique from that wasn't a cultivation technique. Congratulations, Yuan. You're the first person I know of that has successfully learned a martial technique from. Wang Ming said after his days. Anyways, it's getting late. I will be here again tomorrow if you'd like to spar again. Wang Ming then said. Yuan nodded. Once Wang Ming left the scene, the crowd around them also dispersed. However, they didn't stop talking about Yuan and Wang Ming's spar for the rest of the day. Shortly after Wang Ming left, Meishio returned to the first floor. I am finished for the day. Are you ready to leave, or do you want to train more? Meishio asked Yuan after returning to him. Let's go home. I had enough training today, Yuan said. Then he noticed the bow and arrows in Maixia's grasp. Where'd you get those? The instructor gave them to me so that I could practice even at home, she said. Looks like you had fun today, Yuan chuckled. Yes, archery was more entertaining than I'd anticipated. I think I will stick with it for a little longer. Sometime later, they returned to the Immortal Caves. Yuan sat down and prepared to remove his mask, but Meishio quickly said, Wait a moment. Don't take your mask off just yet. Let me look around the place for a little bit. Yuan wasn't sure what she was trying to do, but he nodded his head regardless. Then he watched as Meishio searched every nook and cranny of the place. What are you looking for? He decided to ask her. If there is any surveillance in this place, she calmly responded. Oh, like hidden cameras? I don't think they would do something like that, Yuan said in a somewhat dazed voice. I know, but we can never be too careful. Many minutes later, once Meishio was satisfied with the results, she removed her mask and said, The place looks clear. Yuan also removed his mask afterward. I am tired. I don't think I have ever practiced this intensively before, not even in. Yuan released a long sigh. Sometime later, Meishio asked, Do you want to take a shower first? Yes, I have been sweating all day. You can go inside first. I will follow you after I unpack our clothes. Okay. Yuan then went into the bathroom that was larger than had anticipated, and there was even a square bathtub in the corner. After removing his clothes and tossing them inside the laundry basket, Yuan took a seat and started rinsing his body with warm water. Yuan noticed something different about this water. Compared to the water in his apartment, this water actually contained a hint of spiritual energy. The spiritual energy in this place is so potent that it even affects the water. He mumbled to himself. A few minutes later, Meisho entered the bathroom and started washing his back. Once that was done, she assisted him in the front for a couple of minutes before rinsing him off. After drying his body, Yuan left the bathroom to wear some clothes that were neatly folded on the desk. Meanwhile, Meisho stayed in the bathroom to clean herself next. Once they were both clean and getting hungry, they realized something. There's no kitchen in this place, so we have to eat outside? Yuan raised his eyebrows. He didn't mind eating outside, but that would require him to remove his mask. We can get the food there and eat it back here, Meisho suggested. Let's do that, Yuan agreed. They then wore their masks that had been washed by Meisho and prepared to leave the immortal caves. But right as they left the place, they noticed a figure approaching their direction. Senior Wang. They immediately recognized the identity of this individual. Good evening, Yuan. Where are you heading this late? Senior Wang asked them. We are planning on going to the cafeteria for some food, since there's no kitchen in the immortal cave, he said. Senior Wang chuckled and said, That's exactly why I am here. I forgot to tell you about that. I am sorry. Anyways, the cafeteria is half an hour away from the immortal caves, and it's mostly for the ordinary disciples, so we don't normally go there when we're training in the immortal caves. Then where do you go? Yuan asked. We either have someone deliver it to us, or we go to a special cafeteria that's made specifically for people training at the immortal caves. Senior Wang pointed to a certain path and said, Follow this path, and you should arrive at a restaurant called Silver Restaurant. It's only a 5-minute walk. She then pointed to another path and said, There's also an open area where you could do some outdoor grilling, if that's your thing. I understand. Thank you. By the way, I heard you had a spar with my grandson today, and you defeated him spectacularly. Senior Wang suddenly mentioned their exchange today. I knew he was from your family since he had the same surname, but I didn't think he was your grandson. Yes, you should have seen his face when he told me about how Head lost to you. I have never seen him so happy despite being the loser. I think he's just happy to have a worthy opponent that can challenge him since he can defeat even the elite disciples quite easily. And she continued, He will surely approach you for more spars in the future. If it ever gets annoying, you can tell me, and I will do something about it. Chapter 539, A Single Bed. After their short conversation, Senior Wang left the scene while Yuan and Meisho made their way to the Silver Restaurant. 5 minutes later, they arrived before a medium-sized building that was painted metallic white, making it appear to be made out of silver. They quickly went inside, and to their surprise, it was completely empty. In fact, there were only 2 tables in the whole building, a small square table with 2 seats and a large round table with 8 seats. I don't recognize either of you. Are you new? The old man, standing behind the reception, asked them. Yes, today is our first day at the Jaded Garden, said Yuan. Then you probably don't know this, but we only serve those training at the Immortal Caves, he said. We are training at the Immortal Caves, Yuan said, surprising the old man. After all, how can someone who just joined the faction receive the privilege to train at the Immortal Caves? On their first day, no less. Meisho could tell that the old man didn't believe them based on his expression, so she said, Yuan, show him the medallion you got from Senior Wang. Yuan nodded and retrieved the medallion, showing it to the old man. The old man was completely speechless now. Even if he didn't want to believe it, he had to before the presence of the medallion. The old man then straightened his back and bowed to them. I apologize for doubting you too. Please forgive me. Yuan nodded and said, We're just here for some food. Of course. Tell me what you like to eat, and I'll cook something for you. The old man said, Do you have a menu? Yuan then asked, Nope. I can cook almost anything as long as I have the ingredients. Even if I don't have all of the ingredients, I will somehow manage, said the old man in a confident voice. Anything? Yuan raised his eyebrows. He wasn't sure what he wanted to eat. Then how about you cook us your best dish, or whatever you recommend? Yuan said after pondering for a moment. Sure thing. Give me about 20 minutes, since everything will be cooked fresh. In the meantime, you can do whatever. Oh, one more thing. Would you like to eat here, or would you like the food to go? To go. I understand. The old man then went to the back of the room and proceeded to cook. Meanwhile, Yuan and Meishio went outside to smell the fresh air alongside the old man's cooking that grew more delicious as time went on. About 20 minutes later, they went back inside to grab the food. "What's your name?" "People call me Chef San." "You can call me Yuan." "Feng," Meishio said. Yuan and Feng. "Huh? What unique names. Anyways, I hope you enjoy the food. They'll see you two tomorrow." After getting their food, Yuan and Meishio returned to their immortal caves, their mouths salivating the entire time as they couldn't wait to taste whatever Chef San cooked, as the fragrance just smelled too good. Once they returned home, they immediately opened the food, and to their surprise, there was a lot of food, more than one would anticipate for two people. Why did he give us so much food? Does he really expect two of us to eat all of this? Meishio mumbled, as there were enough to feed for, even 5 people. "Maybe he was feeling generous since it's our first day here," Yuan said, not thinking too much about it. Thus, they began eating the food shortly after. Heavens! The flavor is indescribably delicious. I have never tasted food this amazing before outside a cultivation online, Yuan exclaimed after taking his first bite. Meishio nodded her head in agreement. Besides the food at the Dragon Pavilion, nothing could compare to Chef San's cooking skills. The food was so amazing that Meishio was wondering if she should ask the old man to teach her how to cook better. Of course, Meishio is a pretty amazing cook herself, but compared to Chef San, who has decades of cooking experience within a cultivation family, the disparity was too vast, and it wasn't fair to compare them. "I'm definitely going back tomorrow morning for breakfast," Yuan said after they finished eating all of the food. You can really eat. Even though she already knew about his massive appetite, it was still surprising to see him eat so much food. Sometime later, after washing their face and brushing their teeth, they went to the bedroom to sleep. However, there was a problem. There's only one bed. Yuan and Meishio stood before the only bed in the entire place. After all, immortal caves were built with a single person in mind, since they are mostly for training and most people cultivate alone, so there wasn't any need for a second bed. "At least it's big enough to fit both of us," Yuan said. "It's okay, I can sleep outside," Meishio said. Although she had slept on the same bed with him on the airplane, she had the courage to do so only because it was for a single day. Doing so for many days was too much for her at the moment. "That's not good. I don't mind even if you sleep with me. And where are you going to sleep outside? There are no couches," Yuan said, not minding that he has to sleep with Meishio, as they have already done it once. Meishio didn't know how to respond to his question, since Shed said such words without thinking about it. Yuan then got inside the bed and under the blankets before patting the space beside him. "Come, sleep with me," he said in a calm voice. Meishio sighed inwardly. Although she had taught him some common sense, there are some things that cannot be taught through words alone. Meishio eventually gave up and entered the bed with Yuan, spending the rest of the night together in the same bed. Chapter 540, Guests of the Yu Family. "Good night, Meishio," Yuan said to her as he got comfortable underneath the blankets. "Good night." Meishio responded in a somewhat nervous voice, trying her best to not think too much about their situation. "Nothing will happen. Yuan, he's not someone who would do such a thing unless I initiate it." She eventually convinced herself that nothing will happen and slowly fell asleep. They wake up the following morning without any incidents, and they return to the Silver Restaurant for breakfast. "Good morning, young lads. What do you think of yesterday's food? Was it to your liking?" Chef Sin asked them the moment they entered the restaurant. "Yes, it was amazing, and thank you for giving us so much food," Yuan said to him. Chef Sin laughed out loud and said, "If I didn't cook so much food, you'd starve the entire night, young man." Yuan was surprised to hear this, and wondered why he would say such a thing. "I can tell just by looking at your body that you require a lot of energy, so I purposefully made more food for you. You eat a lot, right?" "I guess," Yuan said, completely dumbfounded now. How does one tell how much someone can eat just by looking at their body? Is Chef San using a cultivation technique? "Thank you for the food." Sometime later, Yuan and Meishio left the restaurant and returned back to the immortal caves to eat their breakfast that tasted as amazing as last night's dinner. After breakfast, they spent a few hours cultivating, as the spiritual energy in their area was too good to not cultivate. Once their bodies were filled with energy, Yuan and Meishio made their way to the training tower, where they would proceed to spend the rest of the day training. I will see you later. If you need anything, you can find me on the 4th floor. If I'm not there, I am at the outdoor training area. Meishio said to Yuan before separating from him. There's an outdoor training area? Yuan asked, as this was his first time hearing about it. Yes, you follow this path behind the building, and it will lead you to a large outdoor training area. All right, I will check it out when I have the time. Yuan nodded. A few minutes later, Meishio arrived at the 4th floor and was immediately welcomed by the instructor. At the same time, Yuan was approached by Wang Ming the moment he noticed Yuan entering the gymnasium. Hey Yuan, how about another round? Wang Ming asked with a bright smile on his face. Sure. Yuan calmly nodded, and they went to look for a spacious area to spar again, which quickly attracted the attention of other disciples in the gymnasium. Meanwhile, tens of thousands of miles away, back in their hometown, the Yu family sat before two individuals with a seemingly nervous expression on their faces, which was very unnatural and rare. In fact, they weren't this nervous even when dealing with Chairman Zhao. One of these two individuals was sitting on the couch, and she was a graceful young lady who appeared to be around 18 years old, wearing a luxurious red dress adorned with gems. The second guest was an old man wearing a butler's suit, and he was standing behind the young lady, clearly her caretaker. What brings you to our humble Yu family, esteemed guests? Yuan asked them. The young lady calmly sipped on the tea that had been provided by the Yu family before quickly putting it down. Whoever made this tea should learn how to make tea, she said. Yu Yong and Tang Li's eyebrows uncontrollably twitched when they heard her words, but they didn't get angry. Yu Yong even put on a forced smile on his face before speaking. I apologize for the inconvenience, Lady Chu, and I will make sure whoever made this tea will be removed for their incompetence. The young lady didn't say anything else for a good minute before she looked around and asked, If I recall correctly, you should have a daughter and a son. Where are they? Although he was taken aback by such a random question, Yu Yong responded, They are currently busy and away from the family. Is that so? The young lady remained calm, acting like she didn't care about his answer. Then where did they go? Our daughter Yuro is currently in another city after joining a faction, Yu Yong said, purposefully ignoring Yuan. The young lady then said, Just your daughter? What about your son, Yu Tian? Both Yu Yong and Tang Li had a bad feeling about this young lady when the name Yu Tian came out of her mouth. He's also in another city being looked at by the doctors there, Yu Yong said. Although he could have told her that Yu Tian had left the family, he was afraid that she might ask more questions, so he gave her something less questionable. I see. Do you mind telling me which city? I'd like to meet him, Yu Tian. The young lady suddenly said. You want to meet him? Why? Yu Yong was baffled by this sudden turn of events. Why would this young lady who has no connection to the Yu family suddenly want to meet their son? Could she be another one of his fans in the past? Why not? I heard that he used to be an amazing musician, she calmly said. He may have been an amazing musician, but after he got sick, he had to give up on music. Furthermore, his condition, I am afraid that you will only be disappointed. Yu Yong said, I won't mind it even if I'm disappointed. Let me see him, she insisted. I'm sorry, Lady Chu, but he's currently in a situation that doesn't allow visitors. If you want, we can notify you when he returns. Tang Li said to her, silently pondering to herself what this Lady Chu's real motives were showing up at their place. Chapter 541, Lady Chu. Chapter 541, Lady Chu. Do you know when I'll be back? I like marking things down on my calendar, Lady Chu asked them. Unfortunately, we do not know when he'll return. It all depends on the doctors and his condition. Tang Li shook her head in a regretful manner. Unfortunate indeed. Lady Chu closed her eyes and proceeded to remain silent for the next few minutes. When she finally opened her eyes again, she stood up and said to the Yu family, "Thank you for taking your time to entertain me, even though I showed up unannounced. I will return this favor in the future. Don't even mention it." It was an honor to be of help to the esteemed Chu family. Yuan said to her with a smile on his face. "Let's go," Lady Chu said to the old man before walking towards the exit. Once the young lady and the old man left the scene, Yuan sat back on his seat and released a stressful sigh. Why on earth did she even come here? I was nearly shocked to death when the Chu family visited unannounced. The Chu family is one of the most influential families in the world, with many successful companies all around the world. However, despite their worldwide influence, nobody really knows much about the Chu family besides what they show the public, which is why Yu family appeared very nervous before them. Compared to the Yu family, the Chu family was incomparably more powerful and influential. In fact, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call the Chu family one of the top 10 most powerful families in the world, while the Yu family hovered around the top 50. I'm more worried about why she insists on meeting that trash. What should we do now? If we don't let them meet, she will definitely return and ask more questions, which wouldn't be good for our hearts, much less for our reputation. There's nothing we can do besides hope that she forgets about our conversation today. We already kicked Yuan out of the household, not to mention the previous incident. I am willing to bet my everything that he will not return, and I am not going to plead him to return either. Furthermore, even if she returns, we can simply continue to delay it until she gives up. I highly doubt the Chu family is willing to cause trouble for our family over something so silly. Tang Li nodded her head in agreement. Even if they cause us trouble, it's nothing we can't handle. It's just going to be troublesome. Anyways, I'm going to cultivate to clear my mind. Unless it's an emergency, don't bother me. Tang Li left the scene shortly after, but Yuan lingered around a little longer, silently staring at the teacup that Lady Chu had drunk from, and he wondered to himself why she wanted to suddenly meet with Yuan, who hasn't appeared in public for a decade. Whatever. It's best to not think about this anymore. Yuan shook his head before walking out of the room, trying his best to forget about what happened today. Meanwhile, after leaving the Yu family, Lady Chu walked to her limousine with the old man. Once they were before the car, the old man opened the door for her, closing it after she went inside. He then walked to the front of the car and entered the driver's seat. "Where should we go now, young lady?" the old man asked her. However, Lady Chu didn't respond, as she was completely focused on staring at the Yu family's household. The old man didn't rush her and patiently waited for her to respond. A few moments later, she spoke in a calm voice. "We're going to the apartment." "Yes, young lady." The old man immediately started the car and drove her away from the Yu family. Sometime later, they stopped before a tall apartment. "We have arrived at the location, young lady," the old man said. Lady Chu nodded and got out of the car before turning to look at the apartment that Yuan and Meishio lived at. Once the old man also got out of the car, they made their way inside the apartment, but they were quickly stopped by security, who didn't recognize them, and after Mike's incident, security has ramped up in the apartment. "Excuse me, are you a resident here?" the security asked them. "No, but I am here to visit a resident," said Lady Chu. And she quickly added, "His name is Yuan, and he lives on the 17th floor. "The 17th floor?" The security raised his eyebrows. Although he didn't know which apartment room the incident occurred in, he knew it happened on the 17th floor. "What's your relationship with this person?" he then asked. "He's my friend, and I promised to visit him the last time we spoke, so here I am." Lady Chu spoke with a beautiful smile on her face, causing the middle-aged man to blush. The security didn't think much of her answer, as there was no way that such an elegantly dressed young lady would cause any trouble. "Please sign your name and phone number on this piece of paper, and you can be on your way," the security guard said to her. "Thank you." After writing her name and phone number down, Lady Chu and the old man took the elevator to the 17th floor before approaching the door at the end. As they approached apartment number 17F, the young lady could feel her body shaking uncontrollably. "Are you okay, young lady?" the old man asked her when he noticed this. "Yes, I'm just a little nervous and excited," she nodded. The old man no longer said anything and silently followed her from behind. Once they were standing in front of 17F, Lady Chu did not immediately knock on the door and proceeded to stand there for many minutes without moving. She then closed her eyes to calm down, reopening them after taking a few deep breaths. After a decade, I have finally found you, Yuan. Once she was ready, Lady Chu lifted her slender arm and knocked on the door, completely unaware that the residents of 17F were away. Chapter 542. Following the information. Knock, knock, Lady Chu knocked on the door with a resolute expression on her graceful face, but her heart was beating irregularly, almost like Shed just ran a marathon. After all, she had waited over a decade for this moment. A few moments went by without anyone answering the door, and Lady Chu patiently waited for an entire minute before knocking on the door again. However, nobody answered the door. How weird! Where could he be at this time? According to my information, he rarely leaves home. Lady Chu wondered out loud. Let's wait here for a bit, she then said to the old man. Understand. He nodded. Minutes quickly turned into hours, yet Yuan showed no sign of returning. Perhaps he moved out after that incident? The old man suddenly suggested. That's not possible. I checked with the intelligence agency right before we came here. They said that Yuan hasn't moved out. Lady Chu said with a puzzled frown on her face. Eventually, she retrieved her cell phone and dialed a certain number. Hey, it's me. I want to know where Yuan went. He's not home, and I have waited for many hours. A few minutes later, the person on the other side of the phone said, apparently, Meishio, Yuan's caretaker, brought 2 plane tickets to Yang City. I assumed they went there for some reason. Yang City? What's he doing there? Lady Chu raised her eyebrows in a puzzled manner. Can you check the system to see when they will return? She then asked. I've already checked the system for you, young lady, but it appears that they didn't buy a ticket home yet. So either they don't plan on returning, or they don't know when they'll return. Huh? Keep me updated, and try to find out where they went after going to the Yang City. Roger, young lady. Lady Chu released a deep sigh after hanging up the phone. I waited 10 years for this moment, and he's gone off to another city with another woman? How troublesome. Will we be heading to Yang City? The old man suddenly asked her. Of course, and we're not going to stop until I find him. Understand. Allow me to prepare the airplane. The old man nodded before taking out his cell phone and making a few calls. I have notified the masters that we will be going to Yang City. They said to stay away from the 6 spiritual families' territory. Okay. The 2 of them left the apartment shortly after and returned to the car. Once they were inside, they drove to the airport, where their private airplane was already prepared for them, and they lifted into the air shortly after boarding. Meanwhile, in the Jaded garden, Yuan and Meishio returned to the immortal caves after another day of intensive training. After a quick shower, they went to the Silver Restaurant for dinner. At night, they would either go to sleep or cultivate. Yuan decided to go to sleep since his cultivation base was barely improving after he entered Spirit Master. Meishio decided to cultivate, as that would mean she didn't need to share a bed with Yuan, and she also wanted to take advantage of the rich spiritual energy in the area. The 2 of them would repeat their next few days in such a manner. By now, Meishio has completely familiarized herself with the Bao, and she would even spar with some of the instructors. Okay, let's end it here today. The instructor said to Meishio after training with her for half an hour. Thank you for the session today, Instructor Lee. Meishio bowed to her afterward. Even though I am supposed to be training you, I'm also getting good training out of this. You have improved vastly after just a few days. At this rate, you'll surpass me after a few more weeks. Anyways, before you leave, I should let you know that there will be a small competition amongst the archery disciples tomorrow afternoon. If you want to see how you compare with the others, you should join the competition. The prize will be a premium bow crafted by Elder Hong himself. Tomorrow, right? I will be there. Meishio nodded. After saying her goodbyes, she went back down to the first floor, where Yuan was training with Wang Ming. The 2 of them have been practicing basically every day. In fact, they fought so much that the other disciples in the gymnasium would no longer stop to watch them, as it was such a common occurrence. The sound of wood colliding with each other would resound every time Yuan or Wang Ming swings their sword, creating this somewhat rhythmic sound. Is it already evening? Yuan stopped sparring with Wang Ming once he noticed Meixia's presence, as she would always appear when it was starting to get dark outside. After Meishio nodded, Yuan said to Wang Ming, "Let's stop here today." "All right." "Oh, and before you go, there will be a friendly competition between the elite disciples next week. This will be a good opportunity for you to see what it's like fighting the other disciples, as they all wield different weapons." "A competition, huh? That sounds interesting." Yuan nodded, and he continued, "Where will it be held? I can take you there. I will tell you more about it the day before." Sometime later, Yuan and Meishio returned to the Immortal Caves. Meanwhile, somewhere in Yang City, Lady Chu picked up her phone that had been ringing. "Did you find out where Tian went?" she asked the person on the other side. "Yes. According to our intel, they got a helicopter service that brought them to the Jaded Garden, and they haven't returned yet, so there's a good chance that they're still there." "Jaded Garden?" Lady Chu immediately frowned when she heard this information, as she knew that was where the 6 spiritual families were located. In fact, it was the core of their headquarters. However, she was advised to stay away from the 6 spiritual families, putting her in a difficult situation. Chapter 543, Archery Competition. After pondering for a moment, Lady Chu retrieved her phone and dialed a number. "Good evening, esteemed father. I am currently in a difficult situation and I need your help," she said. Immediately, a frantic voice resounded from the phone. "What happened? Are you in danger? Where are you? I will immediately send support." "Calm down, father. I'm fine. Anyways, you told me to stay away from the 6 spiritual families, but I might have to see them, and I was hoping you'd let me go." Her father didn't immediately respond and took a long moment to ponder. Sometime later, he asked her in a solemn voice, "Does this have anything to do with the person you are looking for?" "Yes, it does. According to the intelligence agency, he is inside the Jaded Garden, and I have to go see him." After another moment of silence, her father released a low sigh. "I promise you that if you manage to endure your training that lasted over a decade, I would let you meet this person. Although I would have preferred that you stayed away from the 6 spiritual families, since there's no other way. Go ahead. Just try to keep your identity hidden. I will have people on standby near that place, just in case you encounter any trouble with them." "Thank you, father. I love you. Mwah." After kissing her father through the phone, Lady Chu hung up and turned to look at her caretaker with a smile on her face. "We are going to Jaded Garden," she declared. "I understand." The old man nodded. The following morning, they boarded a private helicopter and made their way to the Jaded Garden. Meanwhile, Yuan and Meishio had just finished eating breakfast. "There's going to be a competition between the archery disciples, and I'm going to participate in it, so I might be a little later than usual today," Meishio said to him as they walked to the training area. "Really? Can I watch it? I need a break from training as well," Yuan asked her. "I think so. I will ask the instructor." "Okay." After arriving at the training area, Yuan said, "Give me a minute to speak with Wang Ming, since he's probably expecting to train with me today." He then went inside the gymnasium on the first floor, and, as had expected, Wang Ming approached him with a sword in his grasp. "You ready?" Wang Ming asked him in a casual manner, feeling completely familiar with Yuan after sparring with him for the past few days. "Sorry, but I'm going to take a break today to watch me. Phone participate in an archery tournament," Yuan said to him. "Oh, right, there was something like that going on today. All right, I guess I will take a break as well. To tell you the truth, my body has been aching for a while now, ever since we started sparring, but this means I'm getting good training, so I don't mind it. And since I have nothing else to do, allow me to follow you." Thus, Wang Ming tagged alongside Yuan to watch Meixia's competition. A few minutes later, they arrive on the 4th floor, where the instructor was already waiting for them. "That's player Yuan, huh? He certainly gives off an unfathomable aura." The archery instructor, who was a mid-level spirit warrior, stared at Yuan for a moment before turning to look at Meishio. "The competition won't begin until the afternoon, but we can start making our way there now." Meishio nodded, and they followed the instructor to the outdoor training area, but they continued walking a little further down the path, where they arrived before a massive grassland with many people already setting up the targets for the competition. The moment they arrived, the disciples there turned to look at them. Hey, look, is that her? That genius who can spar with an instructor after a few days? One of the disciples there whispered to another. I think so. My instructor had been talking about her with another instructor, and I happened to overhear them. Is she really that good? Has anybody here seen her archery skills? Nope. Me neither. After a disciple reaches a certain skill level, they would rarely visit the training building since they would receive new and more professional instructors that will teach them privately. Hence why nobody there recognized Meishio. Since we have some time, allow me to explain the competition to you. The instructor said to Meishio, there will be 4 different exercises, each testing your archery skills. For the first exercise, you simply need to shoot a still target to earn points, and the further target you hit, the more points you will receive. For the second exercise, you will have to shoot a moving target, but it won't be any ordinary targets. They change things up every year, so I can't go too deep into this one. You will understand what I mean during the competition. For the third exercise, you will be standing on a moving platform while trying to shoot your target. And for the last exercise, you'll have to hunt some live targets using only your bow and arrow. But there's a catch. You cannot kill these targets, or that will result in a loss of points. Meishio raised her eyebrows. How is she supposed to hunt something without killing it? It didn't make any sense to her. You probably have a few questions, but you don't need to worry, since they will all be answered later when they give more details about the competition. Until then, sit back, relax, and clear your mind. The instructor left them alone afterward to prepare for the competition. What do you think? You confident in winning? Yuan asked her. I can't really say for sure since I don't know how good the others are, but I will definitely try my best to win this competition, she said. Chapter 544, the first event. By the time the preparations were complete, all of the participants entering the competition have arrived at the place, and one of the instructors there gathered all of the participants there. The competition will start earlier than scheduled since everyone is here and the preparations are already complete. Take 10 minutes to prepare yourselves. After speaking with the contestants, the instructor went to lead the spectators to the bleachers nearby. Good luck, Yuan said to Meishio before going to the bleachers with Wang Ming and the others. Once the spectators were seated, one of the instructors there began talking about the competition. For this competition, you'll need to earn points from 4 different events, and at the end of the competition, the one with the highest score wins. As for the reward, Elder Hong from the Hong family will personally craft you a bow. As the instructor started explaining, 6 figures wearing exquisite robes could be seen approaching the area, instantly attracting the people's attention. Look over there. It's the Grand Elders, and they're all here. Wow, it's rare to see them all together besides grand celebrations or during important events. I don't think they were even here during the last competition. It must be because of that person. The people there turned to look at the only individual that was wearing a mask sitting in the bleachers. And just as the spectators had expected, after the Grand Elders spoke with the instructors, they began approaching them at the bleachers. Greetings, Grand Elders. Everybody there, but Yuan suddenly stood up and bowed to the Grand Elders in a respectful voice. Don't mind us, Senior Wang said to them. We're just here to spectate the competition, just like the rest of you. The Grand Elders then turned to look at Yuan and clasped their hands towards him. It's been a while, Taoist Yuan. How has the Jaded Garden been treating you the past few days? Senior, she said to him. It's been great. I have gained a lot of experience here. Yet there is still so much for me to do, so I'm thinking about extending my stay here if you don't mind. The Grand Elders were ecstatic to hear that Yuan was planning on staying longer than a week. At this rate, he might even decide to join them. That's great to hear. If you need anything, just let any of us know. Senior Wang said to him before they went to take a seat in the bleachers. Of course, they sat around Yuan and Wang Ming. Meanwhile, the instructors began explaining the first part of the event. For the first event, you will be shooting still targets. There will be 3 difficulties: 150 meters, 300 meters, and lastly, 500 meters. You can choose to shoot whichever distance you want, but if you're looking for the most points, you'll obviously need to hit the furthest target. You get 1 point if you hit the 150-meter target, 2 points for the 300-meter, and 4 points for the 500-meter target. Furthermore, if you hit the red on the target, you'll get double the points. You each will get 5 minutes to practice your shots before you officially begin, and once you start, you'll get 3 shots with 1 minute between each shot. 500 meters. That's really far, Mei Xiu thought to herself as she stared at the small target in the distance. The longest shot she has taken thus far was only about 200 meters, so this competition will definitely test her skills. Fortunately for her, she had 5 minutes to practice, and she wasn't unfamiliar with shooting targets at 500 meters since she used to do it with guns. After the explanation, the instructors told the participants to stand in their lane. A few minutes later, all 20 participants stood in their lane with an identical bow in their grasp alongside a quiver that was filled with arrows, both provided to them, as personal items weren't allowed. Once everyone was prepared, the instructor shouted, "Your 5 minutes of practice starts now." The timer started the moment a whistle was blown. The participants immediately began practicing their shots and getting familiarized with the bow. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Arrows rained down from the sky as all 20 participants shot their targets. The majority of the participants went for the 150-meter target at first, with a few going for the 300-meter target. As for the 500-meter target, nobody went for it just yet. After spending a minute on the 150-meter target, Mei Xiu was already used to her new bow, and she immediately began shooting at the 300-meter target. Her first shot landed on the target, but it didn't hit the red, so Mei Xiu tried again. 3 shots later, she managed to hit the red. After shooting another 3 shots, all landing in the red, Mei Xiu tried to go for the 500-meter target, but she would miss a dozen of them before finally hitting the target. 5 minutes passed in the blink of an eye, and the instructor blew on the whistle again, signaling them to stop. The spectator looked at the results. Even though it was only a practice round, they could see who had the best results. Although everyone had managed to hit the 500-meter target, not everybody had been able to hit the red, and Mei Xiu was one of the few participants that didn't manage to hit the red in the 500-meter target. However, she wasn't discouraged. Even if she loses the first event, it was not the end for her, as there were 3 more events after this one. Once the practice ended, a couple of people went to clean the arrows off the field and replace the targets. When that was done, the instructor gave the participants a moment to prepare themselves before she blew the whistle, officially starting the competition. Mei Xiu took a deep breath, focusing on the 500-meter target. Even if she doesn't hit the red, she was confident in hitting the target, and a single 500-meter target was worth as much as a 300-meter target in the red, so it made sense to go for the 500-meter target. Once she was ready, Mei Xiu released her fingers, sending the arrow in the bow flying forward. Chapter 545, the second event. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Over a dozen arrows were released almost simultaneously, creating a spectacular scene. A second later, these arrows attached themselves to the 500-meter target without a single one of them missing, and half of these arrows managed to hit the red. However, these participants didn't have any time to look at the results and immediately began preparing for the second shot. 3 minutes passed in a flash, and the instructor blew the whistle, signaling the end of the first event. The instructors then went to look at the targets and tallied the points. A few minutes later, the results were in. Look, as expected, Jenny got first place with 3 perfect shots of the 500-meter target. There are 6 people at second place, huh? Not bad. What's me? Feng's position in the ranking? Yuan asked Wang Ming, as he wasn't able to see the scoreboard with his divine sense. Feng? Let me see. She's ranked 15 out of 20. She got 3 hits on the 500-meter, but none of them had hit the red. Wang Ming answered his question despite thinking that it was a weird question. After all, can't he see the scores himself? A few minutes later, the instructor gathered the participants in another location where the second event would take place, and there was a lot of tall grass in that place. For the second event, You will be shooting moving targets at around 100 meters. Do you see this tall field of grass? There are machines hidden inside that will be throwing apples into the air every second, and you will receive 1 point for every apple you hit in a time limit of 1 minute. These machines will also throw small red marbles into the air, and if you hit these targets, you will receive 3 points instead. There will be no practice for this event. Once the instructor explained the rules of the event, she called one of the participants onto the stage and gave her a minute to mentally prepare herself. The whistle was blown a minute later, and the participant immediately raised her bow, shooting arrows at the apples that were being tossed into the air by the machines hidden within the grass. It was unknown how many machines were hidden in the grass, but the apples would always be tossed at a different location, and there would be a small marble the size of a pebble being thrown into the air after every few apples. Although they were hard to hit, it wasn't impossible, and the participant managed to hit one of them during her minute-long session that exploded into tiny red fragments. 31 points. The instructor announced at the end of her session. Once that participant left the stage, another one entered the stage. 28 points. The instructor announced a minute later. 34 points. 33 points. 29 points. 51 points, as expected of Xiaomi, who is renowned for her fast shooting. Although she isn't good at long-range shooting, she's probably the best when it comes to rapid firing with the bow, and her accuracy is very good as well. The spectators commented as they watched the participants shoot apples and marbles. A dozen names later, it was finally Mike Xia's turn to enter the stage. Once she was on the stage, Meishio took a minute to calm and clear her mind. The moment the whistle was blown, she raised her bow and started shooting arrows every second, surprising the crowd. Wow, looks like Xiaomi isn't the only one who's good at rapid fire. Who's that participant? I don't recognize that person. And what is with the mask? You don't know? That's player Yuan's caretaker phone. What? Really? No wonder. I guess it does require some skills to be player Yuan's caretaker. Although the spectators were surprised at first, once they learned that Meishio was Yuan's caretaker, they were no longer as surprised. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Meishio kept shooting her bow almost every second until the whistle was blown. 60 points. The instructor announced. Wow, that's even better than Xiaomi. How many marbles did she hit? I counted 7. Yeah, Shed hit 7. The second event finished half an hour later, and Meishio had achieved first place, boosting her total rank to number 7. Wow, your caretaker is very talented. Where did you find someone like her? Wang Ming asked Yuan. Who knows? Yuan responded with a smile behind his mask. Sometime later, the instructors gathered the participants again at the third location, which was a large but weirdly made platform, and it sort of resembled a treadmill. This is the movable platform. Watch. The instructor pressed a button, and the stage immediately started moving one way like a treadmill. You will need to shoot your targets while standing on this platform. Moreover, your targets will be moving as well. The instructor pointed to the field about 150 meters away, and there were human-figured targets moving left and right in a rhythmic manner. There are 2 targets, one at 150 meters and the other at 300 meters. You get 2 points if you hit the 150-meter target, 3 points if you hit the 300-meter, and like the first event, you will get double points if you hit the red. You will get 5 shots in total for this event with 1 minute for each shot, and the timer will not begin until the whistle blows. Once again, every participant got a minute to mentally prepare themselves, and once the event began, the treadmill-like stage started moving, and it would gradually move faster after each shot. When the treadmill stage reached a desirable speed, the instructor blew the whistle, signaling the beginning of the event. The participant did not immediately shoot and took a moment to familiarize herself with the stage. Half a minute later, she drew her bow and aimed it at the 300-meter target. Whoosh! The arrow flew straight at the target, hitting it square in the chest, but it missed the red by an inch. 5 minutes later, the instructor blew the whistle and said, 17 points. Chapter 546, the third event. How much more difficult do you think the third event is compared to the first or second event? Or is it easier? One of the spectators asked out loud. It should probably be harder than the previous two events, especially since you have to constantly run on that treadmill stage. I cannot imagine trying to do what they're doing right now. As expected of the best archers and the spiritual elites. 18 points, 15 points, 21 points, 18 points. Every 5 minutes, a new participant would enter the treadmill stage to shoot the targets. About an hour later, Meisho was called onto the stage, and after spending a minute clearing her mind, she readied her bow and started moving on the stage. Meisho shot her bow 30 seconds after the whistle was blown while in a jogging motion. After her first shot was released and the arrow hit the 300-meter target, Meisho could feel the treadmill stage moving a little quicker, forcing her to jog faster as well. Another half a minute later, she shot her second arrow, then her third, and her fourth. By the time she was on her last arrow, the treadmill stage was moving so quickly that it looked like Meisho was sprinting for her life. After taking a deep breath, Meisho pulled the string with her eyes focused on the 300-meter target. She had managed to hit the 300-meter target all 4 times up to this point, but she has not managed to hit the red yet. And on her last second, Meisho released the arrow half a second before the instructor blew on the whistle. Whoosh! Thud! The arrow hit the 300-meter target inside the red. 18 points. After another hour, the third event came to an end, and Meisho actually managed to increase her rank by 1 despite only hitting the red 1 time, reaching 6th place. The instructor gathered all of the participants once again, but she didn't lead them to the last location just yet. Instead, she explained to them about the event first. For the final event, you will be hunting rabbits within a certain area with your bow and arrow. However, you are not allowed to kill them. I repeat, you are not to kill them, or you will receive a penalty that is a deduction in points. The fourth event won't start right away since we still need to prepare for it. There will be an hour break, but before I let you go on your break, allow me to explain to you the rules of this event. There will be a total of 10 rabbits at once, and they will all have a bell attached to their tail. Your objective for the final event is to shoot the bell off their tail, and every successful hit without injuring the rabbit will give you 5 points. However, if you injure the rabbit, you will have 10 points deducted, and if you somehow kill the rabbit, you will have 20 points deducted. The participants swallowed nervously when they heard the rules, as this final event could potentially make or break their chances of becoming first place. If they kill even a single rabbit, that would mean having an entire event's worth of points being deducted from them, meaning the points they scored in the previous events would be forfeited, and that could instantly drop even the current first place to the last place. This rule would no doubt put a large amount of burden on the participants, and it made them really nervous for the first time in this competition. The instructor sent the participants away for an hour while they cleaned up the place and prepare for the final event. "You're doing great, Feng," Yuan said to her when she returned. "Thank you, but I am still miles away compared to the others," Meisho said. "You're too humble." Senior Hong chuckled, and he continued, "I heard from the instructors that you only started learning archery a few days ago. Compared to the other disciples that have been practicing since they were young, you're too crazily talented, just like someone else here." Senior Wang nodded and said, "The fact that you're even competing against them is already amazing enough." "What? She only started archery a few days ago? How is that even possible?" Wang Ming was shocked to hear this information for the first time. It was one thing for player Yuan to be a genius, but even his caretaker is a genius? One can only imagine how talented his family is when the caretaker is already this talented. While the participants waited for the final event to be prepared, outside the Jaded Garden, where the helicopters are located, a new helicopter arrived at the place. Once the helicopter landed, a beautiful young lady with brown hair flowing down her back and an old man wearing a butler's suit stepped outside the helicopter. The spiritual energy in this place isn't that bad, but it's not as good compared to the spiritual energy at our home, Lady Chu said after checking out the spiritual energy in that place. "All right, now where do we go?" Lady Chu looked around, and she quickly noticed the tall building in the distance. "Let's go check out that place first," she said while pointing to it. They proceeded to approach the building, entering it a few minutes later. "Welcome to the Jaded Hotel. How may I help you today?" The receptionist greeted them the moment they entered. "Why is there a hotel in this middle of nowhere?" Lady Chu raised her eyebrows. The receptionist chuckled a little before replying. "Since most guests visiting this place come in helicopters, the 6 spiritual families decided to build this hotel here for their convenience." "I see. Then can you tell me where the 6 spiritual families are located? This is our first time to this place." The receptionist nodded and left the desk. She then took them outside and pointed them in a certain direction. "If you walk straight down that way, you should reach the entrance in about an hour since it's 3 miles away." "Understand. Thank you," Lady Chu said to the receptionist before following the direction she was given. Chapter 547, the final event. An hour after the third event, the participants were gathered by the instructors, who led them to a spacious area with short grass and a massive fence that surrounded the area. This area is exactly 1 mile in diameter, and it is where you will be hunting the bells. There will be a total of 10 rabbits in the field, each scoring you 5 points, granted that you don't injure the rabbit. Moreover, each of you will have 30 minutes inside the field. However, you will only have 11 arrows in your quiver, and you are not allowed to reuse an arrow once it has been shot. Doing so will be an automatic failure. After giving the instructions, the instructor sent in the first participant, who immediately began running towards the first rabbit she noticed. Although 30 minutes may seem like a lot for each person, one must consider how many rabbits there were in the field. Since there are 10 rabbits in the field, and the participants had 30 minutes, that gave them 3 minutes for each rabbit, not including the time they have to spend running around to find rabbits. The first participant noticed the first rabbit relatively easily due to the low grass and open field. She then readied her bow and aimed it at the rabbit. However, she didn't release the arrow and held that position for a good minute before finally releasing the arrow, as she wanted to make sure that the rabbit wouldn't suddenly move around. Whoosh! The arrow flew straight at the bell tied to the rabbit's tail by a single strand of string. Ding! The arrow struck the bell perfectly, sending it straight off the rabbit's tail. However, the moment the bell rang, the other rabbits in the vicinity became alert and started jumping around, almost like they were trained to do so. The participant was immediately overwhelmed by 10 rabbits jumping around, not to mention the obnoxious noises caused by the bells that would ring every time a rabbit moved, and there were 9 of them ringing at once, which easily affected the participant's focus. Whoosh! The participant eventually shot another arrow, but it missed the target by a large margin. She then took a few moments to calm herself, but it was much more difficult than she had anticipated. Hell, even the spectators were getting irritated by the constant ringing sounds, much less the participant that was in the middle of it. Heavens, this last event is freaking annoying. I cannot imagine being in the field right now, trying to concentrate with all the noises, right? And they also have to deal with the pressure of trying not to injure the rabbit. A minute later, someone exclaimed in a shocked voice, "Ah, she actually hit the rabbit. How unfortunate." Indeed, the participant had accidentally struck the rabbit with her arrow due to losing her concentration from the constant ringing. The participant could feel her heart getting squeezed in pain when she saw the arrow struck the rabbit. Fortunately for her, the arrow had only struck the rabbit in the leg, where she would have had 20 points deducted instead of 10 points. Of course, 10 points was still massive, and this participant immediately dropped many ranks due to her fatal mistake. After losing 10 points, the participant no longer had the courage to shoot her bow anymore and decided to enter session early. In her mind, she had gained 5 points but lost 10 points, so she only lost 5 points in total. Furthermore, she was no longer in the right state of mind after that one mistake, and if she continued shooting the bow, she would, no doubt, make another mistake, which could be even more fatal than the first. Thus, the participant decided to leave early. "Instructor, I am done. she raised her hand and said to the instructor outside the field. The instructor didn't say anything and merely nodded her head. She then blew her whistle, and the rabbits suddenly stopped jumping around. Once the participant left the field, the instructor went inside to take the injured rabbit and handed it to another disciple, who then took the rabbit to get its injury taken care of. A few minutes later, another rabbit with a bell tied to its tail was brought into the field, and then another participant. Meanwhile, outside the Jaded garden, Lady Chu and her butler had just arrived at the entrance. When the guard saw Lady Chu, they were immediately stunned by her noble appearance, as she was an immensely beautiful young lady with an unfathomable aura that made it feel like they lived in two different worlds despite being only a few feet away from her. How may we help you? The guard stuttered like no tomorrow when he snapped out of his daze to speak with them. I'm here for my friend. Can you take me to him? Lady Chu asked them with a beautiful smile on her face that immediately made them all blush even harder. Friend? Who may this friend be? Well, he arrived around a week ago. I believe they came in a pair, a man and a woman. Lady Chu responded, purposefully not revealing their identity, as she wasn't sure which identity Yuan came to this place as, and saying their name could potentially ruin his secret. A week ago, a man and woman, the guards began pondering, as there have been many visitors to the Jaded Garden ever since they opened up to the public. Despite that, a couple wearing masks appeared in their minds. They figured that only that person could possibly have a relationship with such an esteemed young lady. Are you talking about player Yuan and his caretaker, Foam? The guard asked just in case. Lady Chu's expression immediately brightened after hearing Yuan's name, and she quickly nodded. Yes. I have come here to see my friend, Yuan. Can you please take me to him? Chapter 548, Friend. Player Yuan's friend? The guards looked at each other with weird looks on their faces. They figured player Yuan was the type to not have any friends due to how he played and how reclusive he appears, so it was quite a surprise to learn that he actually had friends. I'm sorry, but you're going to have to wait a while since we don't know player Yuan's location at the moment. The guards said to them, we'll go ask around to see if anybody knows of his location. In the meantime, you can wait inside the guest room. Lady Chu put on a pondering face for a moment before speaking. I don't really like sitting around doing nothing, so can I ask to follow you to ask around? I'd like to see the renowned Jaded Garden while I am at it, if you don't mind. Oh, of course. You can follow us if you want. The guard immediately agreed, as he couldn't resist the temptation of walking around with a beauty by his side. Great. Thank you in advance. However, there was a problem. The guards exchanged glances once again. The next second, they all turned to look at Lady Chu and shouted simultaneously, allow me to take you around. Indeed, the problem was who would be the one to take Lady Chu to find player Yuan. There were 4 of them, and it would make sense for only one of them to leave. While they try to figure out that situation, at the competition, over 10 participants have gone into the field and left in less than half an hour despite everyone getting 30 minutes. The reason was simple. Nobody there dared to shoot their second arrow after their first that alerted all of the rabbits. In their mind, it was better to gain 5 points and call it a day than gain 5 points and potentially lose even more just like the first participant. Furthermore, nobody there was really able to focus with all the noise, as it was even giving them a headache. One might think that giving up after the first shot was unsportsmanlike, but nobody really blamed the participants for their actions, not even the Grand Elders. In fact, the spectators even hoped that the participants would give up, as that meant they would have to listen to the ringing less. I don't understand why they would give up. Even though it's a little noisy, they should still try. After all, if they don't, they will never be able to reach first place. Even if they might lose some points, if they don't shoot, they have no chance. Yuan said out loud after seeing so many participants give up. In his mind, weren't they all fighting for first place for the reward? What was the point of being any other place but first place since there was only one prize? I guess they're all just hoping for the others to shoot and lose points, allowing them to achieve first place without doing anything. So they're gambling that others would lose points? Yuan was speechless, as this was his first time seeing such a thing in a competition. As someone who has entered many competitions throughout his life, he has not once hoped that someone would mess up their performance so that he could win. It was simply an unthinkable strategy. Meanwhile, Mei Xiu was called into the field. After handing her a bow and a quiver of 11 arrows, the instructor sent Mei Xiu inside the still field. And just like the other participants, Mei Xiu quickly took her first shot at a rabbit, shooting the bell off its tail successfully. However, what ensued was chaos, with the sound of bells resounding in every direction. Ding, ding, ding. Although it wasn't bad at first, the sound gradually got worse and more annoying. Do you think she's going to quit after her first shot as well? The spectators began guessing whether Mei Xiu would leave early like the others or not. And to their surprise, after her first shot, Mei Xiu actually pulled a second arrow from her quiver, her intentions clear. Oh, she's going to shoot. Let's see if she hits the bell, or the participants watch with anticipation. Whoosh! Mei Xiu released her second arrow. Oh no! She struck the rabbit in the leg, just like the first participant. That's a 10-point deduction. The participants exclaimed, and they expected her to quit after the second shot. However, to their surprise, almost as though she didn't care about losing points, Mei Xiu actually retrieved the third arrow from the quiver and aimed it at the rabbit that Shed just failed to hit. What? She's still going to shoot after that. Whoosh! The arrow struck the bell this time, since the rabbit was injured and couldn't move properly. And for the first time in this event, Mei Xiu became the first to shoot a second bell successfully. After hitting the bell, Mei Xiu lowered her bell and turned to look at the instructor outside. Take the injured rabbit out. I have plenty of time, she said in a calm voice. The instructor nodded and quickly retrieved the injured rabbit from the field. Once that was done, Mei Xiu began looking for her next target. However, she wouldn't shoot another arrow for the next 10 minutes, and she would just silently stand there and watch the rabbits. She's taking her time analyzing the rabbit's movements. Huh? What a smart girl. Senior Wang chuckled when she realized what Mei Xiu was doing. These rabbits were trained to move in a specific manner, so if you learn their movements, you will hit them with ease. 20 minutes later, when Mei Xiu only had 10 minutes left, she began moving for the first time, raising her bow and shooting at the next second with barely any pause. Whoosh! The arrow struck the rabbit closest to her, hitting the bell for her third bell. After that, Mei Xiu would go on to rapid-fire her bow, hitting bells upon bells with seemingly no effort, shocking the spectators and the other participants. Chapter 549, Brother Yuan. With a little more than 5 minutes left, Mei Xiu left the field after hitting every single bell off the rabbits, earning her a total of 40 points, and she instantly shot up to first place in the competition. The spectators exploded with cheering after they witnessed the spectacular display. Meanwhile, the other participants were left speechless. Half of them had given up after their first shot, and the other half that hasn't entered the field had planned on giving up, but after witnessing Mike Xia's display, they began feeling ashamed of themselves for giving up so easily. Therefore, the following participants to enter the field after Mei Xiu would go on to shoot all of the arrows in her quiver regardless if they'd hit a rabbit or not. In the end, most of them would go on to hit at least 7 bells. However, only 2 of them had managed to avoid injuring the rabbits. Once all of the participants went into the field, the instructor blew the whistle, signaling the end of the competition. At the end of the competition, the participants were gathered for the results. Congratulations to Disciple Xiaomi for achieving first place. You may speak with Grand Elder Hong afterward to discuss your reward. The instructor announced the winner of the competition. Although Mei Xiu had taken first place with her performance, it was only temporary, and she ended up in the second place with first place ahead by only 5 points. If Mei Xiu hadn't struck a rabbit that cost her 10 points, she would have won the competition. However, Mei Xiu was neither upset nor bitter since she never expected to win the competition, and she was satisfied with the experience she gained throughout the competition that she considered more of a training of sorts. Furthermore, getting second place was already well above her expectations. Good job getting second place, Yuan said to Mei Xiu after she returned. Thank you. I was told that you only recently learned how to use the bow. Is that true? Wang Ming asked her, as he still couldn't truly believe it. Yes, Mei Xiu confirmed, leaving him speechless. Regardless, that was an amazing performance. I would have never known that you were a beginner unless someone told me. Actually, you're already an expert. Senior Wang said. Ha ha. Miss Feng, even though you didn't win the competition, your boldness during the last event was very impressive. I even dare say that without your performance, the other participants wouldn't have dared to shoot more than one arrow, said Senior Hong. And he continued, therefore, I'm going to craft you a bow as well. Really? Mei Xiu was pleasantly surprised by Senior Hong's words. Yes. Consider this a gift from me for entertaining us. Senior Hong laughed. The other participants looked at Mei Xiu with envious gazes. If they didn't give up and had figured out the rabbit's movements earlier, they could have also gotten a bow from Senior Hong. Meanwhile, somewhere in the Jaded Garden, Lady Chu and one of the gate guards walked around asking the people if they knew where Yuan was located, and to their surprise, the first person they encountered knew his location. Player Yuan? He should be at the archery competition at the moment. Archery competition? Is he participating? Lady Chu asked. I don't know. Where's the competition held? The guard asked the man. Once they got the directions, Lady Chu and her butler began following the guard to that location. If you don't mind me asking, how long have you known Player Yuan? The guard asked Lady Chu as they walked. I have known him ever since we were young, she said with a gentle smile on her face that caused the guard to swallow nervously when he saw it. So you're childhood friends? Huh? How envious. No, we're more than just childhood friends. You can even call us a family, she said. The guard raised his eyebrows, unable to comprehend the real meaning behind her words. Sometime later, they arrived at the location of the archery competition, and when they arrived, the competition had just ended. The moment they arrived, Lady Chu instantly noticed the tall figure wearing a black mask within the crowd, and she proceeded to stand there and silently stare at him with a dazed look on her face. At this moment, it seemed to her as though the world had stopped moving, that everything else but the masked man had disappeared from her sight. Almost there was only him and her in this world. Brother Yuan, she muttered in a low voice. However, despite her excitement and desire to jump into his embrace, Lady Chu didn't immediately run to him. Instead, she stood there without moving, almost as though she didn't know what to do. After waiting for over a decade for this moment, Lady Chu figured that she would be prepared to finally see him again, but to her surprise, when it was actually time to see him, her body froze with nervousness. What if he doesn't remember me? This thought that hasn't appeared in her mind for the last decade suddenly appeared for the first time. Indeed, she feared that Yuan had forgotten about her. After all, 10 years was a long time, and people tend to forget about their childhood. Maybe I should just watch over him from a distance for now. Lady Chu suddenly had this thought. However, before she could even decide, she noticed the person that she had been staring at suddenly turn to look in her direction. Lady Chu's heart immediately began throbbing like crazy, and her body became so stiff that she couldn't even move a finger. Fortunately for her, Yuan had only glanced in her direction because he felt that someone was staring at him from her direction, but his divine sense wasn't strong enough to see Lady Chu, so he turned back around a moment later. Lady Chu released a sigh of relief after seeing this, but then she became even more nervous a few seconds later. What should I do now? She wondered inwardly. Chapter 550. Do you remember me, Brother Yuan? Brother Yuan, you're so close to me, yet you feel so far away. Lady Chu continued to stare at Yuan's figure from a distance for many moments. The guard wondered when she was going to approach Yuan, but he noticed her expression and decided to simply wait for her to do something. The old man stared at Lady Chu with a profound gaze, as this is his first time seeing her acting this timid and nervous, looking like a lost little girl. Young lady, the old man suddenly called out to her, and he asked, Shall we go home? No. Lady Chu subconsciously responded. She then took a deep breath to calm herself down, but a single breath wasn't enough, so she took a few more deep breaths. Once she was ready, Lady Chu took her first step forward and slowly approached Yuan. The people there quickly noticed Lady Chu's presence due to her formidable aura that caused them to subconsciously turn and look at her, almost like their senses felt something threatening coming from her direction. When the Grand Elders saw Lady Chu, their eyes immediately widened with shock, but it was not because they recognized her. In fact, they didn't know her. As Spirit Master, Senior Wang muttered in a low voice that was filled with disbelief. Indeed, Lady Chu was emitting the aura of a Spirit Master just like them, albeit a little weaker. However, despite that, it was incredibly shocking to them since Lady Chu only looked to be around 18 years old. "Who is that?" one of the Grand Elders asked as Lady Chu slowly approached them. "No idea, but to be a Spirit Master at such a young age. I thought it was only possible for someone like Taoist Yuan." With everybody there suddenly turning to look in the same direction, Yuan subconsciously turned his head and did the same. Once Lady Chu entered his divine senses range, Yuan was finally able to see the beautiful young lady that stunned everyone there. Who is that? She looked so familiar for some reason. Yuan didn't recognize Lady Chu at first, but he felt a sense of nostalgia when he saw her sparkling hazel eyes. However, he was still unable to recall where had seen her before. Lady Chu walked until she stood a few meters away from Yuan, and she proceeded to stand there in silence. "How may we help you?" Senior Wang asked when Lady Chu didn't say anything for a while. Of course, Lady Chu didn't respond to her, as the only thing in her eyes and mind right now was the masked man that was only standing a couple of meters away from her. "Brother Yuan, I have finally fulfilled our promise," Lady Chu suddenly muttered in a low voice. Yuan's body shivered for some reason when this unknown lady called him Brother Yuan, and his sense of nostalgia grew more intense. "Do you remember me, Brother Yuan?" Lady Chu asked him in a slightly louder voice. Yuan stared at Lady Chu intensively for many moments before shaking his head. "I am sorry, but I don't recognize you." "Have we met before?" Lady Chu closed her eyes and released a deep sigh. She then opened her eyes that flickered with resolve, and she spoke in a calm voice. "Well, I won't blame you for not recognizing me, since it has been over a decade since our last meeting, and we were only children back then." "Over a decade ago?" Yuan raised his eyebrows. Suddenly, the image of a little girl with brown hair and hazel eyes appeared in his mind, and she somewhat resembled this beautiful young lady. Yuan's body trembled when he suddenly had an idea of this young lattice identity. But before he could open his mouth to speak, Lady Chu retrieved a silver harmonica from her pocket and blew into it, creating a beautiful sound that was filled with harmony. Seeing the silver harmonica in Lady Chu's grasp and hearing this song, Yuan was absolutely certain about her identity. Why you are, Lulu?" Yuan spoke in a dumbfounded voice. A blissful smile appeared on Lady Chu's beautiful face, and she responded in a clear voice, "It's not Lulu. It's Liuxiang. How many times have I told you to stop calling me by that nickname now?" Of course, Yuan remembered that her name was Liuxiang, but he was used to calling her Lulu since he wasn't able to pronounce the name Liuxiang properly back then. So he gave her a much simpler name to call, and that nickname was Lulu. "W, what are you doing here?" Yuan randomly asked her, as he wasn't able to think properly due to her sudden appearance. "What do you think, you idiot? I came here to find you since you didn't come looking for me, just like we had promised. Or did you forget about that?" Lady Chu said. Memories began flashing inside Yuan's head after hearing her words. Outside this remote building that had the sign Jade orphanage on the doors, he stood before Lady Chu when she was still a little kid. "Don't leave me behind, Brother Yuan. Don't be sad, Lulu. Although I have to leave now, we will definitely see each other again in the future. If I cannot look for you for some reason, then you should come to look for me. Here is my harmonica. You can keep it until our next meeting." Yuan handed her a silver harmonica that was too big for his small hands. "It's a promise." After hugging her, Yuan left the orphanage with a beautiful woman that was Mei Feng, who had come to take him away from the orphanage after the Yu family adopted him into their family. And that was the last they saw each other. "I remember. I'm sorry that I couldn't find you." "No, I didn't even try to." Yuan apologized to her in a sighing voice after recalling some of his memories that he hid deep within his consciousness after entering the Yu family. You don't have to apologize since I am well aware of your situation. It was simply impossible for you to do anything. Anyways, why don't we continue this conversation somewhere more private? Lady Chu said. Okay. Yuan quickly nodded. Chapter 551. Chu Liuxiang. Let's go, brother Yuan. Lady Chu said as she walked to stand beside Yuan. Yuan nodded and said, we can go back to the immortal cave for now. He then turned to look at the Grand Elders and said to them, please excuse us. The Grand Elders didn't say anything and silently nodded their heads in a dazed manner. Follow me. Yuan began walking back to the immortal caves with Lady Chu following closely beside him. As for Mei Xiu, she quietly followed them from behind, silently wondering to herself what kind of relationship they had and how they knew each other. Lady Chu's butler also followed them from behind Mei Xiu. I don't recall seeing this woman before. Just where did she meet Yuan? They also seemed to go way back. Mei Xiu wondered to herself. She had been with Yuan ever since he was adopted into the Yu family. And as Mai Feng's daughter, she got to see a lot of influential people. However, she doesn't recall this hazel-eyed beauty, who definitely looked very influential just by her graceful appearance alone. Their journey back to the immortal caves was a quiet one, without anyone starting a conversation. Yuan was still in a daze because of his sudden reunion with Lady Chu, who has been by his side even before he could learn how to walk in the orphanage. As for Lady Chu, she was too nervous to say anything, and she was satisfied with just being by his side again. Eventually, they reached the immortal caves, and Yuan brought them inside. Is he with you? Yuan turned to look at the old man that had been following them, but stopped at the door. Yes, he's my caretaker. You can trust him. Lady Chu nodded. Are you coming inside? Yuan asked him. I don't want to disturb the young lattice reunion, so I will wait out here until you're done, he said to them in a calm voice. Once they entered the immortal caves and sat down, Yuan removed his mask and said, before we start our conversation, allow me to introduce you to each other. Mei Xiu, this is Liuxiang, a very important friend of mine from the orphanage that I used to live at before I was adopted into the Yu family. And Liuxiang, this is Mei Xiu, my caretaker, who is also very important to me. Hello, Mei Xiu said to her in a low voice. Hello, Lady Chu responded in a similarly low voice. Although this is Mike Xi's first time hearing about Lady Chu, it wasn't the same for Lady Chu, who has known about Mei Xiu for many years now. After the brief introduction, they returned to being silent, as both of them had so many questions but didn't know where to start. Eventually, Yuan said, well, let's start with you, Liuxiang. What happened to you after I left the orphanage? I know I told you to stop calling me Lulu, but it doesn't feel right when you call me anything else, so you can continue calling me Lulu. Lady Chu said. And she continued, anyways, shortly after you left the orphanage, I was also adopted and entered the Chu family, so I am currently Chu Liuxiang. I see. I hope you lived a good life after your adoption. Yuan said to her. Chu Liuxiang chuckled and said hardly, my life has been repetitive, boring, and even painful at times ever since I joined the Chu family. What do you mean? Yuan asked. You can probably tell from my aura that I am a spirit master, just like you, right? Well, the Chu family is actually a hidden cultivation family, but unlike the 6 spiritual families that live in seclusion and away from society, we hide in plain sight. The Chu family is an immensely successful family in the modern world with many businesses around the world, but at the same time, it's also a cultivation family that has known about cultivation since ancient times. So you've been cultivating ever since you were young? Yuan asked. Yes. Apparently, I have the perfect body for cultivation, and someone from the Chu family noticed my talents by chance and decided to take me into their family. In other words, they adopted me for my cultivation talents, and I have been cultivating in seclusion ever since I joined the Chu family. That means I cannot leave the Chu family's territory. Although they have a lot of land, and there were a lot of things to do, it was still a boring life, especially since I spend most of my time training and cultivating alone. Hell, I can even count the number of people I have met during the last 10 years using just my hands. Of course, I am still grateful to the Chu family for adopting me, and they treat me very well. That does sound like a very boring life. Yuan agreed with her. He can imagine how Chu Liuxiang felt since he also had to spend many years in seclusion inside his room and without the ability to move his body. It was painful at times, but it wasn't that bad overall, especially when compared to your life at the Yu family. Chu Liuxiang sighed. Huh? Seeing Yuan's puzzled face, Chu Liuxiang continued. I know what the Yu family made you go through, Brother Yuan. I know how they treated you like a tool for their own benefit, and how they tossed you away like trash when you suddenly became sick and was no longer useful to them. I am sorry that I wasn't able to come to you sooner, Brother Yuan, but I wasn't allowed to do anything until I finished my training, nor was I aware of your situation until the end of my training. If I had known about it earlier, then maybe you wouldn't have had to suffer so much. You didn't deserve any of that. Chu Liuxiang sighed, even feeling the urge to cry. A gentle smile appeared on Yuan's face after hearing her words, and he said, It's okay. Although it was painful at times, there were also joyous moments that made everything worth it in the end. At least that's what I think. Chapter 552, Harmonica. After all, I got to meet with people like Meishio, Yuro, and the others. If I hadn't joined the Yu family, I wouldn't be in this position right now. So even if I had to suffer a little, it was all worth it in the end. Yuan said with a gentle smile on his face. Yuan. Meishio looked at him with an emotional gaze. By the way, how did you manage to find me? Even though I came here as Yuan, there are many Yuans in this world. How did you know I was the one you were looking for? Yuan asked Chu Liuxiang a few moments later. I knew you would achieve great things in the future, so when I learned about player Yuan, I was certain that you were the one I was looking for. Of course, I followed you Tian, not Yuan. My family owns an intelligence agency, so I have a lot of information, and I followed your information to the Jaded Garden. But you don't have to worry about your identity as player Yuan being leaked since only my parents, my caretaker, and myself know about it. Of course, they can all be trusted. Yuan nodded. Now that he can move around properly, he wouldn't care as much even if his identity is leaked. After all, he now has the power to protect himself and those around him. Brother Yuan, here you go. Chu Liuxiang retrieved the silver harmonica again and placed it on the table in front of them. Now that I have reunited with you and fulfilled our promise, this harmonica shall return to its rightful owner. Yuan looked at the silver harmonica for a moment before picking it up. Even though it was much lighter than he remembers, it still brought back the countless memories he had with this harmonica. I still remember how you and the others would ask me to play this harmonica every chance you got, and how you would bug me until I agreed, he said with a gentle smile on his face. He then placed the harmonica on his lips and began blowing air into it. Music notes filled the room as Yuan played the song that used to fill the orphanage with joy. Hearing and seeing Yuan play the silver harmonica again, tears began flowing from Chu Liuxiang's eyes, as she had dreamed of this scene nearly every day for over a decade. A few minutes later, Yuan placed the silver harmonica back on the table and said to Chu Liuxiang, You can keep this harmonica. Huh? Really? Why don't you want it? She asked him in a surprised voice. It's not that I don't want it, but it has been in your possession for far longer, so you are now the rightful owner. Furthermore, I believe that you value this harmonica more, so I cannot convince myself to take it away from you. Are you sure, Brother Yuan? Chu Liuxiang asked, feeling a little hesitant. Yes, I am sure. If you say so. She picked up the harmonica and held it close to her chest. Even though she has had this harmonica for over a decade and had only let it go for a few minutes, it gave her a completely different feeling in her hands now, and it actually felt like it belonged to her. Lulu, what are you going to do now that you found me? Are you going to return to the Chu family anytime soon? Yuan asked her a moment later. No, I've already completed my training, so I don't really have to return until my parents summon me for whatever reason, and I plan on staying with you for a while. If you don't mind. I don't mind, but there really isn't anything to do in this place besides training, Yuan said. Are you staying in the Jaded Garden permanently? Chu Liuxiang then asked. No, we're only here temporary as trial disciples. We were supposed to leave after a week, but we decided to stay here a little longer for more training. I see. Well, I don't really care where we are or what we are doing as long as I am by your side, she said. The two of them proceeded to talk about their own lives after leaving the orphanage until it was late and Yuan was getting hungry. Let's go get some food to eat before we continue. I know this place that cooks extremely delicious food. Yuan said to her. Okay. After wearing their mask, Yuan and the other two left the immortal caves. Sebastian, we're going to get some food. Chu Liuxiang said to the old man who had been standing outside the immortal caves like a statue this entire time. I understand, he said, and he began following them to the restaurant. Who is this young lady? Your girlfriend? Chef Sin asked in a joking tone when he saw Chu Liuxiang with Yuan. Hello, I am Chu Liuxiang, a longtime friend of Yuan. She introduced herself. I see. What would you like to eat today? Or would you prefer I cook something random like usual? Chef Sin then asked. Do you have any preferences, Lulu? We don't really care what we eat since everything Chef San cooks is amazing. Yuan asked her. I'm not a picky eater. I will have whatever they are eating, she said. All right, give me some time. Chef Sin then went to the back to start cooking. While they waited, Chu Liuxiang went outside to play the harmonica for Yuan and the others. You've gotten really good at playing the harmonica, Lulu. Yuan chuckled, and he continued, especially compared to back then when you would blow it randomly and call a unique song. Chu Liuxiang smiled and said, besides training and cultivation, I would spend all of my spare time playing harmonica. Of course, I'm still nowhere as good as you even if I were to compare my current self to you back then. Here, it's your turn now. She then handed the harmonica to him in a casual manner. Yuan accepted the harmonica and began blowing into it without cleaning it even though Chu Liuxiang had played it just moments ago. Chu Liuxiang blushed slightly when she saw this, but she didn't say anything. Chapter 553. A beauty on each side of the bed. Thank you for the food, Chef San. After waiting for about half an hour, they finally received their food, and they immediately made their way back to the immortal caves. Once they were seated, they began eating the food. Wow, you're right. This food is amazing. I dare say it's even better than Sebastian's food, and that's a huge compliment. Chu Liuxiang's eyes widened with surprise the moment she tasted the explosive flavor. And in just a few minutes, Chu Liuxiang consumed all of her food, becoming the first to finish. Brother Yuan, I just noticed this, but you sure have a lot of food. Can you really eat all of that? She asked him when she noticed that his portions were multiple times larger than theirs. Yeah, I can eat all of it. He quickly swallowed before nodding his head. So you have a really big appetite, huh? That's something I should note down for the future. She mumbled in a low voice, but Yuan wasn't able to understand the meaning behind her words. Sometime later, they finished all of the food. Meisho stood up and prepared to clean the table, but the old man, Sebastian, said to her, It's okay, young miss. Allow me, the guest, to clean the table for you. Okay, she nodded. While Sebastian cleaned the place, Chu Liuxiang asked, How many rooms do you have in this place? There's only one room and one bed. Yuan calmly responded. So you have been sleeping together? Chu Liuxiang looked at them with her eyes slightly widened. Yes, he casually responded. Chu Liuxiang turned silent for a moment before asking, Can I see the bed? Of course. That's the bedroom. Yuan pointed to their room. Chu Liuxiang then opened the door to take a look at the size of the bed. And sure enough, there was plenty of space. Enough for 3, perhaps even 4 people. Do you mind if I sleep with you two? Chu Liuxiang then asked them in a resolute voice. Of course. Where else are you going to sleep? Yuan said. Young Master Yuan, I will sleep out here in the living room on the couch, Sebastian said to him, since he has no intention of sharing a bed with 3 young people. And one of them was even his master. As long as you're not sleeping on the floor. Yuan nodded. Sometime later, Chu Liuxiang said, Brother Yuan, I'm going to wash myself. Where's the bathroom? That door right there. Do you have any extra clothes with you? Yuan asked her after realizing that they didn't have any luggage with them. Oh, right. Now that you mention it, we left them inside the helicopter. Chu Liuxiang said. I shall go and retrieve our luggage at this moment, Sebastian said. Are you sure? It's already really dark outside. This is also your first day here, so you might get lost. Yuan asked him. If you want, I can lend you my pajamas for today, since I have an extra pair, Meisho suddenly said. If you don't mind. Chu Liuxiang calmly agreed. After Meisho handed her own pajamas and a towel to Chu Liuxiang, she whispered something in Chu Liuxiang's ears. No, I don't need them. Thank you for asking. Chu Liuxiang shook her head before entering the bathroom and locking the door. About half an hour later, Chu Liuxiang returned outside while wearing Mike Sia's pajamas that felt oddly fit, almost as though they belonged to her. So we are equal when it comes to our body, huh? Chu Liuxiang wondered inwardly. After Chu Liuxiang finished, Yuan went to clean himself next. Of course, Meisho didn't follow him inside like she normally would, as there was no way that she'd do anything to Yuan with guests around. Meisho went inside the bathroom after Yuan, and Sebastian was the last to enter. Once they were ready to sleep, Chu Liuxiang followed Yuan and Meisho inside their bedroom, while Sebastian slept on the couch. Where do you want to sleep? Yuan asked Chu Liuxiang, giving her the choice to pick. Brother Yuan, you can sleep in the middle. I will just sleep beside you, she said. Okay, he nodded. A few moments later, Yuan laid in the middle of the bed while sandwiched by two beauties, one on each side. If any human being that wasn't Yuan saw this scene, they would definitely vomit blood from envy. Brother Yuan, do you remember how we would always share a bed in the orphanage? She asked him. Yes, because you were always afraid that something was hiding under your bed, he chuckled. I don't recall such a thing. You must have remembered it wrong. She quickly refuted with a slightly rosy face. The two of them proceeded to spend many minutes reminiscing their time together in the orphanage. Meisho had her eyes closed the entire time, seemingly asleep, but she was actually wide awake and silently listened to their conversation as she was learning a lot about Yuan and his relationship with Chu Liuxiang. And the more she listened, the more obvious it was to her that they were definitely very intimate with each other. Meisho then recalled what her mother told her not long ago, that someone will take Yuan away from her if she's too slow, and this caused her heart to tremble. Sorry, Meisho, I got too caught up in our conversation and almost forgot that we're trying to sleep. Yuan suddenly said to her. However, Meisho didn't say anything and pretended to be asleep. Seeing that Meisho didn't respond, Yuan released a sigh of relief, knowing that she managed to fall asleep despite their conversation. Let's lower our voices so that we don't wake her up, he said to Chu Liuxiang in a low voice, who was lying on the bed on her sides so that she could stare at Yuan's face. They then continued reminiscing about their past for pretty much the majority of the night. Chapter 554. Do you desire revenge? Brother Yuan, I have been wondering, aren't you angry at the Yu family for what they have done to you? Don't you desire revenge? They treated you like an animal. After all, if I speak with my family, they should be able to do something about the Yu family. Chu Liuxiang suddenly asked him after they finished reminiscing their past. Honestly, I've never really thought about it seriously. When you say revenge, what do you expect me to do? I do not like unnecessary violence, and even though they have done some horrible things that deserve some sort of punishment, I don't think violence is the right answer. I know, Brother Yuan, that you're not the violent type. However, there are other methods to cause pain to the Yu family without actually hurting them. For example, you can ruin their company, or you can destroy their family by tearing them apart. How is that any different? They all sound pretty violent. Yuan sighed. The most obvious difference is that you won't need to physically hurt them, since you will be doing it mentally. You can simply start up your own company and grow to become an even more successful business than the Yu family. That will definitely make them regret throwing you away. Or you can reveal yourself as Player Yuan, instantly gaining worldwide fame. This will make the Yu family regret ever treating you wrongly, and they will be kicking themselves for the rest of their life knowing that they tossed away the one and only player Yuan. Yuan turned silent to ponder. Can these methods really help him take revenge against the Yu family for mistreating him and many other things? However, it does sound better than getting violent with the Yu family. Brother Yuan, if you want, I can help you. Let's make the Yu family regret treating you the way they did. Chu Liuxiang said to him with a resolute look in her gaze. Yuan sighed and said, as much as I want to make the Yu family suffer for what they have done, I cannot bear to hurt Yu Ro, who is also part of the Yu family, and I am afraid that hurting her family will also hurt her. I don't think Yu Ro will be affected, since she has already left the family. While she has the Yu family surname, it doesn't mean that she will follow in their footstep. If you're really that worried, you can simply take Yu Ro into your faction. My faction? Yuan mumbled in a low voice. I don't have a faction. Then you should start one. At least I think you should start one. You have the capabilities and the resources to create one of the strongest factions in the world. If you create a faction, I will also join you, and with 2 spirit masters, I don't think we will have any competitions for a long time, long enough to reach the peak and solidify our foundations. Yuan turned silent to ponder, as he has never really thought about starting his own faction since that was akin to starting up his own sect in the cultivation world. Does he have what it takes to manage a faction? What if things don't work out? And what if it brings more trouble than good? Wouldn't it be easier if we all just joined an existing faction that already has its own foundation? Take the spiritual elites, for example. I think they're a trustworthy bunch. Chu Liuxiang shook her head on the pillow and said, I don't know much about the spiritual elites or the 6 spiritual families operates, and I believe you when you say that they are trustworthy, but I still think that it would be for the best if you created your own faction. This way, you don't have to worry about any restrictions in the future, and you can do everything at your own pace. If you join another faction, you will never fully be able to spread your wings. At least that's what I believe. All right, give me some time to think about all of this, since it's not something I can rush. Take all the time you need, Brother Yuan, since I will always be by your side now. Chu Liuxiang giggled in a low volume. Eventually, Chu Liuxiang started getting sleepy, but before she closed her eyes, she made sure to snuggle herself closer to Yuan. Yuan could feel her soft body clinging to him, and he could smell the soothing fragrance coming from her silky brown hair, but he didn't think too much of it, and also went to sleep, as he was used to sleeping with her in such a manner back in the orphanage. The 2 of them quickly fell asleep, and once Meishio could no longer hear them talk, she also decided to finally go to sleep. The following morning, Yuan woke up with a somewhat heavy feeling on his body, and it felt like something was restricting his body. His heart immediately began beating nervously since his initial thought was that his body had suddenly returned to being crippled. However, he quickly realized that was not the case, and the reason for this heavy feeling was Chu Liuxiang, who had somehow managed to climb on top of his body, and she still appeared to be asleep. A relieved smile appeared on Yuan's face when he recalls how Chu Liuxiang has bad sleeping habits and would always toss around in bed. How am I supposed to get out of this without waking her up? Yuan sighed inwardly. Chu Liuxiang was not only lying on top of his body, but she was also hugging his body like a koala hugging a tree. Then Yuan noticed something soft pressing against his chest, and he realized that it was caused by Chu Liuxiang's breasts. However, they felt softer than when he accidentally touched Mai Feng's breasts, who was wearing her undergarments at that time. Indeed, Chu Liuxiang wasn't wearing any undergarments as of this moment, since she didn't have her luggage, and she would rather not wear anything than reusing her old ones, but it was not as though she wasn't offered some by Meishio. But for some reason, Chu Liuxiang refused Maixia's offer and decided to sleep without any undergarments. Yuan eventually got Chu Liuxiang off his body, and to his surprise, it didn't wake her up. Oh right, she's also quite the heavy sleeper. Yuan then recalled this detail. He left the bedroom shortly after, and he noticed that Sebastian was already awake and sitting on the floor in the lotus position, seemingly cultivating. Yuan decided to not bother him and approached the bathroom, but before he could walk 2 steps, Sebastian opened his eyes and turned to look at Yuan. Young Master Yuan, if you don't mind, can you spare me some of your time? After you come out of the bathroom, of course. Sure, he casually nodded, thinking that this probably had something to do with Chu Liuxiang. After washing his face and brushing his teeth, Yuan came back outside, and Sebastian was already standing at the door. Let's talk outside, shall we? Yuan nodded and followed him outside after changing out of his pajamas and wearing his mask. Chapter 555, You Are the Problem. Once they were outside, Sebastian tilted his head to look at the clear blue sky for a silent minute before turning to look at Yuan. Sensing Yuan's nervousness, Sebastian showed a friendly smile and said, There's no need to be so tense. I just wanted to thank you. Thank me? For what? Yuan raised his eyebrows. For accepting the young lady despite being separated for so long. I don't know how much she told you about the Chu family, but she lived a very reclusive and boring life there with barely any interactions. Besides her family, myself, and a few other instructors, the young lady doesn't have any friends, so she was always bored, and she would always complain to me. Of course, there isn't anything I could do for her except listen to her complaints. This is my first time seeing the young lady so excited and blissful, and I am thanking you for that. You don't have to thank me for that. I have known Lulu ever since the orphanage, and we were the closest thing to a family back then. No matter how much time has passed, I will always value her as such. Yuan said to him. Sebastian nodded, and then he asked, Do you have any plans for the future? That's a very vague question. I kept it vague on purpose since I don't know anything about you besides the fact that you're player Yuan and that you're the young lattice childhood friend. What do you see yourself doing in the future? Are you going to continue living like this, doing whatever you please, or do you intend on doing something big like standing at the top of the world? Maybe you will even start a family and settle down somewhere in the world. I can't tell you anything since I don't know what I want to do myself. I have only recently regained my ability to move, so not long ago, I didn't even have the luxury of deciding what I want to do since there's literally nothing I can do in that state. Fair enough. Sebastian nodded. Then allow me to ask you this. Where do you see yourself with the young lady in the future? With Lulu? I hope we can continue being close to each other, I guess, but that will also depend on what she wants to do with her life. Sebastian remained silent for a moment before speaking. You see, the young lady is a very important individual within the Chu family, and being one of the most powerful families in the world, the young lady will definitely become a grand figure in the world. The masters, her parents haven't decided on what they want to do with her after she finished her training, hence why they allowed her to do as she pleases for now. However, once they have come to a conclusion, they will ask her to return to the family. Maybe they will make her take over the family, or maybe they will send her to another family through marriage. We won't know until that day comes. However, regardless of what her parents want the young lady to do, there will be a problem. And that problem is you, young Master Yuan. Huh? Why would I be a problem? Yuan asked, as he was truly puzzled. You're too important to the young lady. I dare even say that you're more important to the young lady than the Chu family is to her. So if she has to pick between you or the family, she will most definitely pick you. That is what I believe after seeing you two together for less than a day. Sebastian's words confused Yuan even further. Why does she have to pick between me and her family? As ID said, the young lattice freedom is only temporary. Once she has to return to the family, she will most likely lose that freedom again and return to being alone or live with another family, which means that she will no longer be able to see you again, and the young lady won't accept that. So she might decide to leave the family, which will cause many problems. Yuan was speechless. Why must a family become more complicated the more powerful they become? Why would they take away Chu Liuxiang's freedom? Why won't she be able to see him again? He cannot see how this would benefit anyone. Sebastian then continued, Therefore, you must make a decision. If you want to stay with the young lady, then you should prepare yourself for the future and become more influential so that you can affect even the Chu family. You may be a little famous right now, but it's not nearly enough to truly affect the world and those that stand at the top. However, If you don't intend on doing that, then I suggest you separate from the young lady as soon as possible so that neither of you gets hurt, especially since the longer you're together, the more difficult it will be for you two when you have to separate. You must also understand that I am not threatening you right now, young Master Yuan. In fact, I am on the young lad's side, as I have been ever since I was assigned to take care of her. I just want you to be aware of the young lad's situation, and I don't want her to experience any grievances. I have been with the Chu family for nearly my entire life, so I know how they operate very well. Although there is no doubt that they care deeply for the young lady, it is also a fact that she was adopted, so she isn't truly part of the Chu family. Even if they cannot benefit from her, they won't just throw her away, as they have sacrificed too many resources for her. After a moment of silence, Yuan said, I don't know what to say or think of this information. Don't worry, you have plenty of time to think and come to a conclusion, but don't take too long since the Chu family is sometimes very unpredictable. Anyways, it was nice talking with you, young Master Yuan. If you have any questions, I will always be available. Sebastian said to him. Chapter 556, Chu Liuxiang's Ambitions. Shortly after Yuan and Sebastian left the immortal caves to talk, Meisha woke up from her sleep to find Chu Liuxiang sleeping in a weird position and Yuan gone. She didn't think too much of it and went outside, but neither Yuan nor Sebastian was around. She wondered where they went as she entered the bathroom to clean her face. And as Meisha left the bathroom, Chu Liuxiang was coming out of the bedroom with a sleepy expression on her face. Where's brother Yuan? Chu Liuxiang asked. I don't know. He was gone by the time I woke up. Is that so? Chu Liuxiang then entered the bathroom to clean her face. Once she came out of the bathroom, she saw Meisha sitting at the table alone, and after pondering for a second, she decided to sit with her. Meisha quickly noticed Chu Liuxiang staring at her, mostly because Chu Liuxiang didn't try to hide the fact. Is there something on my face? Meisha asked her. No, I was just thinking that you're very pretty. To her surprise, Chu Liuxiang actually praised her appearance. Thank you. Meisha felt a little awkward after hearing Chu Liuxiang's praises. Hey, I have a question. What do you think of brother Yuan? Chu Liuxiang suddenly asked her. What do you mean? Meisha raised her eyebrows slightly. I'm asking what you think of brother Yuan as a man. Are you interested in him, or are you already in love with him? I have watched you for an entire day, but I cannot figure it out. Surely, you must have some feelings for him since you have been living with him for so long, and brother Yuan is a very charming man in his own way. Chu Liuxiang blatantly asked Meisha if she loved Yuan, and sure enough, Meisha was left speechless by such a question. But before she could even respond, Chu Liuxiang continued, Actually, you don't have to tell me since it won't really change my decision. Your decision? Meisha asked out of curiosity. My decision to stay with brother Yuan for the rest of my life as his wife. I wasn't sure about my feelings at first, but after seeing him again, I'm certain that I love him, so I want to be with him, even if I have to leave the Chu family. Mike Xia's eyes' visibility widened after hearing Chu Liuxiang's declaration of love for Yuan, but she was more surprised that Chu Liuxiang had the courage to say such words out loud than the words themselves. After all, anyone could tell that Chu Liuxiang had intimate feelings for Yuan just by how she acted when around him. Seeing Mike Xia's reaction, Chu Liuxiang smiled and said, Don't worry, it's not like I am declaring war or anything like that by telling you that I love brother Yuan. I just wanted to clear your doubts, since you seem to question my feelings for him. Meisha opened her mouth, but no words came out, as she wasn't sure how she should respond to Chu Liuxiang's words. Obviously, she had some feelings for Yuan, but she wasn't as bold as Chu Liuxiang to announce that out loud. 2. I want 2 children with brother Yuan, no matter if they are a boy or a girl. That is my dream, or should I say dreams. And I hope to achieve one of these dreams before I have to return to my family. Mike Xia's jaw dropped a little after hearing her words. Does Chu Liuxiang plan on getting pregnant before she returns to the Chu family? Aren't you a little too young for a child? Meisha couldn't help but ask. Although she didn't know Chu Liuxiang's age, They look to be around the same age. Too young? Based on what? I'm already an adult. So why must I pointlessly wait to conceive when I am already prepared to have children? In fact, I have heard from others that it's normal for girls at my age to already have their own family in this day and age. Meisho was speechless. While it is true that there are many girls out there that have already started their own family at the age of 18, with some being even younger, she still felt that having a child at such a young age would be too much responsibility. Listen here, Meisho. Brother Yuan is a very charming young man with unlimited potential, and I have no doubt that there will be a lot of competition in the future, so it's only logical to strike while the iron is hot. Even if he decides to get another wife in the future, at least I already have a spot in his heart. Wait, you don't mind sharing him with others? Meisho was truly speechless now. Is that why Chu Liuxiang doesn't care if she loved Yuan or not? And if someone asked her, she would definitely prefer having the man she loved all to herself. Well, my father has many wives, so I'm used to it, and they all seem pretty happy together. Furthermore, it's not uncommon for powerful men to have many wives. Honestly, I don't care as long as I have a place in his heart, Chu Liuxiang said in a calm and clear voice. By now, Yuan and Sebastian had been away for over an hour. Suddenly, the door opened, and both Yuan and Sebastian returned to the immortal caves with suitcases by their side. After their talk, Yuan decided to go with Sebastian to get their luggage since he knew his way around the place much better than Sebastian. Good morning, Brother Yuan. You too, Sebastian. Chu Liuxiang stood up and left the table after seeing their return. Good morning, young lady, Sebastian said to her. You're awake already? I thought you would still be asleep since you have never been good with waking up in the morning. Yuan chuckled. That was years ago, she quickly said. Meanwhile, Meisho silently watched Chu Liuxiang acting very intimately around Yuan, but Chu Liuxiang no longer looked as innocent as before since Meisho is now aware of Chu Liuxiang's grand ambitions. Chapter 557, Unable to Focus. After putting their luggage away, Chu Liuxiang and Meisho changed out of their pajamas before making their way to the restaurant for breakfast. Once breakfast was done, Chu Liuxiang asked, Brother Yuan, what are you going to do today? I'm going to practice with my sword at the training building. Honestly, that's pretty much all we do here. I am sorry if it's a little boring, he said. It's fine. I don't mind it. After they rested a little after breakfast, they began making their way to the training building. I will see you later, Meisho said to Yuan before making her way to the 4th floor. Meanwhile, Yuan entered the gymnasium on the 1st floor and did some warm-up with the sword. Can I see that sword? Chu Liuxiang asked him. Yuan handed the wooden sword to her. Oh, it's much heavier than it looks. There's metal in the center, so it feels like a real sword. Chu Liuxiang began swinging the sword around effortlessly, but her technique wasn't the best. In fact, one could even call them choppy and amateurish, and anyone watching could tell that she was a complete beginner with the sword. What kind of training do you do? Yuan asked her out of curiosity. Mostly how to control my spiritual energy. Like this. Chu Liuxiang held the sword in front of her for a moment before letting the handle go. However, to Yuan's surprise, the sword didn't fall to the ground and hovered in the air. This is chi manipulation? Yuan could tell that Chu Liuxiang was controlling the sword with her spiritual energy so that it wouldn't fall, and this technique greatly resembled chi manipulation that can only be used by spirit grandmasters in. Chi manipulation? It's a technique from my family, but they call it spiritual control. Chu Liuxiang said. Does that mean you also know how to fly? Yuan couldn't help but ask. Fly? That's impossible, she said. Really? If you know chi manipulation, then you can control the spiritual energy around your body, allowing you to fly. I'm not sure, but I cannot control the spiritual energy around me. Only my own spiritual energy. I can use it to move things from a distance, and it can even deal significant damage, but that's pretty much all it can do. Flying is out of the question, she said. Then it's not chi manipulation? Yuan mumbled to himself. Of course, there's also the chance that it's actually chi manipulation, but Chu Liuxiang hasn't reached that level yet. Brother Yuan, you're quite strong, right? Do you want to experience for yourself the technique's might? Don't worry, I will hold back. Sure. Yuan eagerly nodded. He then stood a few meters away from Chu Liuxiang, like she had instructed him before putting the sword in front of him in a defensive position. Are you ready? Chu Liuxiang asked him. I am. Hearing such words, Chu Liuxiang took a deep breath and gathered the spiritual energy in her body at her fists. Once she was ready, she threw a punch at Yuan, but her fist was nowhere near touching Yuan, as they were still a few meters away from each other. However, Yuan could feel something powerful and heavy slamming into his sword the next second, pushing him back many inches, nearly knocking him off his feet. Wow, and that was holding back. Yuan asked her afterward. Yes, I can destroy a boulder the size of a car if I used all of my strength. Enough to kill someone, she said. Heavens, that's a terrifying technique. Yuan muttered in a dazed voice. It's very powerful, but it also consumes a lot of my spiritual energy, so I can only use it a couple of times before I exhaust my energy, she said. A few minutes later, Wang Ming entered the gymnasium, and the first thing he did was look for Yuan's figure. Once he found Yuan, who was speaking with Chu Liuxiang, he approached them. Hey, Yuan, you ready for another spar today? Wang Ming asked him. Yes. Yuan nodded. Wang Ming then glanced at Chu Liuxiang for a moment, almost like he had something to say, but he didn't say anything to her in the end and returned his focus on Yuan. The two of them began their spar shortly after, and Chu Liuxiang would watch them fight each other a few meters away. Meanwhile, on the fourth floor, Meisho was warming up at the still targets. Are you okay, Foam? The instructor approached her and asked her in a concerned voice. You haven't hit the red a single time after shooting a dozen arrows, and you even missed a couple of shots. Even if you're just warming up, this isn't like you. If you're not feeling well, you should take the day off, maybe even get checked by a doctor. I am fine, instructor. My mind is just occupied by a few things and can't really focus. That's all. Meisho said, as she would keep thinking about her conversation with Chu Liuxiang this morning. If you cannot focus, you should put the bow down and meditate until you can clear your mind. The instructor advised her. I shall do that then. Thank you. Meisho placed her bow down and began meditating near the wall so that she doesn't obstruct the others. However, when she closed her eyes and tried to clear her mind, Chu Liuxiang's words would continue to resound inside her head. What do you think of Brother Yuan? I love Brother Yuan, and I wish to stay with him forever as his wife. I want 2 children with Brother Yuan, one of them before I have to return to the family. There will be many competitors in the future. I love Brother Yuan. I really love him. Why did you have to show up now? Meisho sighed in a low voice when she couldn't get rid of Chu Liuxiang's voice inside her head. Chapter 558, Senior Hong. After spending an hour trying to clear her head, Meisho finally managed to calm down, and she went to practice the bow to take her mind off everything else. At the end of the day, the instructor approached Meisho and said to her, Senior Hong said to give him a visit whenever you're ready for the bow. Oh, and he also wants you to bring along player Yuan if he's not busy. I will ask him later. Meisho nodded. Sometime later, Meisho returned to the first floor, where Yuan and Wang Ming had just finished their training for the day. Yuan, Senior Hong said that he'd like to see us. Meisho approached them. Is this about your bow? Yuan asked. Yes. All right, let's give him a visit after we tidy up our appearances. See you tomorrow. Wang Ming said to Yuan before they left the training building and returned to the Immortal Caves to take a quick shower. Once they were prepared, Meisho and Yuan went to the Hong family's living quarters with Chu Liuxiang and Sebastian following them. However, they had to ask for directions since they have never been to the place before. After asking a few people, they finally arrived at the Hong family's main living quarters, and there appeared to be smoke coming from the back of the massive building. Welcome to the Hong family, esteemed guests. Master Hong is currently in the crafting hall. Allow me to bring you there. The guard there greeted them. They then followed the guard to the back of the area where the smoke was coming from. Once they arrived, and entered the building, they could see a half-naked old man with the upper part of his body that was very jacked and refined, completely naked and soaked in sweat. It was Senior Hong, and he was hammering away at the anvil. Ding, ding, ding. Every time he struck the hot iron on the anvil, the others would feel their hearts pop out of their chest a little. "Oh, welcome." Senior Hong stopped whatever he was doing when he noticed Yuan and the others. "It's okay. We can wait until you're finished," Yuan said to him. Senior Hong laughed and said, "Don't worry. I was just exercising. It's not like I was actually making anything." "Exercising?" Yuan raised his eyebrows. "Anyways, give me a few minutes. As you can see, I am covered in sweat." Senior Hong then walked outside the building and into this small building that was literally a few steps away from the crafting building. After Senior Hong disappeared inside this small building, they could hear water splashing a couple of times before stopping. A few minutes later, Senior Hong left the small building with a fresh appearance. "Follow me." Senior Hong then led them to another building that was about a minute away from the crafting area. "This is the storage area. It's where I keep all of our equipment," Senior Hong said as he opened the locked doors before bringing them inside. "Wow," Yuan muttered in a low voice shortly after stepping foot inside this building. Inside the building was a spacious room that was just like the gymnasium, but there were weapons everywhere. There were weapons stacked on shelves, weapons laying on the ground, and there were even weapons hanging on the walls. Our Hong family handles all of the faction's equipment since crafting is our expertise, and we get to hone our skills while we support the faction, so it's a win-win for us. "Follow me." Senior Hong then led them to a secluded section in the building, and he said to Meishio, "There are over 100 different types of bows here. Get a feel for each of them, and let me know which one you like the best, and I will craft you a brand new one with your strength in mind. And judging by your skills at the competition, I would say that you're the type to wield a short bow that specializes in rapid fire, but you should still check out all of the bows before making a conclusion." "Okay, thank you," Meishio said to him before she went to look at the bows. "Fellow Taoist Yuan, since you're here as well, why don't you also pick a weapon? You're mostly a sword user, right? We have plenty of them." "Really?" Yuan was delighted to hear this, since he has been thinking about getting a sword but didn't know where. "Yes. If you want, I can even craft you a custom sword." However, Yuan shook his head and said, "Just an ordinary sword is good enough. Thank you." "All right. The swords are in Section A by the entrance. Let me lead you there." Thus, Yuan followed Senior Hong to the area holding the swords. Wow. Yuan was amazed by how many swords there were in this place. In fact, this is his first time seeing so many swords at once. "Young lady, if you like, you can also pick a sword." Senior Hong didn't want her to feel left out and said, "Thank you, but I don't use swords or any weapons for that matter." Senior Hong nodded and didn't say anything else. Yuan proceeded to pick up every sword to feel them in his grasp. Once he found the perfect sword that felt the best in his grasp, he showed it to Senior Hong. "I want this sword." Senior Hong nodded without any hesitation. It may be an ordinary sword, but it's still a good sword nevertheless. Now that Yuan had a sword, they returned to Mike Sia's side. "Take your time," Yuan said to her. Meishio nodded. Half an hour later, Meishio said to Senior Hong, "I like the way this bow feels in my hand, but it's a little too light. Can you make me something heavier?" In fact, due to her increased strength, every single bow that she has used up to this point was simply too light, and that isn't good in archery. In other words, Meishio has been at a disadvantage this entire time due to this setback and hasn't shown her real potential. Chapter 559. To light, huh? That's not good. Although light bows are easier to handle, they won't be able to compare to heavier bows in terms of power and speed, just like how a sword shouldn't be too light, sacrificing power for control. I will need to conduct some tests to see how strong I should make the bow. Senior Hong said to Meishio. "Okay, follow me to the workshop." Yuan and the others followed him back to the crafting area, where Senior Hong retrieved a couple of dumbbells of different sizes. The lightest dumbbell is 100 kilos while the heaviest dumbbell is 500 kilos. Go ahead and try each of them. Meisho nodded and proceeded to pick up each of the dumbbells, starting with the lightest one. A few minutes later, Meisho placed the 500-kilo dumbbell down and said to Senior Hong, "I still think they're a bit too light." "That's still too light? The heaviest dumbbell weighs over a ton, you know? Even I have trouble picking it up, and you're only a spirit warrior. Just how much innate strength do you possess?" Senior Hong was speechless. After a moment of silence, he asked her, "What is your limit?" "I don't know, but I've picked up a car with relative ease before," she calmly responded. "A car? How big was the car?" "Just an ordinary sedan-type car." "Heavens! These types of cars are usually around 1,500 kilos. And that is still too easy for you? I'm afraid that I won't be able to craft a bow that could handle your monstrous strength." Senior Hong shook his head in a defeated manner. He could have never imagined that Meisho would have such immense strength when her slim figure looked so fragile and weak. The following morning, Yuan would wake up to find his body restricted again, but to his surprise, it wasn't Chu Liuxiang that was restricting him. Instead, it was Meisho who was clinging to his body, and with her immense strength, it was pretty much impossible for Yuan to break free without doing so very forcefully. So he could only wait until Meisho wakes up. Chapter 560. An hour has passed since Yuan woke up from his sleep, but he hasn't been able to move, much less go anywhere because of Meisho, who was hugging his body with incredible strength. Fortunately, Yuan only had to wait a few more minutes before Meisho woke up and realized the situation. "I am sorry." Meisho quickly jumped out of the bed when she realized that she had been hugging him while in her sleep. "It's okay," Yuan said in a calm voice. "How long have you been awake?" Meisho couldn't help but ask him. "I don't know, but I've been awake for a bit now," he responded. Why didn't you wake me up if that was the case?" "You were sleeping very peacefully, and I couldn't tell myself to wake you up in that state." Meisho blushed after hearing his words. Does this mean he's been watching my sleeping face this entire time? She wondered inwardly. "Anyways, now that you're awake, I can finally use the bathroom," Yuan said as he got off the bed and went to the bathroom. "Not bad, Meisho. Looks like you're finally showing your true self." Chu Liuxiang's voice suddenly resounded, causing Meisho to look at her. "Chu Liuxiang, it's not like that." Meisho refuted in a low voice. "Who are you trying to fool? As someone who is deeply in love with Brother Yuan, I can tell when another girl is also in love with him. You're not benefiting anybody by lying to yourself." Chapter 561. Once the instructor showed Yuan how to hold the staff, he swung the staff around in a slow but precise manner, allowing Yuan to see every single one of his movements more clearly. A few minutes later, the instructor stopped his movements and turned to look at Yuan before handing him the staff. "Here, I showed a little more than I was supposed to, but I wanted to give you a grasp of what it means to wield a staff." After Yuan accepted the staff, the instructor went to grab another one for himself. "Am I holding this properly?" Yuan asked. "Yes, that's perfect. Now let's start with the basic movements." The instructor then executed a single strike with the staff before freezing in that position. Yuan followed his movements and executed the same strike with perfection. Of course, it was only a basic movement, so it wasn't that impressive. Hey, race a follow-up. The instructor resumed his movements and swung the staff again. Yuan followed. The two of them would continue in this manner until they executed most of the basic movements. Now try to do it all at once without any long pauses. The instructor said to him. Chapter 562. After eating dinner, Yuan retired to his bedroom with the other two ladies. "Good night, Brother Yuan," Chu Liuxiang said to him after snuggling close to him. Meanwhile, Meisho took a seat a few meters in front of the bed and started cultivating. Although she was already a spirit warrior and ahead of the majority of people in the world, she didn't want to lose to Chu Liuxiang, who was a spirit master. Yuan fell asleep shortly after lying on the bed, as he was incredibly tired from training today, more so than usual since he wasn't used to training with polearms. After falling asleep, Yuan found himself in his dream once again, but he was surrounded by a thick fog that blocked all of his vision. What is it this time? Yuan's initial thought was that it was something caused by the handsome man that would often appear in his dreams. But there was no response. Whoosh! Suddenly, Yuan felt something fly past his head, but it was too fast for him to see what that thing was. Then he felt something dripping down his face. Yuan subconsciously lifted his hand to wipe his face, and to his surprise, he was bleeding. Whatever just flew past his head had scratched his face deep enough to bleed. And before he could make sense of what happened, the fog began clearing away, revealing to Yuan his surroundings. It was at this moment Yuan woke up from his dream. What was that all about? Yuan wondered to himself, as the dream was too different from his usual dreams, and even the handsome man felt like a different person. Chapter 563. After waking up from his strange dream, Yuan went to wash his face before going outside to get some fresh air, and he wondered if he had been a general in his past life. That man in my dream said that I was his reincarnation, but from what I have seen so far, he appeared to live inside a cultivation world. Does this mean there exists a cultivation world out there somewhere in the universe? Many minutes later, Yuan returned inside the immortal caves, and everyone there was already awake and prepared to grab some breakfast. Where did you go, Brother Yuan? Chu Liuxiang asked him. I was right outside the caves getting some fresh air, he said. They left the immortal caves shortly after to get breakfast. After eating breakfast, they made their way to the training building, where Yuan would spend another day on the third floor training with the spear. As for Meishio, she had spent most of her time in the outdoor training area. Instructor, can I train with you again today? Yuan approached the bulky man who showed a bittersweet smile on his face after hearing Yuan's request. After all, he didn't want to lose again before so many disciples, and had already lost plenty of face from yesterday's loss. However, as though the heavens were on the instructor's side, before he could open his mouth to speak, someone suddenly approached them and said, I could spar with you if you'd like. His movements weren't this quick and sharp yesterday. It's almost like I am watching an entirely different person than yesterday. What kind of training did he undergo yesterday? How can someone improve so drastically in less than a day? The instructor cried inwardly. Chapter 564. Sebastian, what do you think of Brother Yuan? Chu Liuxiang asked him as they watched Yuan spar with Shi Liang. I think he's a very talented young man, perhaps even the most talented person I have ever seen. I dare say that even the top geniuses from the Chu family wouldn't be able to match him, he calmly responded. Then do you think my parents would accept someone like him? Chu Liuxiang asked, her intentions clear with that question. Sebastian pondered for a moment before speaking. Young lady, you should know very well the master's personality. Talent alone won't be enough to impress them. He'll need more than that to receive their recognition. Is that so? Chu Liuxiang mumbled. Sometime later, the crowd surrounding Yuan and Shi Liang suddenly erupted with cheering and excitement. Oh, he won. Player Yuan actually managed to defeat Shi Liang. Heavens, what was that technique at the end? I have never seen anything like that before. In the middle of the circle, Shi Liang was sitting on the floor with a look of disbelief on his face. What kind of technique was that just now? Shi Liang asked Yuan. It doesn't have a name, he said. After all, had learned the technique from watching the handsome man his dream. I see. Anyways, it was a great fight. I didn't actually expect to lose if I am being completely honest. Shi Liang extended his hand for a handshake. Yuan accepted his hand and said, Likewise, I enjoyed the spar. Sometime later, the instructor approached Yuan and said, You must have practiced a lot even after you went home. Training? Yuan raised his eyebrows, but he didn't respond to that, as he figured that it would be for the better. How about another round? I still have a lot of energy. Shi Liang asked Yuan a moment later. The thousands of spectators cheered for the contestants afterward. Wow, is that really player Yuan? This is my first time seeing him. He's also wearing a mask out here. Damn it, I wanted to see his face at the very least. Chapter 565. After introducing the contestants, a servant approached the stage while carrying a small box. This is what will decide your matchups. Whoever holds the same numbers will be fighting that round. That is all. A moment later, the contestants picked their number. Yuan looked at the paper in his hands. Number 1 inch the matches will be in the order of a number, so whoever has number 1 will be the first to fight, said the announcer on the stage. I am first, Yuan said. The announcer nodded and looked at the other 7. Who has the other number 1? H.A.? Someone their side as he raised his hand into the air. It's me, Wang Ming said in a defeated voice. He turned to look at Yuan and smiled bitterly. I didn't expect to lose on the first round. What bad luck. Everyone but the fighters for the first round, please leave the stage. The announcer said. Very quickly, everyone but Wang Ming and Yuan left the stage. What about our weapons? Yuan asked. Chapter 566. Ding. Wang Bingbing swung her sword at Hong Xiuquan, but Hong Xiuquan used his gauntlets to protect himself, using it as a shield. After defending the attack, Hong Xiuquan used his other hand to throw a powerful punch at Wang Bingbing, who elegantly twisted her body to dodge it. Wow, it's like wielding 2 weapons at once, Yuan mumbled. Although he's at a disadvantage due to his very limited range, he more than makes up for it since that allows him to defend and attack at the same time. Wang Ming said, doesn't it still hurt when he defends? Even though he has steel gloves, the impact should still hurt him quite a bit. Yuan asked, yes, but the gauntlets aren't something you just put on and use like a sword or other weapons. It requires the wielder to train their body if they want to use it efficiently. Hong Xiuquan had to temper his body, mostly his arms, to extreme lengths so that he wouldn't have a broken arm every time he defends. He has bathed in treasures since he was young, not to mention the strenuous physical training he does almost every day, allowing his arms and bones to become as durable as steel. Body tempering, huh? I wonder how they temper their body. Is it any different from what I did in? However, this would mean that treasures with spiritual energy really exist in this world. I should ask them later. Ding, ding, ding. Wang Bingbing and Hong Xiuquan fought fiercely for many minutes with Wang Bingbing trying to break Hong Xiuquan's defenses, while Hong Xiuquan tries to catch Wang Bingbing off guard with a counterattack, but neither of them was successful after many minutes of going back and forth. Compared to player Yuan and Wang Ming's battle, this is kind of boring, right? Chapter 567. Ding. Whoosh. Ding. Shi Lang continued his assault on Wu Zhao relentlessly, but Wu Zhao would always manage to block or deflect the attack. However, Wu Zhao was also unable to close their distance, much less reach Shi Lang to attack him. Shi Lang suddenly took a large step forward while thrusting his spear, taking Wu Zhao by surprise. Not bad. Wu Zhao twisted his body in an odd manner, barely dodging the strike. After dodging, Wu Zhao grabbed Shi Lang's spear with his bare hands, before pulling Shi Lang towards him. What incredible strength! Shi Lang struggled to retrieve his spear, but he also didn't want to let go of his spear. He couldn't, or that would spell the end for him. However, that meant Wu Zhao could finally reach him. Seeing that Shi Lang didn't let go of his spear, Wu Zhao immediately stepped forward and swung his fan at Shi Lang, who used his other hand to block the fan. However, Shi Lang didn't temper his body like Hong Xiuquan had, so his arm was immediately bruised by the strike. I'm sorry, Li Jinxi isn't very good at holding back, and she doesn't learn no matter how many times we tell you to do so. Senior Li sighed. Don't worry about it. This happens every time she fights someone, said Senior Shi. Well, they say pain is weakness leaving the body. Shi Morong was too reserved today. It was an embarrassment to watch. He also needs to be scolded afterward, said the head of the Shi family, Shi Murong's father. Chapter 568. Now that the first round of matches has concluded, there will be a 30-minute break. You may use this time to recover your strength, but you are not allowed to leave the area or consume medicine that speeds up your recovery. The announcer said to them. The contestants that won their match started to cultivate to recover as much energy as they can, but Yuan merely sat on the benches with Wang Ming sitting beside him. You're not going to cultivate? Wang Ming asked him. I don't really need to, Yuan said, feeling completely fine and overflowing with energy. You're really another breed, aren't you? Wang Ming shook his head with a bittersweet smile. There was another contestant that didn't bother to rest, and it was Li Jinxi, who barely exerted any strength to defeat her opponent, and she would silently stare in Yuan's direction. Noticing this, Yuan asked Wang Ming, She's staring at our direction. What do you think she wants from us? Wang Ming turned to look at Li Jinxi and chuckled. Us? I think she only has you in her eyes at this moment. She's probably wondering if you'll be a challenge for her since she doesn't really have any rivals in the faction, and even the Grand Elders are no match for her. What? Even the Grand Elders cannot defeat her? Yuan was surprised to hear this. Li Jinxi may only be at the peak of Spirit Warrior, but her tremendous strength is on another level. In terms of experience and skills, the Grand Elders are definitely above her. However, in a fight, Li Jinxi's superior strength allows her to dominate everyone. But it's not like the Grand Elders cannot defeat her. If they fight 10 matches, Li Jinxi would probably win 6 to 7 of them. I see. Yuan nodded. I think she will be a worthy opponent for you, Yuan. You'll understand it once you stand on the same stage as her. Wang Ming chuckled. 30 minutes later, the announcer called the 4 contestants that won back onto the stage for another round of picking numbers. Yuan looked at his number after picking it. 2-inch if you say so. Yuan nodded. Chapter 569. Are you two ready? The announcer asked Yuan and Hong Xiuquan. I am. They both responded simultaneously. Then let the fight begin. Once the fight started, Yuan slowly approached Hong Xiuquan, who was standing still in a defensive position. His intentions were clear. He was going to repeat what he did during his fight with Wang Bingbing. So he's going to defend and try to counterattack, huh? Let's see your limits. Yuan accepted his challenge and dashed at Hong Xiuquan with his sword raised. However, midway through his swing, Hong Xiuquan, who was prepared to block the attack, suddenly shouted with his eyes wide, I surrender. Yuan immediately halted his movements, stopping his sword an inch away from Hong Xiuquan. Yuan doubted what Head just heard. Did Hong Xiuquan just surrender? The spectators were also dumbfounded by Hong Xiuquan's sudden surrender. It didn't even fight. Why would he suddenly surrender? Young Master Hong, did you just surrender? The announcer asked Hong Xiuquan for confirmation. Yes, I surrender. Hong Xiuquan said in a nonchalant voice as he removed his gauntlets before leaving the stage, and everyone speechless. Why? Yuan couldn't help but ask him, as he was looking forward to their fight. Hong Xiuquan stopped for a moment and turned to look at Yuan. He then said in a low voice, I lied. My arms are not in the condition to fight. However, neither Yuan nor Li Jinxi moved from their spot. A cold grin appeared on Li Jinxi's smile when she felt the force behind Yuan's attack, looking like she had just found her perfect prey. Let's dance, she suddenly shouted, her voice filled with excitement. Chapter 570. Clang, clang, clang. Yuan and Li Jinxi continued to swing their large swords at each other for many minutes, but neither of them was using their full strength just yet, as they were gradually increasing their strength to match each other. Heavens! How is he defending against Li Jinxi's attacks head-on? Does he also have a unique physique that gives him tyrannical strength? The spectators were shocked to witness Yuan fighting Li Jinsi on equal terms, something none of them have seen before. Who do you think will win this fight? Senior Wang asked the other Grand Elders. It's hard to tell. While we know Li Jinsi's full strength, we don't really know Daoist Yuan's full potential. Senior Shi said, that is indeed true. For example, I could have never predicted that he had the strength to fight Li Jinsi head-on. I wonder if he also has a divine body, considering how many talents he already has. It's not that crazy of an idea. Just what is he made out of? He's the definition of a flawless entity created by the heavens just to mess with everyone else. Meanwhile, on the stage, Li Jinsi started laughing. Finally, I've been waiting for someone like you. Someone that I can fight to my heart's content without worrying that you die in a single hit. Clang! Yuan was pushed back a full meter when Li Jinsi started fighting for real. What a heavy strike! Yuan cried inwardly, his entire arm shaking afterward, feeling like head just struck an immovable mountain. What should I do? I am a little behind in terms of raw strength. Yuan pondered as he looked at Li Jinsi, who was glaring at him like a tiger before its prey. What are you waiting for? Are you too afraid to continue? I can tell that you're weaker than me in terms of strength. Li Jinsi said to him. Yuan remained silent. There was a good chance that his movement technique wouldn't work on her, who has very keen eyes and a fast reaction, not to mention her weird sword technique that allows her to change her sword's direction at will. Meanwhile, the doctors went to check on Li Jinsi's condition, who was only knocked unconscious with a couple of minor injuries. Young Master Yuan, do you have any words to say? The announcer handed Yuan a microphone. Yuan subconsciously accepted the microphone, but he had nothing in mind. Chapter 571. Thank you for letting me fight here today. It was a wonderful experience. Yuan said to the microphone before handing it back to the announcer and walking off the stage. Yuan, what kind of technique was that? I have never seen anyone dominate Li Jinsi in such a manner before. Wang Ming approached him with a look of disbelief on his face. Technique? That wasn't a technique. At least I don't think so. Yuan said. In fact, even he doesn't know what that power was. It came suddenly and disappeared as quickly. And even though it gave him incredible strength, Yuan regretted that he wouldn't be able to fight Li Jinsi properly. Is there anyone out there that can push me to my limits? Yuan sighed inwardly. At this rate, he will have to play if he wants to fight any worthy opponents. After the tournament, Yuan regrouped with the others. Congratulations, brother Yuan. You were very handsome on the stage. Chu Liuxiang said to him. Thank you. Yuan nodded. Daoist Yuan, what was that golden aura around you? It felt kind of similar to Li Jinsi's technique at the end. Senior Li asked him. Sorry, but I don't know. Yuan shook his head. The Grand Elders didn't say anything else, as they believed that Yuan wanted to keep his secrets to himself, which was a normal thing to do. Regardless, it was refreshing to see Li Jinsi being on the receiving end of the beatdown, since she's usually the one beating her opponents. Senior Li laughed out loud despite talking about his own granddaughter. The dream ended with that sentence, and Yuan woke up the next moment. Tribulation. How am I supposed to prepare myself for something I know nothing about? That's impossible. Yuan sighed to himself. Chapter 572. After waking up, Yuan quietly left the bedroom and went outside the immortal caves, but it was still completely dark outside. Clearly, had woken up earlier than usual. He then walked to the small pavilion located right next to the immortal caves and took a seat underneath it. Just who am I? He mumbled in a low voice. Although he has pondered about his purpose in life many times throughout his life, he has never once questioned his identity. However, ever since he started having these dreams, he found himself questioning his identity more and more often. Who are my parents? Why did they abandon me? Am I really the reincarnation of a powerful cultivator? Or am I merely going crazy? Yuan sat underneath this pavilion for an unknown amount of time, silently pondering about his own identity and his reason for existing. Eventually, the sun began rising. Ding, when the sun just peeked over the horizon, Yuan heard a beautiful and familiar-sounding noise coming from somewhere not too far away from him, causing him to snap out of his daze. This sound, someone is playing the zither? Yuan subconsciously stood up and began following the direction of the sound. After walking for a few minutes, he arrived in a secluded area behind the immortal caves, where a young woman was sitting on top of a large boulder, playing with a wooden zither on her lap, her eyes completely closed. After a moment of silence, she said, "About that." She pointed at her closed eyes and said, "I don't want to scare you, but I lost my vision shortly after I started playing the zither, and I was born with perfect vision." "What?" Yuan muttered in a dazed manner. Chapter 573. You sound surprised, the young woman said after hearing his dazed mumble. And she continued, "Don't you also play the zither? Did nothing happen to you?" "As far as I am aware, everyone that plays the zither has encountered misfortune that ruined their lives one way or another." After a long moment, Yuan said, I learned to play the zither inside, where such a curse doesn't exist. In fact, this is my first time playing with the zither in this world." The young woman covered her mouth in a shocked manner. Why didn't you say so before I handed you the zither? And why did you accept it? Now you'll also be met with misfortune." The young woman said to him in a worried voice, as she felt responsible for handing him the zither. Yuan chuckled and said, "You don't have to worry about me. I don't think playing a single song will affect me. Furthermore, he is already afflicted with many powerful curses, so having another one won't really matter to him. If you don't mind me asking, why are you still playing the zither despite the curse that took away your vision?" Yuan asked her afterward. "It's simple. I love the zither too much to let it go. It can take away my vision, but as long as I get to continue playing the zither, I don't mind some sacrifices," she responded in a calm voice. Yuan was left speechless by her words. He has never seen anyone so dedicated and passionate about an instrument before. If he was in her shoes, he would gladly give up playing instruments for his vision back. After a moment of silence, he asked, "Then can you tell me a little more about the curse? You said that you lost your vision shortly after playing the zither. How did it happen?" Chapter 574. Azure? Is that your nickname? Yuan asked her, as it was a weird name to have for someone part of the Wang family. Azure chuckled like a fairy before speaking. "No, that's my real name. I belong to the Wang family, but I do not share the same blood as them. In other words, I was adopted, and Azure was what the kids at the orphanage would call me, so I stuck to it." "She's also adopted?" Yuan's mouth opened a little from surprise. This is the first time that he can relate to someone so well. Not only were they both orphans, but both of them became sick out of the blue and without any logical explanation, not to mention that they also played the zither. It was almost as if Yuan was standing in front of a mirror right now. "Anyways, I have to go now. It was nice speaking with you, Yuan. If you are free in the future, let's play the zither together. I don't normally play outside, but since you're here, I will come outside more often." "Okay." Yuan immediately nodded. "How about tomorrow?" she then asked. "Same time?" Yuan asked. "Same time. Then it's a promise. See you tomorrow." Azure then picked up her zither and left the place shortly after, but she didn't forget to wave at Yuan before she left. "Oh, is this the sword technique used by Wang Ming during our first fight? So it was called Sword of Dominance. What a domineering name. Very fitting for such a powerful strike." Yuan looked at the technique while trying his best to not accidentally learn them as he does in Chapter 575. Are these techniques too lackluster, or am I simply too spoiled by the techniques in? Despite looking through all of the techniques, Yuan didn't find any interest in them. "Have you found a suitable technique, Taoist Yuan?" the guard asked him when Yuan returned to him. "No, He shook his head. Is there something wrong with the techniques? The guard raised his eyebrows. Not really. I'm just not interested in them. That's unfortunate. I guess they are too weak compared to Taoist Yuan's techniques. If you ever change your mind, you can come back here at any time. Thank you. After spending about half an hour inside the pagoda, Yuan left the place empty-handed. You're out already? That was quicker than ID anticipated. Chu Liuxiang said when he returned. HM, where's your cultivation technique? Meishio asked him. I didn't pick a technique, mostly because I already have more powerful techniques, he said. That makes sense. I doubt you'll be able to find a cultivation technique more powerful than divine rank in this world. Yuan shook his head and said, I don't think the ranks are an issue, since Flying Dagger is only a mortal rank technique. I guess I just don't have any need for them, and there's no point in me learning them if I'm not going to use them. What are we going to do now? Meishio then asked. Let's just go home and relax for today. I have an appointment with Li Jinsi tomorrow, and I have a feeling that I will need all the energy I can spare, he said. Chapter 576. H.A. Bang! The ground shook as Li Jinsi struck the ground with her greatsword, creating a large crack in the earth, but she immediately pulled it back out to defend against Yuan's attack. Dong! Li Jinsi was sent flying for a few meters before stabilizing herself. Once she stabilized herself, she immediately rushed at Yuan again. How long are they going to keep this up? It's already been 3 hours since they started fighting. Wang Ming suddenly muttered. I think the better question is how much stamina do they have to continuously go at each other in such an aggressive fashion for so long without any breaks. I would have collapsed from exhaustion long ago. Wang Bingbing said, ridiculous strength requires a ridiculous amount of stamina to back up that strength, so it's not unnatural for them to have so much stamina. Senior Li said, it's no wonder why she wasn't satisfied after the competition when their match only lasted for a couple of minutes. Wang Ming said, after fighting for another 2 hours, Yuan dropped his sword and said, stop. I give up. I'm too exhausted to continue. He then collapsed onto the ground in a similar manner and began gasping for air. Li Jinsi stopped moving and stood there with her entire body covered in sweat, looking like someone had poured a few buckets of water on her body recently. She then stabbed her sword into the ground before falling onto her buttocks. Wow, Yuan actually lost to Li Jinsi? Wang Ming mumbled in a dazed voice. After all, how can a blind man move around without any support, much less fight with the powerful cultivators? That didn't make any sense. Chapter 577. Why you can't be blind. You're definitely joking with me. Li Jinsi said to him after snapping out of her daze, refusing to believe that she had been fighting with a blind man this entire time. I am serious, Yuan said. He then opened his eyelids with his hands, revealing his blank eyes that lacked any light to her. Li Jinsi covered her mouth and mumbled, then how? How are you moving around like you can see? Nobody would believe that you're blind with how you move around and fight. I can use divine sense, allowing me to see things around me, but I can only see a few meters away from me. However, despite the limited range, I can see things clearer than others, he said. Divine sense? I think I have heard of that before, and to think you can use such a technique in this world as well. You're really something else. If word gets out that Yuan is actually blind, who knows how they will react? Li Jinsi thought to herself. After a moment of silence, Li Jinsi spoke. Hey, you're interested in body tempering, right? Do you want to try it? Huh. I'm asking if you want to try tempering your body. I always have some medicine and herbs prepared. We can do it right now if you wish. All right now? Yuan nodded and said, of course, and I'd like to visit the Hong family after looking at the treasures. The Hong family? May I ask what business you have with them? Perhaps I can help you. It's about getting medicine to temper my body. Although I would like to start tempering my body, I don't know where to acquire the medicine to do so. And Li Jinsi told me to visit the Hong family, he explained. Chapter 578. Medicine, huh? I understand. If that's the case, there isn't anything my Li family can do for you, as the Hong family handles most of the medicine in the Jaded Garden. Senior Li said, Wow, they must have a lot of medicine if they supply the entire faction. Yuan said in a surprised voice. Ha! After all, they're the ones that require the most medicine because of people like Hong Xiuquan, who tempers his body around the clock almost daily. Senior Li laughed. Anyways, follow me. I will show you some of our Li family's treasures. Senior Li then led Yuan and everyone to another room. Please wait for a minute while I retrieve the treasures, Senior Li said before leaving them alone in the room. Even if Senior Li trusted Yuan and greatly valued his presence, there was no way that he'd bring someone that isn't part of their family to their storage area where they keep all of their treasures. Yuan patiently waited for Senior Li's return, his anticipation high. About 15 minutes later, Senior Li returned with 3 boxes in his grasp. He placed them on the table before Yuan and the others. This is the first treasure. Senior Li opened the first box, revealing a somewhat dried-up ginseng inside. This is a treasure? Yuan raised his eyebrows. It was an honor. Senior Li smiled. Chapter 579. By the way, I forgot to ask, but how do you use the treasures? Yuan asked Senior Li after he returned from putting away the treasures. Well, you can consume the ginseng or use it to make medicine. As for the jade slip, you simply absorb the spiritual energy within, he said. I see. Sometime later, Yuan and the others left the Li family's living quarters. Li Jinsi, show them the way to the Hong family. We also need to restock our medicine, Senior Li said to her. I understand. Thus, Li Jinsi led them to the Hong family. HM, Taoist Yuan, what brings you to the Hong family? Senior Hong asked him, feeling pleasantly surprised by his presence. Hello. I'd like to temper my body, but I don't know where to get the medicine required for it, and the Li family recommended that I speak with your family. Yuan said, I see. You came at the perfect time. Our family is currently harvesting this month's medicine supply, Senior Hong said. Harvesting? Yuan raised his eyebrows. So you grow your own medicine? Yes. Follow me. Senior Hong then led Yuan and the others to a few miles behind their living quarters, where a large medicine farm was located. Wow, Yuan mumbled, feeling awed from the medicine farm that stretched to the horizon. Every month, we harvest around 100 kilos of medicine from this place, Senior Hong said. Chapter 580. After resting for a bit inside the immortal caves, Yuan and the others went to get dinner. Once dinner was finished, Yuan went to take a bath, and he decided to try tempering his body with the medicine head received from the Hong family. However, during his tempering, someone opened the door and entered the bathroom. Knowing that it wasn't a stranger, Yuan didn't panic this time. However, he was still surprised to see Chu Liuxiang entering the bathroom with nothing but a towel around her body. Can I take a bath with you, Brother Yuan? She asked him. I don't really mind, but the water is, he said. Before Yuan could even finish his sentence, Chu Liuxiang removed her towel and tossed it to the side before joining the bathtub with him. Of course, the bathtub in the immortal caves wasn't anywhere close to the size of the one in Li Jinsi's bathroom, so it was a little cramped in the bathtub, with Chu Liuxiang's smooth skin rubbing against Yuan's body. Once the both of them were comfortable, they would sit there in awkward silence. We should do this more often, Chu Liuxiang suddenly said. I wouldn't mind that if we had a bigger bathtub. Yuan chuckled. After another moment of silence, Chu Liuxiang asked, Brother Yuan, have you ever considered starting your own family? So you refuse to start a family? Because you are afraid of burdening them? I thought you were strong enough to protect them. Yuan said to him, You know nothing, kid. Nobody is born at the peak, not even the ultimate genius. Despite where I ended, I wasn't always strong. Furthermore, I was too dedicated to cultivation, so even if I started a family, I wouldn't have any time for them. There's no point. The handsome man shook his head. Chapter 581. A gentle moan resounded beside him when Yuan awoke from his sleep, and to his surprise, his hands were grasping onto Chu Liuxiang's soft breasts. He quickly removed his hands, but as he prepared to apologize, he realized that Chu Liuxiang was deep asleep. Meanwhile, Meisho was cultivating beside the bed. Ever since she started cultivating at the Immortal Caves, she had gained a level, reaching the second-level Spirit Warrior. Yuan silently left the bedroom and went to check the time. Once again, Head woke up early. He then went to the bathroom to wash his face before making his way outside, returning to the spot Head met Azure. And to his surprise, there was a figure sitting on a boulder with a zither resting beside her, and she was in the middle of cultivation. Yuan didn't want to bother her and sat down a few meters away from her, silently admiring Azure's elegant appearance. "You're here early." Azure suddenly spoke a few minutes later, surprising Yuan. "I woke up early again," he said. "What a coincidence. I also woke up earlier than usual today. Maybe it's because I have been eager to play the zither with you." She chuckled gracefully. "Anyways, since we're both here, why don't we play together now?" She then said. "Sure. But I don't have a zither." "That's fine. Follow me. I have a spare one in my room." Yuan proceeded to follow Azure back to the Immortal Caves. Ding, every few steps, Azure would pull a string on her zither, creating a single note that would echo in the place. If you're wondering why I'm doing this, I am using the sound to guide me. Although I cannot see with my eyes, I can see with my zither. How does that work? That's good. Anyways, follow me. The bow is finished. A few minutes later, they arrived at the crafting area. Chapter 582. Give me a moment. Senior Hong went inside the building for a minute before returning with a cart that had a long wooden box resting on it. "Hey, raise your bow. Check it out." Senior Hong opened the box, revealing the beautiful black short bow inside. Meisho immediately went to pick up the bow, and to her surprise, was it many times heavier than any bow she has wielded before. However, it wasn't heavy enough to where she couldn't use it. She proceeded to move the bow around, trying to get a feel for it. "What do you think? If the weight isn't right, I can adjust it for you, but I can only make it lighter since that's already the heaviest I can make it." "The weight is perfectly fine. Thank you for this bow." Meisho bowed to him in a respectful manner. Don't even mention it. You deserve it. Go ahead, try shooting with it." Senior Hong handed her an arrow. Meisho took the arrow and proceeded to shoot it at a nearby tree. Even the string feels so different. It's more durable, and pulling back on it gives me confidence for some reason. Meisho thought to herself. Whoosh. Meisho released the string once she got her aim, and the arrow flew in a straight line until it hit her desired location. However, nobody had a good solution in the end, and despite many speculations about the tribulation, they won't really know until it happens. Dyeing the entire world red. That sounds horrible. Yuan sighed as they returned to the Immortal Caves. Chapter 583. Brother Yuan, do you think the divination is true? Or is this merely a coincidence? Chu Liuxiang asked him when they returned. I want to believe it's merely a coincidence, but a bittersweet smile appeared on his face when he recalled what the handsome man in his dream told him. I don't know. I just have a bad feeling about the situation. Chu Liuxiang shrugged and said, Well, even if there's a calamity, I'm sure you'll protect us, Brother Yuan. Yuan smiled and said, Of course. That is my #1 priority. The following day, Yuan woke up early in the morning again. You've been waking up early lately, Yuan. Meisho suddenly stopped cultivating and said to him, I'm meeting up with a friend that I made recently, he said. The one who gave you the zither. Yes, I see. Have fun. Meisho returned to cultivating the next moment. After cleaning his face, Yuan grabbed his zither and went to meet up with Azure behind the Immortal Caves. Have you heard about the approaching calamity? Yuan suddenly asked Azure at the end of their session. The sky is red, young Master Yuan, Sebastian responded in a serious voice. What? Red? How is that possible? Yuan exclaimed. Chapter 584. I have never seen anything like this before. Sebastian continued speaking. Although there were times when the sky looked red, it never looked this red, like the sky is stained with blood. Brother Yuan, do you think this is caused by the calamity? Chu Liuxiang asked him in a worried voice. I don't know, but it's very possible. Let's hurry and find the Grand Elders, Yuan suggested. Thus, they began running to the Wang family's living quarters since they were the closest to the immortal caves. On their way there, they passed through many disciples, and all of them were staring at the sky with dazed looks on their faces. Heavens, it's almost like doomsday is upon us. One of them muttered out loud. This must be the calamity our ancestors warned us about. The calamity is coming. Oh, I don't want to die. At least wait until I find a cute girlfriend. Everyone in the Jaded Garden appeared to be panicking, but nobody blamed them. In fact, it was a chaotic scene everywhere around the world at this moment. Right as Yuan and the others arrived at the Wang family, they noticed Senior Wang and the Wang siblings leaving the gates. Senior Wang, Yuan called out to her. Taoist Yuan, perfect timing. Come with me. Senior Wang said to him. How should I respond to her confession? Yuan sat there and silently pondered to himself until sunrise. And just as he prepared to return to the immortal caves, another earthquake appeared, and it would last a tad bit longer than the last one, not to mention a little stronger as well. Chapter 585. Another earthquake? Yuan quickly returned to the immortal caves. Is the sky red again? Yuan asked them when he returned. No, the sky hasn't changed this time, Meishio said after looking outside. Is that so? Yuan decided to stay at the immortal caves with Meishio and the others just in case something were to happen. But sometime in the afternoon, Wang Ming showed up at their immortal caves. Wang Ming? What happened? Yuan, come with me. We have discovered something new, he said. Really? Let's go. Wang Ming proceeded to bring Yuan and the others to the Wang family, where Senior Wang was waiting for their arrival. What did you find? Yuan asked her. You probably don't know this since we never mentioned it, but we built this place close to our ancestors' tomb, and according to the people who maintain that place, the spiritual energy there has become chaotic and even somewhat menacing. Perhaps there's a clue in that place about the approaching calamity, Senior Wang said, and she continued, I will be heading there now with the other Grand Elders. Do you want to come with us? Of course. Yuan immediately nodded. Great. Follow me. Nope. I don't see anything different either. Everything looks normal to me. They all expressed the same thoughts. Chapter 586. Brother Yuan, how is your body feeling? Is it still heating up? Chu Liuxiang asked him. He nodded and said, Yes, it's still heating up, but it doesn't hurt, so it's nothing to be worried about. If you ask me, I think your body is reacting to something within this tomb. Maybe you actually belong to one of the 6 spiritual families, and your body is telling you so. Chu Liuxiang chuckled as she joked. I belong to one of the 6 spiritual families? Yuan raised his eyebrows. As ridiculous as that sounded, it wasn't completely impossible. As an orphan, his real background could be anything, and that includes one of the 6 spiritual families. However, they won't really know for certain until there is solid proof. Anyways, jokes aside, look at these weapons. Many of them are treasures, Chu Liuxiang said as she approached the weapon display cases. They give off the same aura as spirit-grade weapons in. Yuan mumbled. While Yuan and the others looked at the weapons, the Grand Elders scattered around the tomb to make sure there wasn't anything out of the ordinary. About half an hour later, they all gathered again. Anything? Nope. Nothing. Yuan then asked, Is this the only room in the tomb? Chapter 587. It's a demon. Impossible. Why is there a demon in this place? Yuan was shocked to the core when he saw the demon statue. Although he has only seen a couple of them, their unique features were more than enough for Yuan to immediately recognize them at glance. Wait, calm down. I am overthinking things. There is no way demons really exist in this world, right? That is only a stone statue. Nothing more. Yuan began trying to convince himself that the stone statue was merely just that and not a real demon that had been sealed, even though it looked ridiculously realistic. However, that didn't explain why his body was burning when looking at the demon statue, as his body was clearly reacting to it. Brother Yuan, what do you see? Chu Liuxiang asked him when he remained silent for too long. Sorry, but I think I overreacted to that statue over there. Yuan pointed at the demon statue that was surrounded by the 6 golden coffins. The stone statue. Everybody there turned to look at the statue. Since it was sort of dark there, they didn't notice the horns and other features immediately. When they eventually noticed these unique features, their eyes widened with shock. What the? Why is there such a thing in the founder's tomb? Senior Wang then said, let's look around to see if there are any clues for now. I'm sure the founders placed this demon in this place for a reason. Hell, they might have even left behind the method to deal with the demon. We can figure out the other things later. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.